Hello everybody and welcome to the Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals. This weekend we are going to determine the final 4 North America representatives who will be joining Team Liquid's Curm X at the Runeterra Reforged Championships in just 1 week's time. My name is Nekra and I'm honored to be your desk host this weekend, joined by Admirable, Bupasaurus, Casanova, and Crowan to talk you through all of the action that's in store for us these next 3 days, because today is just day number 1 of the competition that we have this weekend, with 24 of Runeterra Reforged finest tacticians that will be battling it out today over the course of 6 games. Then we cut down 8 players, so we just have 16 left going into tomorrow. And the competition gets cut again, where we got 8 players that will be competing on that final day, and then we'll find out which 5 tacticians are going to be representing North America at that Runeterra Reforged Championships. On top of that, though, top of those spots, there's also a $35,000 prize pool, with the lion's share of that prize pool heading to first place and $10,000. Plus, something else that you don't get a chance to see here is that the winner of this weekend will also be granted a competitor pass at the TFT Global LAN happening in Las Vegas in December. So a ton to play for, not just this weekend, but of course over the next few weeks as well. But now let's get into the festivities. Please join me in welcoming 2 special guests to the broadcast. We've got Darth Nub and Wan Iverson, 2 of our competitors this weekend. Darth Nub, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Really excited.
So excited for you too. And Wan Iverson, welcome to the desk. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. A little bit nervous about this tournament, but yeah, doing all right overall.
Well, the nerves make sense, right? This is the NA Regional Finals, and you know, both of you have worked so hard to get here. And kind of what was the prep looking like preparing for this weekend, Darth Nub?
Yeah, so it's a mixture of just watching a lot of other people's VODs. I also work with Asian, right? Like, we have just this Discord server with a bunch of high-elo friends, and sometimes we just hang out and call and backseat each other or share random tech. It's hard to like imagine it as a real study group, but like if you talk to other TFT players about TFT enough, you tend to get better at TFT.
Makes a lot of sense, and I feel like we've heard the term study group thrown around a lot. And Wei-Shin, knowing that you are working with Darth Nub and just this kind of hive mind of great TFT players, do you feel like that does give you an edge heading into a weekend like this?
Yeah, I think it gives you an edge for sure, and it also gives you a lot of confidence. Like, I think if you're a player who's preparing for regionals by yourself, you could be worried that like a lot of people have like other tech that you're going to be missing out on. But when you're like preparing with other people, you can like share techs and like comps and stuff like that. So I think it makes you feel more confident about your read, and also like you can learn a lot more about the game.
Let's talk about the meta really fast, because the big question on everybody's mind right now is, where do we stand with Twisted Fate as your legend choice and multicasters as kind of the top dog of compositions coming into this? Like, Wei-Shin, what is your take on this? Is that true? Or should we expect to see a lot of that this weekend?
Yeah, I think it's extremely strong, and I can say like for sure we're gonna be seeing a lot of it this weekend, just based off of like scrims and preparing. Personally, I'm gonna try and avoid that line. I'm gonna be playing the Earth Legend and like try and play around emblems and stuff, because I don't really have too much fun playing multicasters. But yeah, I know a lot of people will be preparing that and playing that, and it'll be very strong for sure.
Darth, we were talking a little bit even before coming on the air, and you said, well, Twisted Fate is like a great legend choice. So why is that? Why is that one that a lot of players decide to lean towards?
So the Twisted Fate legend, it really lets you play multicasters from any spot. So, and multicasters are the best comp in the game. So yeah, that's why it's
hands
so
down.
good.
That's it. It's just the best one. Listen, I think that there's a lot of merit to that when we take a look at even just how the multicasters performed at the Last Chance qualifier. Did either of you take away anything from watching that competition, knowing that we're still on the same patch?
So I think the Last Chance qualifier was interesting because Davides was able to run away with the competition by playing Earth in a tournament where most people were playing Twisted Fate. So I thought that that meta evolution was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'd just like to add on that David Ace was actually the person, or like watching David Ace in the Last Chance qualifier, that was kind of what inspired me to make the switch from Twisted Fate to Earth. Like I've been playing Twisted Fate up until that point, but I saw that he did extremely well, and also like someone who also made it to regionals through the last chance qualifier, which is Toronto Tokyo. He was playing Twisted Fate at the time, but he strongly believed that Earth was actually better than Twisted Fate from his experience playing in LCQ.
I was wondering if you had taken any sort of that out of there. Like, Darthnub, what did you think about that Earth choice too?
I agree. Earth is the best legend. Everyone should play Earth. all the regional players should be playing Earth.
I can't tell if you're saying that because you just want to make sure that multicasters are uncontested, or if you truly believe that Earth is the call. One thing's for sure, though, I do feel like Earth has been so much fun to watch, and Weijin, like, obviously, like, seeing the success of that might have given you a little bit more of an inclination to go to that route yourself. But, you know, what is kind of the dynamic of even just having to play in a tournament where you are playing against all these people that you prepped with? You guys got really lucky. You and Darthnub are actually not in the same lobby to kick things off, but you can't say the same about some of the other study group players.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, and you feel like a little bit conflicted because obviously, like, you really want yourself to do well, but you really want these other people that you're like friends with and you've been preparing with. You want to see them do well as well, and like, unfortunately, like not everyone can make it to Worlds, so yeah, it does feel a little bit weird. But like, I guess it's like if you do get knocked out of the tournament, you still kind of have someone to root for. So in that sense, it's like a little bit nice.
Darthnub, I know you were sharing some of the same sentiments as well.
Yeah, I mean, like during the tournament, like I don't really care if Weijin or like who goes like 8-8-8-8 or like, but I think like after you're knocked out or just like on the second day, like it's really nice to see who else made it out.
It's gonna be tough. It's 3 days of competition, and there's only 24 of you. And like, just comparing to some of the other cups that have happened this year, like Noxus, Shurima, that's kind of a low player pool. Does that affect how you go into a tournament at all when looking at that aspect of things, Darthnub?
Not really. I mean, it's like low player pool, and like 4 people make it out, so. You know, if you think about it, it's like, well, if you just top 4, like if you make it to day 2 and then, you know, you top 4 might then more than you bought for, and then you do that again, you're in Worlds, right? It's like, just not that hard.
So just go top 4 forehead. That seems like an easy enough sentiment when you put it that way. But Weijin, does that affect your game plan at all, or even just how you want to approach just a general play style for a tournament like this?
I think Dart's absolutely right. Like, I've been competing for a little while, even in some of these like high stakes tournaments like Midset and regionals and even Worlds. And like, I think the best way to approach it is really just like take it one day at a time, one game at a time, and then just like always try to be like playing your best and like maximizing your placements, and not like thinking too much about like, oh, I have to be like in the top 4 out of 24, because that's like a bit daunting. But yeah, like today, let's just try and make it to like day 2. That kind of mindset.
I love that. One step at a time, one hurdle at a time. Before I let you both go, I just wanted to give you a quick chance to give us a bit of a hot take prediction. Who do you think's gonna take it? I have to put you in the hot seat for this one. Weijin, I'm gonna ask you first. Who do you think's got the best chance?
I actually have a bit of a hot take, which is I actually think Milk is the best player right now. I've been playing a lot of like scrims and stuff against him, and like a lot of people think that Setsuko or Dish Soap is #1, but and like that was kind of my opinion until maybe a few days ago. But yeah, I just feel like Milk, like every time I see him, he like literally can't bot 4. So
yeah, unfortunately, I have the exact same opinion. I think Milk is the best player in NA. Yeah, it's just hands down. Like I think he's really comfortable with this meta. Like I'm always impressed when I watch him.
Maybe it's a bit of a multicasters thing. I don't know. We're gonna have to see what he ends up locking into for the weekend. But one thing's for sure is both of you are definitely in contention for those spots as well. Darthnub, Wan Iverson, thank you so much for joining me at the top of the show today, and best of luck this weekend.
All right, thank you.
Set 9 competition has been so fun to watch, whether it's been for the personalities of the players that are competing in these tournaments, or just for all the fun that you get with the variety of the game, the legend choices, all the different combinations of traits, and the region portals. Let's go ahead and take a little look at some of the portals that we could expect to see here this weekend.
Avast, ye hearties, and gather round, and let me tell you about the Slaughter Docks. Slaughter Docks are Bilgewater's main port of call, where all the hunting ships come back with the fish, the sea monsters, and occasionally an unlucky miscreant to be hauled off and drained, gutted, and put up for display. The Slaughter Docks are the smelliest place in all of Bilgewater, and we like to keep it that way. So remember, kids, make sure to shower before the Vegas Open. In TFT, the Slaughter Docks manifest as a Bilgewater portal. And on this portal, you get rerolls equal to the stage number +1. So naturally, reroll compositions are very good on this portal, and you want to find one that fits your items and doesn't contest a bunch of other players, but you want it to be the same cost as everyone else is rerolling. It helps you hit this composition really quickly. Now, alternatively, you could play for 4 costs. You can use your economy to level up while you use the free rerolls that you get from this portal to try and hit your composition a lot quicker. If you do that, you really want to be looking to 3-star your 4 costs in the late game to help you cap out that board. And you have to be very careful because the tempo of the lobby will be excelling rapidly due to everybody hitting their composition so quickly. So make sure you're playing your strongest board.
Mortals have told tales of traveling through unseen pathways to a land of wondrous magic and curious enchantments to a place called Bandle City, home of the Yordles. Some speak of eternally golden sunshine and crystal clear waters, and apparently a lot of spatulas, so in the Bandle cafeteria, everyone's eating good. You might find yourself sitting at the cafeteria table with Ionia Ash or Noxus Aatrox. That's the popular kids table. Starting at 2-1, everyone is given a spatula, and any unit that holds a spatula item or component gives some max HP to the closest ally every round. The max HP is nice, but the real shiny prize is the spatula that synergizes with Earth Legend Enjoyers. You can use this to go for some crazy vertical traits, just like David Ace in the NALCQ.
Thank you so much to Casanova and Crowan for giving us this incredible breakdown of some of these more popular region portals. And welcome to the broadcast, Crowan and Booposaurus, for the NA Regional Finals. So good to have you both here. Crowan, you just gave us a rundown, but how are you feeling coming into this weekend?
I'm feeling fantastic. It's so good to be here at the NA Regional Finals. The most important tournament in NA before the championships. The energy, all the players, the storylines, it's so fantastic. And to be doing it alongside Boop as well, coming all the way from doing Fight Night Risings together, and now it's Regional Championship. I couldn't be more excited to do it here.
Yeah, Booposaurus, welcome back. It feels like it has not been too long since we saw you. That's because we both saw both of you at the LCQ. So how you doing heading into this weekend?
I feel phenomenal. I think we're going to have some good games, and like Crowan said, we go way back when it comes to this, so this has been a really cool full circle moment. It's my first regionals as well, so I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to provide the best narratives for everyone watching as well and show how awesome our region and players are. So let's get to it, right, Nekra?
Right, exactly. We're going to be getting to talking about those players in just a second. Before we do that, we got a little bit of a glimpse into maybe the meta as we talked to Darth Nub and Wan Iverson just now, and also taking a look at that last chance qualifier competition that happened. You guys cast it over just a few weeks ago, so in case anybody did miss it, Crowan, what are some of the key features of this meta that people can keep their eyes out for in terms of popular compositions?
Yeah, so the meta, kind of LCQ had a little bit of a taste of what was to come, right? And David Ace especially winning in the fashion that he did. On the final day, only bottom forward once, won multiple games, was doing it with the Earth Legend, where it's very, very popular now. You go these kind of crazy vertical traits. Like I said, in the video just a little bit ago, Bandle Cafeteria, a way to do that as well. You just get so many emblems. But we can see some crazy things like, 7-9 Demacia even, vertical Noxus, vertical Shrima, all very good. Even Ionia still has a place in this meta. TF and Earth, I definitely like the kind of top 2 Legends players are looking for going into this weekend.
I'm ready for the 9 Bilgewater for multicaster line that Mort
too.
broke the game with. So maybe that's something that we can look forward to as well. But legend choices have been a huge part of this as well. Crowan, you just mentioned Earth being very helpful for those vertical traits, but we even just heard about Twisted Fate and helping out the multicasters. So where do we stand right now, Boop, when it comes down to those legend choices?
I think they're going to be a little limited for today, to be honest with you. I think the choices that we're going to see most often, as we've already been kind of talked about at length, which is Earth and TF. One thing about Earth that I'm really intrigued by to see if like 4 or 5 people bring in Earth, how that might change the way the lobby might look like. But some other legends that I've seen a little bit of representation sneak through. We've seen a couple Ezreals and 1 or 2 Bards as well. But one thing that TF, Ezreal, and Bard, and honestly Earth all have is the ability to create something new, right? Whether it be an item or a best in slot priority item for TF. So that definitely seems to be the vibe when it comes to Legends right now. When we see something go out of that, we'll of course point it out and tell you why. But in terms of expectations, that's exactly where mine are.
Fun to watch the evolution of that over the course of this set, when we did see a lot of Ezreal, and then even just in the last chance qualifier, some people going to Pengu when their backs are up against a wall. So maybe a lot to look forward to when it comes down to that type of variety, but it does feel very centralized right now. But speaking of legends, we've got these 24 incredible legendary players that we're going to be seeing competing this weekend. And while we did get a chance to talk to Wan Iverson and Darth Nub at the top of the show, and both of them are such big competitors in their own rights, there's a bunch of other players here, Boopasaurus, that we'd be remiss to not point out.
Yeah, especially 2 names that I think weren't mentioned in terms of people who Weijin and Darth thought were going to win. That was Milk, who they are saying is their pick to potentially win this whole thing. I think most people are coming in with the idea that Setsuko and Dish Soap are also going to be considered those favorites. Setsuko, we heard that top 4 rate is absolutely insane. Dish Soaps is really, really good as well. And when it comes to in-houses and, scrims, if you will, coming in here, Dish Soap has been doing very, very well. Let's see if this meta is going to be something that is complementary to his playstyle, which I think is like the biggest question mark when it comes to Dish Soap coming into regionals right now. But those 2 names definitely come to mind. Other ones that we want to point out too, I think Goobumps has a real shot, and someone like Robin Songs, who likes his flowchart style, might do pretty well in a meta like this.
Super consistent player all around too, and that can definitely help to propel you through days 1 and 2. But there's also something to be said about those players that don't necessarily have those larger study groups to play through, Crowan. When you look at that list of names as well, there's a ton of players that really have started to find recent success.
Oh yeah, there totally is. In fact, there's 10 players who this is their first regional finals competing, so there's a lot of new developing talent. And even looking back towards that last chance qualifier Boop and I casted just a couple weeks ago, right? David Ace, of course, stands out, but Toronto Tokyo too, I'm really excited to see here today. I think the progression of that player in specifically has been insane in terms of the quick improvement. Even getting onto the the power rankings of the Don't Talk Feel No podcast at number 15 and being really respected by his peers from being just a breakout player this set.
Cannot wait to see how all of the competitors do this weekend, and we are just moments away from being able to get into game number 1 of the NA Regional Finals, so let's find out a little bit more about the players competing in Lobby A for our first game of the day.
David Ace storms into regionals with an astonishing wave of momentum. His remarkable showing at the Last Chance qualifier demonstrated his mastery of diverse compositions and playstyles. Timing is everything, and David Ace is hitting his stride precisely when it counts most.
It's hard to not root for Darth Nub. He just loves the game. He puts a ton of effort into promoting competitive play, and to see him here chasing that coveted glory, it feels like something he deserves. His play has dramatically improved despite already being strong, and this just really feels like his time. When I spoke with him, he said he didn't really have any expectations at this point, but he would be disappointed with anything less than a top finish at regionals.
Sheer dominance. That has been the story of Setsuko since the beginning of Monsters Attack. Over the last year, Setsuko has averaged a 3.3 placement in tournament. That is nearly half a placement better than the next performing player. This combined with a record-setting performance at Noxus Cup means that Setsuko might not only be the best player in North America, but he might be the best TFT player in the world.
Solus exudes confidence as he enters regionals, a prospect that should terrify his opponents. His track record in this set speaks volumes, having secured a spot in the final day of every cup, showcasing insane consistency. When Solus is in form, there are very few people who can beat him.
Phoenix is one of the rising stars of NA TFT. After multiple strong tournament finishes, he's looking for his big breakout to take him all the way from the garage and to the World Championships.
Connor, As he gears up for this year's regionals, he's determined to show that his past success was no accident. Connor's not one to shy away from contested strategies. In fact, he thrives on outplaying his opponents. Connor is definitely a wild card, but sometimes that's the exact card you need.
Robin Songs has already made his mark as one of the best tournament players North America has ever seen. Set 8 was the first time he missed out on the final lobby of Nene Regional. Now that he's back, he's looking to solidify his title as the king of consistency.
Vanilla burst onto the scene during Set 9, transforming from a relative unknown into a top-tier tournament player. However, Vanilla maintains that the journey is far from over until they represent North America on the world stage. All right, folks, it is Boop and Crone here for Lobby 1 of the North American Regionals. We saw what we were playing with, we saw who is in this lobby, and now, Crone, let's see where we are going to be going. How are you doing today, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic, Boop. To get this action underway, this is the first of many games as we look toward who else is going to represent NA at the championships just next week. Kermex is already qualified, but there's 4 more players, Boop, because Replay won the last Worlds. We got so many spots, and there's so many deserving players, and this is just how their journey to get there begins.
Yeah, and this journey for Setsuko begins right now. Arguably the, betting favorite coming in today amongst the TFT community. However, as much as, scrims and in-houses potentially might not carry into events like this, came in might be a little bit more nervous than maybe some people might have anticipated because those in-houses weren't going really in his favor. But this is a new event, a new day, and maybe those bad games are now behind them and can continue some success going into today. But again, Setsuko coming in with some insane stats, Crow.
Yeah, look at that set AVP at the bottom, right? 3.14. Like, that is absolutely insane. No one even really comes close to that for this set. Maybe like a 3.7 I think might be the closest. Setsuko has just absolutely gapped the rest of the field. He won 2 cups this set, even the other ones that he didn't win. He still had solid placements in it. Maybe mid set is where he kind of, I don't even want to say flopped the most, because it was still an okay tournament, just not quite winning all these cups like he has been. But really expect to see Setsuko on the final day, maybe even one of those players making it back to the World Championships.
I completely agree. 3.14 is going to be one that's going to be hard to beat, probably for the rest of TFT, in my opinion. But let's go ahead and talk about what you're seeing on the screen right now. That isn't the games. If anyone's confused on what these graphics mean, I'm going to go over it right now. The portal that we're in is Cardinal Arcology. You'll see that on the top right. If you go right below that, I'm going to use Darth Nub as the example here. The first thing you see is going to be gold. The second number you see, which is going to be the board value. So everything that's on the board right now is going to be that number right there in terms of value. It's going to switch into streaks, and the last thing is going to be HP as we get a silver augment to start here, Crowan.
Silver augment indeed. That's Cardinal Arcology. It's going to give silver, then gold, then prismatic. Boops. We're actually guaranteed a prismatic augment, which usually does avoid us. But one thing that really is going to make this impactful is that the Earth players do not like to see silver as their first choice. Branching out, you get that one emblem that's random. You can't tailor anything. You can reforge it once, but then you're stuck with what you get. So a lot of times Earth players are going to avoid that in favor of other good augments. Inconsistency, right, that David Ace has picked is still going to be very, very good, but Earth players are not going to cap out this lobby as high as they usually would.
Yeah, I mean, you do, you can commit to that first go, but sometimes it's just the cards aren't in your favor and you have to do a lot more work in order to get there, while some other people might be able to land right on round 1 and start building their vertical Exodias, for example, from that point on. So we're going to be coming to probably one of the hottest players, in terms of streaking and momentum coming into today, which is David Ace. And so with LCQ, we talked about this. 2 players that came out of that were David Ace in Toronto, Tokyo, and David was one of the first players in competitive TFT in North America to use Earth, and you kind of mentioned Toronto pointed that out and said that was the right way to go. Looking at the lobby right now, do you still kind of agree with that? We do have some time to go still, but what do you think about that?
Oh, Setsuko actually did kind of gamble and took the branching out, so it got the Slayer emblem here, but I think it's still going to be really good to pick Earth. There actually is, I thought there'd be more Earth players than TF players, but there's actually 4 TF 3 Earth, and 1 Ezreal actually. Connor is me, and that does, especially like you called out in the pre-show, Boop, speak to that multicaster line. How many people are going to be contesting that, I think, is a really, really huge deal. All the TF players they could go the direction of the, you know, RFCs and go Neela instead. But Setsuko, it seems like here is just all in the kind of Earth train, saying, no, I'm going to play these crazy vertical traits. I'm going to, specifically in this game, play with the Slayers, even though he doesn't even have that trait online right now. He thinks that Renekton 2 holding those items is good enough to get the early win streak, and it looks like it might be here going up against Solus.
Oh, that last Soraka heal might have caused that Vi to fall. That might have been a 3-unit win otherwise, but we're going to get that 2-unit win. And like you said, it's all about streaking right now. So when it comes to Earth and even Ezreal here, what are the appropriate ways to kind of think about this early game? Is it always kind of like, hey, I want to push that win streak, push the lobby down a little bit and just try to pace? Or, you know, what is the thought process there at the beginning?
Yeah, with Ezreal specifically, like Connor is me, you're going to want to slam a bunch of items and actually end up picking the Ezreal augment in this case, just because it was silver. You'd only get a couple of items, and that support augment, the sport dummy augment that'll give a sport item after 8 rounds is still really good. But generally the philosophy there is you're going to be out tempoing the lobby. You're going to want to itemize a tank and multiple multicasters in the backline with that kind of style of play, and so you can just slam kind of whatever items you get and you're happy with them. That's going to give you the early advantage to scale really, really well into that late and end game, and you're not forced to roll down all your gold and kind of just stuck and not hitting your 3-star units as a multicaster player. So while that's not quite the case here for Connor as me, generally that's going to be the Ezreal play style.
You know, a word that you said there was that's really intriguing to me is advantages, right? In the early game, I think a lot of people don't look at the early game as an opportunity to find those. And now that we get to see the items and what everyone is running, we got a lot of purple on the board, folks, with these voids. Like, where are these advantages found? When is it through the legends? Is it a combination of things, Crowan?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some of the legends like TF, right? You're going to want to greed your items. You might get a little unlucky in terms of rerolling those items and not getting into anything you actually want to slam, but it depends on what comp you're going, right? It depends on the direction of the lobby. A lot of times in this meta, you're going to kind of lock in a comp at 2-1, especially with all the Earth players, but there's TF, so there's a little bit more wiggle room here. I you know, I don't want to say maybe we're going to be seeing some 4-cost flex in this meta, Boot, but you know, we might get to the point where we're seeing some, you know, as your compositions come online, maybe another secondary carry like a Soko or something. But the advantages in the early game definitely do come down with a lot of that item slam, making your tempo a bit higher. You can't always play to win early game, right? Sometimes you're gonna have to be that person that you just don't have anything really going for you. You have to go for that loss streak, and that middle number, like you alluded to earlier, right now that's perfect timing, goes to that streak, right? We see Darth, Nub, Robinsong, Setsuko all on a 3 streak, but at the bottom, David A, Spinella, and Phoenix all on 3 loss streaks. So they're going to want to continue that to get the econ online. That's a lot of good early game tempo, is focusing on your economy.
Yep, econ is the name of the game, especially early on. What you're going to be able to do with it, or knowing that you're not going to have it a little bit later because you've been investing into some of these units, is you want to be able to see where you're going, right? You're building out this map, and you know the destination. How you get there is up to you, and some people are going to get there faster than you, and some people are going to get there slower, but you have to adjust accordingly. That last Cassiopeia ultimate there will take him down. Cass, in my opinion, one of the best 1v1ers in the game. We get to see it right then and there as we move over to Phoenix. And we've got some bench shenanigans going on right here. Definitely going that multicaster line. Moved the Vel'Koz in, so this is definitely going to be something that we see. But how does the bench, Pandora's bench, affect this particular line?
Yeah, that's actually okay. This is really interesting for multiple reasons. One is that Phoenix had some 3 costs in there for the past couple of rounds, assumedly, and so found the early Sona and the early Vel'Koz, and that's going to be huge because multicaster players are going to want to roll down at 3-2 to get all the units online, right? The 3 Demacia between a Galio, Poppy, and a Sona. Maybe you high roll a Jarvan that replaces the Poppy, but then all the other multicasters, right? But already finding these and loss streaking means that he's going to not have to roll a ton of gold at 3-2 to kind of stabilize there, and hopefully, you know, his economy actually isn't quite where I'd hope it would be at the point of being at 77 HP. Did win the last round, it looks like, so the econ maybe shafted a little bit there, but he's still in an okay spot here.
All right, right along with a Darth Nub right now on this board. It looks like the Cassiopeia is going to have to 1v1 its own itself. Malzahar is going to take it down anyway. Setsuko does take that loss. So 2 people remaining in this lobby with a 100 streak. They were able to avoid each other before this round, which I'm sure they're both stoked about.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
All right, let's see where these items are going to go. We already got the blue buff on the Vel'Koz. This is definitely looking like it's moving towards that multicaster area too. So we talked about items, right, when it comes to multicasters and why TF is good. What are those items for our friends who might not be as experienced in running this line?
Yeah, for the TF multicasters, you're going to build stone plates for your frontline Galio. The items can be a little bit more ambiguous for the backline carries, like TF and Vel'Koz being the kind of main 2. Blue buff, fantastic for TF. It's good for Vel'Koz as well, but you can get away with kind of a Shojin's there. But then on just other good AP items, you're going to want those specifically, like some utility support items on the Sona, like Static Shiv and Morello's are fantastic on her. I don't know if I would say Vanilla is like quite locked into this line. There could just be vertical Sorks coming out here because there's not stone plates slammed. It has the Galio and the Poppy on bench, so I wouldn't be surprised if it does just go that standard multicaster direction. But you always have to consider how many other multicaster players are in the lobby, because it can even support up to 2 players. One might be rolling on 6, while the other might push to 7 and carry a Vel'Koz instead of that TF. There's already a blue buff on the Vel'Koz for Vanilla, so might be thinking of that direction.
Yeah, I think a lot of people coming into prep today, knowing that multicasters was going to be around, thought about how they were going to provide themselves some outs if they were going to be contested, right? I think adding the Sorks was the most popular way to do this and kind of pushing the power level elsewhere. And we already see how some of the itemization on, you know, the Invokers and the multicasters on the other side are already overpowering this particular board. As we're getting to see the lobby kind of take its shape, we still have 2 players at 100. They have not hit each other just yet. As we get to our gold augment, we know that these augments are coming, and it's going to be an Ord item here.
Yeah, actually, Demon Flare was offered to Vanilla there.
Yeah, I know. I looked at it too.
Demon Flare is so good, actually, especially with that maybe vertical Sork kind of pivot here, I would say, out of the multicaster line. Vanilla is just going to go that Portable Forge, get the Sniper's Focus for the Vel'Koz, and this is solid. I wonder a world where Demon Flare was picked there, how they would have changed the trajectory of the game for Vanilla, but it's clearly a line that Vanilla came in here very focused on, very set, just playing the multicasters, and hey, we'll see how it goes for them.
Yeah, I know a lot of people avoid Demon Flare because they're worried about getting the Swains, right? But as of right now, as we've gone through the boards, that hadn't really been something that I had seen. So that might have changed through Vanilla Scout just then. But Demon Flare is one of the best performing augments so far in the set, along with something that I know a lot of our multicasters wanted to see on this gold augment, which is Perfected Repetition. Super curious to see if anyone was able to get that on the multicaster line, as we see 2 Vel'Kozes going after each other right now. We got the Adaptive Helm on the Galio, which is trying to do as much work as possible, but in terms of itemization, Connor doing a lot better, even though he's playing that Ezreal.
Yep, playing the Ezreal, didn't take the Ezreal augment, but still doing a bit better, has more power kind of in that backline. It seems right now, and we know that Connor was coming into the game looking at multicasters, right? That's why they're playing Ezreal. Didn't have to commit to it, but again, it's that practice, that preparation, right? Coming into these events is like, do you really want to pivot in game 1 from your game plan? You're probably just going to send it, say,
that's
okay,
a great point.
Yeah, say, how does it go here in game number 1? Maybe pivot a bit later on to the day, depending on if you're like super contested. Right, every single lobby is going to be a bit different, and especially after lobbies reshuffle. But you know, it looks like there's just 2 right now. Don't think any Perfected Repetitions came out. But looking at Robin's board here, right, one of the most consistent tournament players in NA, Robin has gone towards a, I would say, non-traditional route here. Maybe going that kind of Korean or Chinese kind of Taric build. Doesn't have any Taric items right now, but that vertical sorcerer carrying Orianna. Robin's in a fantastic spot right now. 100 HP, win streaking, 6 Sorks with that +1 Sork heart. Like, this has been Robin's direction ever since, you know, 2-1 we got that augment boop.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of refer to in the earlier today is Robin knows his branches, right? And if he's able to see them clearly, he plays better than some of the best players in the world, right? It's that Mr. Consistent hasn't been as consistent recently, but I do think this meta might have been a little bit more friendly to him as we get to see a lot more of the comps right now. Looking across the board, we're still seeing a lot of voids. Maybe we're going to be seeing a little bit of that Taric pop through, and we're already seeing a lot of itemization. The TFs, the Vel causes as well, and the frontline itemization seems to be limited to things like the Galio. So now that we kind of see what everyone's going for right now, is there anyone in particular here that you're clocking as, all right, they're having a little bit of a hard time?
Oh, a little bit of a hard time? I mean, maybe not in specific. It might be a little bit too early right now to make that call. Just kind of standard stuff coming out from a lot of players. Maybe I would say Solus didn't look like he had like that much direction going. His HP is okay. I mean, 80 HP, right? You're not quite at the top, but you're still gonna be sitting comfortably in second place. However, being on level 7, rolling down to try to find, it looks like, going for that Azir, especially that Nashor's Tooth Slam, has Nitten Azir, is still on a Melio carry with 10 gold left. That's not quite where you hope to be after level 7 roll down, and especially carrying all your tank items on a Cho'Gath, and one of those being a Sunfire, which is a fine utility item, but doesn't really offer that much power, right? It's not really getting that much value from the augment quite yet from the transfusion, not being down that much HP either. Solus, I think, will slowly start to bleed out here as we reach the end of stage 3 and into stage 4.
Yeah, you can kind of see it happening in real time here. Eventually, that Solus comp is going to be able to overcome much easier. But yeah, it is going to be close for this particular round. And looking at where everyone is landing right now, this is a pretty close lobby from third and below, but everyone's looking up at the Robin himself singing his tune in first place as we go back over to the LCQ Last Chance Qualifier Champion. And that's good to bring up because David Ace was one of 2 people to qualify at the last possible opportunity to get here. And a lot of people were impressed by both of those players. We get to see David Ace on this one, and we've talked about it a lot. He was one of the first to use that Earth line, but one of the big things that David Ace did was he was full-on committing immediately, which in this meta is very good for you.
Oh, 100%. Didn't have to in this game, but once that 3-2 augment came through, picking the Noxus Crest, that's David Ace's comfort zone, right? Playing that vertical Noxus, he did so multiple times throughout the LCQ, and to much success. So I think the only question now is, can he do it amongst a field of just more solid players that will punish you harder if you make a mistake? You're not going to be able to kind of have all this leeway, say, out of a slightly on paper weaker field here. It seems like David Ace is already a little bit struggling, at least in stage 3, but 5 Noxus is a very powerful power spike. Carrying Cassiopeia into the end of stage 3 is solid, so I have to see where David Ace ends up again on that level 7 roll down. It's where a lot of players, if they're not going for these multicasters or reroll compositions, a lot of it is kind of how you get to your comp at level 7.
All right, looks like we're in a pivot right now. We're moving around a lot of units in the back line. Seems like we're pushing towards Vanquishers, potentially.
Yeah.
We've got Strategist Bruisers
Find
and
the Neela
Shurima online. Yeah, he's looking for the Neela. Does not get it. Gets another round to figure it out, though. So this is just a board to take down the Wolves at the moment. This is still kind of, the picture's still getting filled in right now, but the direction does seem to be moderately clear.
Yep, so Darth Nub right there, immediately upon seeing the bow, made sure to put it on a unit on the bench so it would not get re-rolled by that Pandora's. Wants to find double rapid fire cannon and then Giant Slayer for the last item. Finds Neela, finds the Sejuani as well, which is huge for this composition. You're going to get that 2 Freljord in, provides a little bit of that shred for the Neela to pop off. Does buy it. Has the 3 Bilgewater in as well with that MF and the Nautilus. So this is where the comp wants to be. Might want to swap out that Renekton in just a little bit, right? It's just there for that bruiser buff. But Darth Nub had a fine pivot point there. Really does need to find the Neela 2 though, because that's when the board is really going to spike.
Yeah, and in terms of needing to find it tempo-wise, I think we're probably all right for now. These multicasters are getting attacked in the backline right now, but they're not going to have enough damage to go through this Vel'Koz, especially with that Hex Tech, and it is going to be a 1-unit win. But you saw where Darth Nub could go with like potentially just a Neela 2 making a difference in that particular situation.
Neela 2.
And there's the Prismatic.
Yeah, we know it's coming here. Notice not a surprise per se, but still going to be very potentially game warping right? I think in this situation, blinding speed, I think there is some potential for, even though there is the Pandoras. It'll just give you the RFC. You can already be going for the Giant Slayer full build Neela, but Boop, anything call it to you here? It is going to be that blinding speed.
Yeah, I probably would have agreed with you in that particular scenario, because what's better than 1 rapid fire cannon than 2?
It's 2, and getting online right now is huge.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, we get a second Neela too. So, you know, putting the power here, assuming that the Neela 2 is going to be coming here moderately quick if the rolls are in our favor. But this is prismatic, right, Crowin?
Yeah.
Everything can be different from here on out. So little advantages like this, maybe getting an item on another board might not look like a bigger advantage based on what they chose. So this is a fun one, though. Look at this Crowin on the other side.
Oh yeah, Setsuko with that Slayer early is going to be going kind of vertical Demasias, have the Slayers in. You can Slayer Fiora. She's going to have a massive amount of power once she gets upgraded. But a lot of the units here on Setsuko's board are tier 1. The Quinn is the big carry though, but can she get it done versus the tier 1 Neela? She can. It was a close fight though, Boop.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And again, I think Neela's just one of those units that, like, the difference between that tier 1 and tier 2 is just so insanely noticeable. And you just kind of need it to lock in. It's like a half of a unit almost is what it feels like beforehand. As we're moving back over to Robin, still having items on the Orianna, and this does look like what you kind of called out with the Taric.
100 HP, like 50 gold, level 8. Robin Songs might just be going fast 9 here, especially with that level up picked. That's exactly what he's going for. Now, I think the big question here, Boop, is that is going fast 9 and playing legendaries better than some of the other meta compositions, just like multicasters or vertical traits, right? I'm honestly not sure of that question, but what do you think here, looking at Robin Song's kind of trajectory with the high tempo here?
Well, the thing about tempo, right, is about getting your advantages when they appear, like, in real time, right? So these high-tempo boards tend to start breaking apart right around now, is what we kind of see, right? Because especially with the prismatic augment, right, people kind of caught up a lot quicker than Robin probably had assumed, even though we knew because of the portal that it was coming. So we'll see what happens because, again, just like in a regular race, the person who paces the race rarely ever wins, right? TFT can kind of be considered the same way. So let's see where the kind of power is going to come through for Robin upcoming. Obviously, the Taric 3 is going to be a big get there if that is the direction he's trying to fully commit to at this point in time, Crime.
Yeah, which, I mean, it'll be hard to going to level 9, but there is potential there if he just lucks into a bunch of them. Might just be carrying some items right now. Yeah, there's just a TG on that Taric. It's not like a specific Taric focused line, but with all the Sorks there, right, probably going to be a part of the board for a very, very long time as we get a little snapshot of everyone's boards. And looking towards some of the players in the bottom of the lobby, Boop, it's going to be Phoenix with that Pandora's bench, trying to get something online, even took Hedge Fund for the extra gold to hit. And where are these units? He's just not hitting.
Well, Robin's got some of them. Some other boards have got others. Think Vanilla was going with some Sorks as well. So we're going to be pivoting off of these items right now. We get that TF2, and we have some bench space finally available for the next round. And I believe that's a tier 2 Vi on there too. So there could be a huge tempo increase based on what these units cycle into. But as of right now, for this particular round, it is looking like a slower tempo than Phoenix probably wanted. But we're going to be seeing our first Azir here. It is going to be Noxus, and David played I think 1 or 2 fully Noxus lines with the Noxus emblem during LCQ, and with the double Nashers, that Azir is not going to be something that's just going to fall right over like tissue paper like other Azirs we've kind of seen in competition so far.
Definitely. David Ace really showing the power of vertical traits. Phoenix just 1 life remaining here in game number 1 of Lobby A. And those rerolls, Boop, from the Pandora's bench did not hit big. The Gallia was the huge one, had 2 chances between the Warwick 2 and the Vi 2, but both of them ended up missing. Darth Nub, on the other hand, has hit pretty much everything he could have hoped for. The Sejuani and the Neela being key units here. So that's why he's on a 2 streak. But I think for Phoenix, it might just be lights out here, even before the Raptors.
All right, Phoenix on Elimination Station. Is he going to pull out of the terminal? Phoenix now is going to have potentially 1 last go at this. That Sejuani 2 in the front line is going to be absolutely brutal to get through, especially before the multicasters even ramp up. If they even get a chance to ramp up, and it doesn't look like they will. They absolutely get destroyed. And for all the multicaster haters out there, I'm sure that felt a little cathartic. But hey, you know, Crowan, something I think that we also need to bring up is multicasters in tournament play have not been winning these lobbies without perfected repetition. So it is not like you put it in and you automatically win. There's still work to do.
Yeah, no, definitely. Actually, it was a trend in the China regionals that there'd be 2 multicaster players. One player goes bot 4, right? Goes 8th or 7th. And then one does get top 4, but they don't win the lobby, right? They were going 3rd or 2nd place and always losing out to another just more capped out board there. It is really, really hard, especially like you're saying, without that perfected repetition, to power those multicasters up to find that lobby winning kind of power. So we'll have to see if Connor is able to get to that kind of really, really capped out multicaster board. He's on a 6 win streak currently, just like Setsuko. But now we see Robin's roll down, finding a bunch of units here, Boob.
Yeah, I got that Silco too. Swain too. Have 2 Kazantes on the bench. So this is a huge power spike right now. The Orion is still holding some things, items right now. And the Shen going to be upgraded in the front line. We're still itemizing as well. And hey, actually, Tarek rolled into like okay items. It'll be funny to see what attack damage he gets as he grows a little bit. But yeah, I was assuming that was going to happen. We got the Silco on the back line. But this is something that does seem to fall very quickly to comps that do damage very quickly, so the Silco can't necessarily start stacking that damage. I'm very curious to see how good this Neela is going to do against it, because on paper it should do pretty well.
Oh yeah, and it is doing exactly that very, very well, right? Robin did not hit an Ari. That's definitely a unit that he was looking for. Missed out, you know, found that pair of Casantes, found an Aatrox, but no Ari. Rolled down a ton of gold. That's really, really unfortunate, because Silco can only do so much, right? Silco is really good when paired with another very, very strong carry, but being the solo carry there for Robin, just not doing enough work. As for now, we move back to Setsuko, who is going 6 Slayer, 5 Demacia, Mordekaiser 2 online, has the long distance pals and buffing up himself and the Quinn, and is 2 Quins away from Quinn 3, Boop. When that Quinn 3 comes through, that'll be huge for Setsuko.
Yeah, and I just also want everyone to remember, during Noxus Cup, I believe Mordekaiser was a very big unit for Setsuko as well. So really excited to see where that goes. We're going to go back over to Vanilla right now, and they're doing the multicaster angle as well. You know, this actually does bring up what Connor said earlier in his interview during the roll down, which is he's fine playing contested comps, and honestly, it makes him feel good when he wins on them, right? Yeah. And that does seem to potentially be happening here. And unfortunately for Robin, when you were talking about tempo, and unfortunately for Robin, again, manifested the fact that it doesn't look like it's going to keep up, has lost every round since then as well. And look at the totals here. From 1st to 6th, it's just 27 HP. Lab holding on at, Lab 13 Vanilla holding on at 8.
Yeah, 8 HP with the multicasters. There's 3 players trying to play multis, and they might just be holding hands 7-8. Connor in a bit better shape here with a frontline Scion with 2 gargoyles. Has the Jeweled Lotus as well, even though there's a Jeweled Gauntlet on that Vel'Koz. So this is not looking like it is lobby winning potential, but Connor might be able to wait until Vanilla does fall and then roll down that 50 plus gold for Vel'Koz 3, for a Sona 3, because this might be Vanilla's last fight, Boop.
Yeah, and I think we saw Connor actually switch over to Vanilla just to see where that was going. And unfortunately for Nilla, his time has melted in this first lobby and is going to be eliminated in 7th place. But, you know, there's still 5 more lobbies to go, and anything can happen. Solus now did win that last round, sitting on a 21 HP, and this is very, very close. Still 26 HP separating 1st and 6th right now. And look at these comps, too. These are starting to get very, very strong. Darth Nub and those Vanquishers definitely seem like they have the line to victory right now, being unique amongst the rest of the lobby so far.
Yeah, definitely. He's doing really, really well with those. I think the augments lined up decently well. The rolls in level 7 were very fortunate to get to that point. Setsuko finding the Quinn 3, so all of a sudden going to be putting himself in conversation to maybe contest a board like Darth Nub. Quinn 3 getting multiple casts onto that Neela, right? It could take her down. There is a Fiora 2 as well. She doesn't have many items, just that Slayer emblem yet, and the Jarvan is only tier 1 in the front line, but there is a ton of damage coming out of Setsuko's board here.
Yeah, in terms of board value, Setsuko also winning that out as well. Robin won that last round, so it does seem like we have solidified our comp just a little bit. This is going to be David Ace's board that we're seeing on the other side with the Azir, which is now an Azir 2 with double Nashers. And so let's see how much damage this Nashers build for Azir is going to be able to do in the front line, because it's a race, right? Azir is a race to get to the back line. Once someone gets to the Azir, it's over, and that does seem like it is happening. But no, it's going to be Quinn versus Azir instead. And that Quinn, I think, is sometimes, because the visual isn't super obvious a lot when the damage comes, might get underestimated in some lower ranked lobbies. But here was definitely one of the big reasons why they got there. And now because Vanilla is gone, like you said, we were able to roll for some more multicasters, and we do get that Vel'Koz 3.
Yeah, and the front line's a lot better as well, right? Boop, there's the double Gargoyles and the Jarvan 2 now, and has the Radiant Warmogs. He'll probably get multiple casts off, especially because the support dummy there, I was going to say, maybe it's going to be front line to give that a Quicksilver kind of effect to the Jarvan, but it is going to be backlined here. Jarvan's still likely to get multiple casts off, and going up against Solus here, this is a big round for both of them. Solus could be eliminated here.
Yeah, oh, we're going to get knocked out by Kazante first. How is this going to affect that? Jarvan only hits the front line, so that is maybe worst case scenario right now for Connor, but the damage is going through the front line still for Solus is still alive. It's going to be Nasus versus the world. Can he take the magic? It doesn't look like it right now, and it's going to be an elimination for Solus, finishing in a 6th place. But again, the lobby remains incredibly close. Just now, 13 HP separating 1st and 5th place here.
And that was multicasters versus just your cookie cutter TFT 4-cost flex kind of board, right? There was I guess it wasn't quite cookie cutter. I should amend my statement there. It was 6 Shurima, but centered around 4-cost units that aren't really a part of all these kind of hugely talked about meta compositions. The Shurima wasn't able to hang on long enough. The Nasus, well, 3 items very tanky, the Azir as well. As soon as Vel'Koz 3 came through, the power of it just absolutely melts through everything, and it has backline excess. Doesn't even need to get through that Nasus before it starts shooting the Azir, and that's what we saw in that last fight.
100%, and that's, I think, kind of why multicasters do so well. Backline access is just one of those things that not every unit has, and there's a couple units that could potentially reach backline through their spells within that comp. But look at this, an RE2. That's got to be why Robin was able to solidify his HP and potentially get into this top 4 after leading the lobby with 100 HP, I think, through stage almost 4, right? But as of right now, it's all pretty much on this Ahri, and it's up to really the Taric and the rest of the front line to make sure that we get the cycle of ultimates. I'm also looking at this Quinn in the back line right when we get that ultimate to see how much damage is going to be able to get done with it, because so many other people already fell. The Quinn damage was very large, and unfortunately for Robin, it was enough to take him down.
Robin looks confused down there. He's like, I'm level 10. I have 8 Sork. Why am I losing, right? And part of it is because the Mordekaiser was able to wrap into the back line and actually just one-tap the Silco. Ahri's 3rd cast took a long time because her items from the TG were Rapid Fire and Giant Slayer, so it took a while for her to get that mana generation for that 3rd cast. So Robin might even be bot 4ing this game, being on level 10, having that kind of capped, or it should be capped board, but for now, David Ace is even lower, 9 HP, but Connor's with his multicasters, Boop. They are so powerful going up against Robin.
All right, let's see if the Jarvan's going to be able to make it into the backline this time. It does. It's going to delay the ultimates in that backline as well. Ahri's still trying to get there. We going to get to that 3rd ult. It looks like it's taken a very long time, and we do not. That is an absolute destruction of Robin's board there, and you are correct. Hopefully David loses by more if you are a Robin fan, so he can finish in that top 4. 5th place isn't something to be super disappointed about, but the way that Robin played that game at level 10, getting 5th place, that's got to be super frustrating.
For perspective, Robin had a 12 win streak coming into this game, had vertical Sorks, went to level 9, didn't find any Ahris then, but eventually found RE2, pushed level 10, and still bought 4s? Like, what? I'd be confused too if I was Robin. How does that happen?
Yeah, I mean, and you go for it. I mean, like, I think at the level up augment, right? Like, that's just another example of why Dragon King's also a legend that we don't see very often, that Aurelion Soul, right?
Yep.
I mean, we saw a level 10 comp get 5th just now, which is pretty wild, Crowan. But it's 26, 11, 11, and 9. Setsuko, our favorite coming into, not personal, but definitely amongst the favorites to win this entire thing. That Mordekaiser does get taken down, and Connor, with these multicasters, was able to survive the rest of the multicasters and top out, especially with that Vel'Koz. And I gotta bring it up again. Connor straight up said, I'm going to play lines that are contested, and I'm going to win, and look at what he's doing right now.
Hey, if you call it and you're able to call your shot and make it happen in game number 1 amongst this kind of lobby, right? That is insane. I'd be real hyped for, Connor fans. I'd put Connor on my bingo cards, all of that right now. Because doing it, being the sole Ezreal player as well, not even leading that line, right? Pivoting out of like what could have been your game plan a little bit, but still going to multicaster line and playing it a lot better than 2 other players who went 7th in that same lobby. That is pretty crazy of like hey, I'm here not only to compete, but to do so well and maybe even win game number 1. That's crazy, Boop. It might even be him locking that win in here right now.
All right, Connor is me, but is Connor is him? Is he going to be the winner of this lobby? We might see at the end of this round. I'm looking at that Neela and seeing where that's going to target that front line. It is finally on that Jarvan. The Jarvan's HP is falling and wasn't able to get a good ult on the backline, which wouldn't have mattered anyway because of those defensive items, but so much damage coming in from the Vel'Koz, and that is it. Connor is him, folks, the lobby winner for lobby 1. Curious to see where the rest are going to land, but you got to give props. Connor was probably last place on a lot of people's power rankings coming in here. And we get some extra TFT and another Ezreal on top, folks.
Extra TFT action hopping over to lobby C after crowning Connor is me. Connor is him, Boop. I love that. Great call for lobby A. But what do we got here? Niamo just falling in 6th place. Precedent took 7th. And Casper Wu took 8th in this lobby. But we see DQA, Soju, Philip Milk, and DPay still alive, and still a lot of TFT left to go, it looks like, in this lobby. We're still on the end of stage 5. Players are very healthy as kind of try to process what we're seeing here. There's a Bruiser, Mordekaiser, Azir. There's a couple multicasters, I think, as well, DQA being one of them, and doesn't have any tier 3 multicasters, but does have that frontline Galio. Oh, because he's being contested, of course, right? Vel'Koz 3 on the other side there.
All right, let's see if this Vel'Koz 3 is going to find similar success as Connor's. But we have that Galio in the front line too. Rise 2 in the back line. This lobby is on an earlier round than what we finished on the last one. But in terms of where these comps are, seem to have maybe gotten there a couple people got to their tops a little bit quicker, I think, in this lobby than maybe the one that we just watched. More multicasters, folks. Multicasters, multi-lobbies. But let's see if that is also going to take the dub in this one. First place did fall. That's probably feeling really good for everyone. But DQA also came in as, in terms of research, as what people said, arguably one of the better multicaster players. And when DQA is playing well and is feeling it, his momentum is one that you cannot underestimate.
Yeah, DQA has made it to Worlds 2 times. DQA is just absolutely just shows up at tournaments and says, hey guys, I'm not only here, but I'm going to be better than the majority of the field, and proves that time and time again. In terms of DQA's success, like this set, it has kind of tapered off as we've gotten into 9.5, but had a really strong start to set 9, and is proving that he's, back and kind of here to play, and we love to see that, especially in a line that is contested, right? Obviously, multicasters, as we've heard time and time again, are, the strongest comp, but still playing it very intelligently. You have to do that. As we take a look at the rest of the boards as well, Soju has found 9 Demacia, being one of the Earth players, finds Demacia on 2-1 and finds it again on 3-2. 9 Demacia is kind of like the Exodia right now of TFT, so I wouldn't expect this to lose, Boob.
I mean, just the visual on this, it's a cop that looks rough.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? On like the base of, you take everything out of it, right? This comp looks like it can handle itself, no problem. And it's already gotten to the backline. Look at that Mordekaiser already hitting the midline right now. We get Frozen, which is going to actually help us out a little bit. And with that backline access, it's now to see if the multicasters are going to start targeting him. The Vel'Koz does do that. More CC goes down. Can he attack quick enough in order to take him down? This Edge of Night Radiant version is also still there.
Oh, yeah.
And now we have that 1v1. Mordekaiser rarely ever loses these, and the Mordekaiser will take the dub. And I'm just gonna say it. Soju looked kind of good in that outside of rolling all of his best in slot items that one time. Like he's feeling good about himself too.
Soju is kind of like an enigma to me recently. He's like spent a lot of time during in-houses being like, nah man, I'm going dead last, but then had a really good showing in the mock tournament just a couple days ago, and then also is just feeling confident, has verbalized that going into this event, especially with that kind of Earth playstyle. He's feeling very comfortable on it, and I'm not doubting him at all, right? How kind of this game has gone, especially it being on the Hearthhome portal, getting multiple rating items on that Mordekaiser is absolutely insane. But Philip was the other multicaster player contesting DQA, but has the Vel'Koz 3. See if it's able to get the job done here.
Vel'Koz 3 versus Vel'Koz 2. Usually higher numbers win, but is that going to be the case on this one? It is, as it is going to be another dub for the multicasters. Soju now is, I think, the only non-multicaster player left remaining and lost that last round. So we do have our top 3, and it's going to be DQA and Philip against the 9 Demacian Soju.
Wait, I think DP was playing multicasters as well. That was... Wait, I think 3 multicaster players are in the top 4 in this game.
Yeah, DP straight up was like, I'm going to play multicasters this whole tournament, right? Yeah. So
hey, call your shots, and if they're good, right, and getting a top 4,
yeah,
game
Connor
number 1.
already did it.
Solid. Yeah, no, definitely super solid. Milk actually, with he had Bruisers, he had Mordekaiser, and then Azir, I think, in the backline, but not able to win out against the multicasters. But Soju now swap the Mordekaiser into a Bel'Veth with these items, Boop. That's so scary.
Ooh. Oh, those are good Bel'Veth items as well. It's going to keep Bel'Veth a little bit safer. Still gets taken down by the ult, or still gets CC'd by that ult, and now it's all about that backline access. And are we going to be able to get there? Yes, we are. Not even close, folks. All those multicaster haters celebrate once again as Soju looks really good so far, but now it's going to be up to that Vel'Koz 3 to be taken down by this Bel'Veth as well. Soju looking for some items, has some room. It is Demacia, so a lot of these items are going to be compensated by the vertical trait. So it is going to be the Heimer, which we're actually close to a Heimer 2 potentially, and it's going to be an RFC for DQA.
Yeah, Morello's, I think, for Soju, I think he needed anti-heal. It looked like he might have been lacking that. So that's probably the judgment call there. And that's huge, especially when going up to even this comp we're looking at right now against DQA. Cutting that Radiant Redemption healing from the Galio is massive. But now DQA is on level 9, has the Rise 2. It actually has had it for a while. And it being a Freljord Rise, slowing the attack speed of all of those units on the other multicasters and on Soju's Demacia board, that's massive, right? Freljord Rise is one of the best ones.
Yeah, I mean, especially with things like Bel'Veth and even the Heimerdinger being neutered in terms of attack speed in the back line.
Quinn too.
And so let's see. Here's that Vel'Koz 3 is going to be that Bel'Veth versus the multicasters, and we already getting healed up, man. Honestly, is looking like the multicasters aren't as good, right? But we've already seen how successful they are. 3 out of the top 4 potentially in this particular lobby. But when we get to that top power level of Demacia, and it takes a while to get here, but once you do lock it in, you find your phenomenal carry as like that Bel'Veth is. You can start taking him down, and honestly, it's been looking pretty easy.
Yeah, I like the positioning that Soju's working with here too, as well, to space out against the multis so they don't just all get bursted down at once, but also making sure that most of the units are getting that buff, because 9 Demacia gives so much armor and MR. It just makes them so tanky when it goes against the multicasters as well, that they're surviving 2, 3, maybe even 4 casts sometimes.
All right, they're going to need to survive a little bit more if they're going to be able to take down this particular comp. We even have the Fiora in the backline taking out 3 units in just 1 ultimate, and even with double Gargoyle, Radiant Redemption, it still does not matter. This is for Demacia, folks, and Soju is representing well. Philip now, the last person in Soju's way to potentially take the first lobby, which I think a lot of people did not expect. I think, there are a couple players in TFT that I think they're like streamer personalities affect people's perception of their play. Soju comes to mind, Prestivant early on comes to mind, Milk comes to mind as well, and they're all super good, so we all have to kind of reflect and see if that's happening when we're coming into events like this, because Soju has looked pretty good.
Oh, 100%. I also want to give some props to Philip as well. This is Philip's first regional, one of the 10 players who is kind of carrying that, how are they going to do in a high stakes situation that they maybe haven't quite played in before. But Philip has had a really good set, kind of minus Shurima Cup, but went 9th in Freljord, went 3rd in Noxus. Yeah, we all get one mulligan, right? Yeah. But also the tournament AVP is a 4.0, and that's really, really strong, even better than some of the, you know, favorites to win this event, and making it to the top 2 game number 1 against a player of the caliber of Soju, and in a lobby contested 3 ways with multicasters. I'd be looking at Philip as well as a kind of a powerhouse here, it seems, even.
Yeah, I think in terms of things that we didn't expect to happen, honestly, the result of both of these lobbies, I think, can be put into that group. Connor winning that first lobby. Again, Connor was probably, in terms of where he thought he would end up, was putting himself at last place a lot of the time. But you know what? He played his game, he said it, he called it. It was not a surprise to anybody except to maybe us.
Wait.
And so now this Belveth is
Hello, Belveth, you gonna cast?
finally gonna do it. The slowest 9 Demacian win I've ever seen in my life. But Philip is gonna have 1 more life, and we're at 7-2, long lobby as well.
Very, very long lobby. We're here on 5-6. I think we popped on over, and there was so much HP to work with. And Soju did take, you know, 1 or 2 losses since then, but is on a 4-win streak ever since the Belveth came through. 1 more round to go. I don't think Philip can actually do anything to win this one. I've eaten my words before on that, so I don't want to make the kind of guaranteed call here. But Soju's positioning so intelligently, I just think it's kind of a victory lap for him here. But can Philip do anything, Boop? Final round.
All right, Philip's got 1 more opportunity to stage 7, so this is going to be the last round of this lobby. Oh, the Jarvan does not hit the Vel'Koz, so is that going to be enough damage into the backline to try to keep this Belveth away? The Belveth is starting to take some damage, but every time that Belveth ults, it recreates that HP, finally gets into the backline as well, and it's going to be Demacians taking the win over 3 other multicasters, Crowan. Soju's, again, you got to feel good after those first lobby wins. It's huge momentum.
9 Demacia. I'm
Pretty
here
good.
for it.
Pretty good,
That's
huh?
a pretty good comp. I've heard that, but I feel like the proof is in the pudding, and the proof is also in taking the multicasters down, which, to no surprise to I think anybody, multicasters was hotly contested, Crowan.
Yeah, contested a few ways in lobby A, contested a few ways again in the lobby that we just watched. The only kind of difference there is that in lobby A, multicasters did hold hands 7/8 and then went first as well, and usually that's the case. It's kind of, I think, still a little bit of an anomaly to see all of them get top 4 together. You know, we didn't quite see the whole lobby there and how that played out, but I think obviously you're going to be thinking, if someone does get that 9 Demacia online, especially from the spot that Soju is in, that he's still going to kind of clear those boards very easily, and it did work out that way, and I think that kind of does set the expectation over the rest of the weekend.
When we've seen multicasters in a lobby before, sometimes it's like, oh, okay, well, 2 people. There's room for 2 people to run it. And so maybe if it's 2 people, maybe you're able to both sneak into the top 4. So I agree with you. With 3 people, it's like, okay, maybe the scales are a little bit separated, but it's weird to see them tip so far into that top 4 direction. On the flip side of things, as we take a look at our scoreboards, another vertical trait that didn't quite work out, just looking back at Lobby A, was Robin Songs going for that 10 Sorcerer. But Bupasaurus, there are some other very cool scores to look at here. Like, my eyes are immediately drawn to Toronto Tokyo taking a first as well.
I agree, and one of the reasons, I just want to prop Crowan up here for a second. Crowan straight up said this was going to happen like 4 days ago. So like,
I
you
love
got it.
Tokyo, so high on that train right now.
Yeah, totally. Like, you give props, and so, but like, I also want to talk about that a little bit, because someone that actually had really good stats coming into this particular tournament last year, that if someone kind of like looked into it, maybe their world championship wouldn't have been as surprising, which was replays, right? So when you look at replay stat, at that point in time, he wasn't as well known as he is now, but if you looked at the numbers, you could be like, all right, this guy actually might do something while we're at regionals, qualifies, wins worlds, right? So, you know, that story has kind of taken place already. I'm curious if Toronto is going to be going a similar direction, because that's always when an underdog makes it to worlds, that's always a pretty good narrative, right? And seeing what they can do at worlds is also super exciting as well.
And they're playing on the same patch that we just played the LCQ on, so there really is maybe something to be said about just having the experience in such a high-intensity lobby where Toronto Tokyo had to play a very first or eighth style to even be in contention to get a top 2 spot. There's even less room for error in a tournament like that. So maybe that's the meta read, having to play against some of the best of the best. And there's also a ton of Earth right now, Crowan. That was a little bit of a surprise looking at even just the legend diversity we had in that first game.
Yeah, we saw multiple players pivoting towards the legends that people aren't talking about that much, Ezreal being the main one, but especially with that multicaster focus, and a little bit more maybe TF than I would have expected, right? Maybe expected to see like 2 multicaster players per lobby, all the other ones playing Earth, but then we only saw like 3 or 4 Earth players per lobby. That might change up a little bit. I actually think it's totally fine to swap up your legend picks depending on which lobby you're in specifically, how many people are going to be contesting you. But, you know, that is a really, really good, I think, just taste of what we're going to be seeing here.
I agree. And this is just game number 1, so there's a ton more for our players to discover across the rest of the games today. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we've got game number 2 right around the corner. what an exciting way for us to kick off day number 1 of the Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals. And now we have Admirable and Casanova joining us on the casting desk. Admirable, welcome back. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. We were taking a look at some of the other side lobbies that were going on. There was a lot of prismatics that were across the lobbies. So Cass and I, we're kind of hoping that we don't get on silver duty today and that just everyone's prismatics the whole way through.
Maybe you guys get cardinal arcology, so then you know that a prismatic is going your way. It's always nice when you've got that going for you. Yeah. But Casanova, yeah, welcome back. How are you?
I'm excited. Admirable and I had a great cast on Noxus. We had a lot of fun, and now we get to run it back here at Regionals. I'm really looking forward to sending a few players to Worlds, seeing who I get to cast at the World Championship and who we get to crown, because we're definitely crowning NA again. Gonna happen, I promise.
100%, especially after replay got us another spot for a North America representative last year. It's gonna happen again because North America definitely towards the top of the standings, and that first game certainly delivered. I mean, talk about maybe some of the more well-known names in TFT. What about some of the lesser-known names? I mean, Connor, I think that's a player that people had a little bit lower on their power ranking, so to speak, coming into the tournament, but Casanova already started things off with a win in that first game.
I think that's going to be huge for Connor's confidence coming in. I know that going into the tournament, he didn't have a ton of confidence. He had some stuff IRL going on, so he wasn't necessarily sure how well he's going to be able to do. But I think being able to come in and play the Ezreal legend is massive for Connor. Back in Shurima Cup, he was able to get a top 5 finish playing that Ezreal when no one else really in the field was playing it outside of like Spicy Appies. And so by having that be a meta pick now, it is a comfort pick as well for Connor. He really likes this style, and so being able to get a first with that, I think, is really massive for him, just to start off the day here at Regionals and shake off all the nerves.
The ebb and flow of being a pioneer into being kind of like the more popular kid, and now going back to just a nice comfort pick. Cannot wait to see how Connor is going to navigate the second game. But we're heading into Lobby B to follow these amazing players. So let's hear more about who they are.
Coming in as reigning world champion for replay, his performance thus far could be considered below expectations by some. However, in this event, we're having one of the most established patches that we've ever had. As a player who will thrive as data accumulates, this is the setting that replay needs to make a run for the second world title. The bar is set. Everyone wants a world championship, but replay is the one who's already cleared it.
Liquid Kurum X made history this set. He became the first player to ever win 2 major tournaments in a single set, and he has the chance to make history once again. He could become the first player to ever win 2 regional finals. Kurum may already be qualified for the championship, but he's still playing like he has something to prove.
There's a common trend I've seen amongst players' goals, and it's Worlds Champ, and Goobens is no exception to that. He's highly regarded amongst his peers, he's been #1 on the ladder, he's been close to capturing a Worlds title. You know, Goobens doesn't have anything left to prove, but that's not how he feels. He wants #1. He's just got to get through regionals first.
Toronto Tokyo is here off the back of getting second place in the North American Last Chance qualifier. While his competitive debut started in Set 7, this is his first regional final. Now, with big shoes to fill, it's time to see whether or not he can ride that momentum and get another big finish.
T-Lights generated a lot of buzz within the competitive community at the start of Runeterra Reforged, and this kind of culminated with a 5th place finish at the mid-set finale. Though, after a disappointing performance at the Noxus Cup, T-Lights is here to show that wasn't just a flash in the pan, and he's here to compete with the best.
Dish Soap. I mean, if you haven't heard of Dish Soap yet, welcome. We're excited to have you at your first TFT tournament. He's been at the top of the ladder for multiple sets now. It's really no surprise that players look directly at what he's doing to find strong ideas. The only rival for #1 spot in NA is Setsuko, but this is Dish Soap we're talking about. You don't just count him out.
I'm Jack has gone from not qualifying for Cups to having 2 final day appearances this set. Now he's all the way to the regional finals. Jack has proven that he's able to go toe-to-toe with NA's greats, and is here to show that his rise to the top hasn't stopped.
Wan Iverson was the rookie of the set from Monsters Attack. He's shown that he can cap boards with the best of them with a 27% first place rate on ladder. I checked the top 50 of Challenger to see if anyone had a better win rate, and there was one person. It's Wation's second account.
All right, and here we go into game number 2 of day number 1 for this one. We're going to be cutting 8 players a day, so we're whittling down this field of 24 to 16 players. And Casa, as we've kicked this off so far, The last lobby was the one that you and I were pretty focused in on this one in our off game, and Toronto Tokyo was pretty far ahead for most of the time. Like, he closed the game on a big win streak from like stage 4 and stage 5.
Yeah, and it was actually playing Shurima, which has been a little bit less popular recently. I think it has a lot of trouble into the multicasters because you don't get a lot of value out of the actual ascending, right? You don't get the heals, you're not getting a lot of ticks. And then when you go to 9 Shurima, it's kind of like playing 6 Shurima because making it to that second ascent just doesn't happen enough against all the damage in the meta.
Yeah.
However, he did get a little help from Kurum playing a Rek'Sai reroll that was gobbling up all the multicaster players. And because Toronto had such a big lead, once he got to the end game and playing against Kurum, that was an easy matchup and able to grab that first. So very cool to see.
It was really surprising to me too, because Kurum, I don't think was like intending to go that direction, but he just like kept naturaling Cho'Gath, and then it got to this point where it's like, well, I guess there's not really much else I can do. And then once he went into stage 4, he just had a bunch of Rek'Sais floating around. It's like, well, I guess I don't really have anything to do at this point. It all got kind of like was cobbled together, is what it felt like from Kurum's point of view.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The last few times that I've seen Rek'Sai in tournaments done really well. Regionals in China had a top 2 performance. And then I saw in the kind of mock tournament, there was also a top 2 performance by Goobums on a Rek'Sai reroll. And then we just saw Kurum have a good result on a Rek'Sai reroll. So she's kind of popped up occasionally in that 6 bruiser setup as being a carry that can actually get you very, very good performances. And we'll have to keep our eyes on that. I think it's mainly the multicaster matchup that kind of allows her to get there. But admirable, you know, we got Rupture into Hall of 9. So we will be seeing, you know, the big power spikes coming through, but everyone gets that even power spike, which is nice. And just taking a look at Legends, I think that's a big thing to talk about, right? Our first game of the day, looking at Lobby B. And we've got, you know, 5 Earth, 2 Ezreal, 1 Twisted Fate at this point.
Yeah, so after game number 1, we were looking at what Legends all the players are playing. Earth is the most popular one, but the TF to Ezreal choice is actually 2-1 in game number 1. I'm curious to see if that leans more towards Ezreal. Because as I feel like I've been seeing more players lean towards Ezreal because the extra items you get give you like a pseudo dependency on finding the right items that you want, and at the same time you also get more items early on. So if you want to change direction because, you know, maybe the line's just not there, or you have so many good units to go another direction, you have that ability, and it basically just comes down to like more items equals more power. So why try to mold your items in a specific direction if you can just simply have more power throughout the game?
Yeah, and I mean, we've even seen Jack in this game was Twisted Fate in game number 1, has already swapped to Ezreal. So similar play style the Ezreal and the Twisted Fate have, but Jack kind of deciding, hey, maybe Ezreal actually is the way to go, swaps off it after kind of a rough game 1. So we do see Toronto Tokyo does pop their Earth Helm right away, and Bruiser has been one of the options that's been pretty prevalent. We see this kind of Bruiser flex into maybe a Zir plus an additional carry in the mid to late game.
Yeah.
It's actually what initially Kurum was kind of leaning towards in the previous game, where he got an early Bruiser crest, but ended up leaning towards that Rek'Sai because he was just naturaling a lot of early Cho'Gath and a lot of early Rek'Sais. So
yeah,
we'll see what direction we go with on Toronto Tokyo side.
I always feel like that I want to like kind of reverse criticize all of the tome popping early stuff where players are like, oh, you just hit Demacia and go, and I'm like, well, you do have to hit the Demacia one. Like when you miss the Demacia thing, you still have to play the game. You can't just like concede to be like, well, let's try again. You still have to play it, and I think that this is like a really underrated skill in TFT, is like performing well in the face of bad luck. Like that's a very useful thing to have. Like if your spot is doomed and you turn an 8th place finish into a 6th place finish, that's plus 2 points in a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely massive. And I mean, I know you're talking about the tomes in a different context, but as we're kind of looking at these tomes, we should mention kind of which players are ending up where.
Yeah.
And, you mentioned, hey, the Demacia high roll just hit. Well, their Soap's got it, right? He's got it right there on this board with the Cho'Gath.
I'm prophetic with the
now
matchups
in
they're
this
going to be
early stages of the
facing.
game. Yeah.
So Replay kicked off with a 4th place finish in that first game. He's the lone TF player in this lobby, but doesn't go with the Pandora's items at the start of this one. It's feeling like sometimes it's just a little bit too strong to go that direction, and it's time to shake things up a little bit. I still think that he's going to be leaning towards this multicaster idea, but it's kind of hard to turn down certain types of augments at times.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times people in the multicaster line really do value 2 healthy, which I believe is the augment that's picked here. Like 2 healthy perfected repetition are kind of just like the 2 really, really broken things with multicasters. So Replay just seeing that powerful augment decides that, okay, multicaster line, I'll just take this. It'll give me a lot of power, and potentially can find other augments or just more items late in the game. Hall of the Nine also just going to give you more resources, and potentially, you know, Replay playing around just high rolling into additional items from Hall of the Nine. It's very likely that you're going to get, you know, something like that throughout the game. So I kind of like this spot. Just take the really, really powerful augment that is given to you. It's also very good early game, just since you're going to be playing a lot of 2-cost units, right? So you just get a lot of extra HP. So really like that from Replay. I think it's a good adaptation, and as you said, I mean, a solid game 1, right? I mean, just where you want to be, top 4ing throughout the day is pretty ideal. So Replay just continuing to try and play these consistent lines.
Yeah, so 2 things that I want to go into here real quick while we're on Carousel, which is talking about 4 multicaster. The first thing is that we are on patch 13.2, so the multicaster nerf has not been put into place yet. That's why you're going to be seeing it, I think, pretty frequently throughout the weekend. Number 2 is the data on 4 multicaster. So on the previous patch, on 13.2, the average for 4 multicaster was 3.96. When you add in the augment to healthy, it spikes to 3.37. Okay, I will skip Pandora's items for that big of an average improvement on my augments. That is why Replay is taking 2 healthy for the multicaster composition there.
That is pretty solid. Taking a look at T-Lides. This is our other Demacia player from the Earth Pops. I just wanted to quickly cover, I was just taking stock of all the emblems that we saw from the Pops while we were on that carousel. Goobums on Shurima, so we'll see potentially, you know, the Shurima line from there. Weijin ended up going for Ionia, so looking towards the Vanquishers for Weijin. And then, you know, we had the 2 Demacia players on Dish Soap and T-Lides, and then Toronto Tokyo, we already saw his Bruiser earlier on. So that's kind of where we stand on the Pops. We kind of see that early direction and see if any creativity comes from it, but generally it's just looking for the verticals. Outside of maybe Shurima has some interesting spots that you can play, but that one also tends to like just going towards the vertical, maybe stopping at 6.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable spot to stop at as well. You know, it's kind of, it can definitely be hard to get to 9 units in play at times. And when that's the case, it's like, well, you know, you got to make the best of what you have. You know, again, kind of playing the best in the face of like a bad luck scenario. Sometimes your luck's really not that bad at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a 4 streak. This is a 5 streak potential here.
Yeah. He probably gets it. I mean, look at this board. This is very, very powerful, right? Being able to put the Bruiser emblem on your front line with the Aurelia and Zorelia 2. Your back line's upgraded with the Cassio and the Samira. I mean, this is really, really solid. The only thing missing is just like a 3rd Noxus here, which would have been quite nice. But outside of that, I mean, this is just a really, really solid board. And Weijin, I mean, this is a good board too, for sure. But I just don't know that the Ionia Last Whisper Malzahar can actually output as much damage as the backline that Toronto has. But it's actually a pretty close fight so far, all things considered. And there's the shot from Jin. Is going to make it actually quite tight, trying to keep this win streak. But it looks like Cassiopeia should just be able to clean this up.
Oh.
Stop the Jin cast. That was the big scary thing at the very end there. Actually got very close to Weijin snapping this streak, but Toronto gets it.
I feel like that's the common Jin right there, is the watch this, and then he doesn't do anything.
What was the quote? There was like a quote from Deepe where it was just like, this Jin unit would be so much better if his ultimate red just keep auto attacking. It was like oh yeah, I
understand.
I mean, there's definitely spots that feel like that for sure.
I understand. So I'm Jack, coming off of an 8th place in the first game. This is going to be a very tight weekend. You know, to get to this tournament, like theoretically, you had to be top 24 in the North American region. So someone's got to be someone's got to be last place out of all this, all things considered. But I really want to emphasize how close the skill edge is, I think, amongst the competitors here. When you're that good to get to this point, it's just like, how much of a difference can the other players really have over you if you're not just having a rough day for you? Like, if everyone's performing pretty well, this is just going to be a tough one. As Hall of the Nine spits out a spatula.
Oh no!
Holy
Earth players
smokes!
Thriving right now. Earth players are so stoked.
What in the world?
I think especially Goobums likes this, right? Because he can actually make the Shurima spat. I mean, I guess also Weijin with the Ionia, he could potentially make another Ionia, or he can make a Vanquisher spat, which is also going to be quite good for Weijin. But yeah, those two really liking the spatula to help with their verticals, whereas like Demacia, there's things you can make, but you can't make another Demacia emblem, so you can't get that like full value that you really want out of this spatula. definitely better for the Earth players who ended up on lines that have craftable emblems.
The thing about it is that if you're on the 9 Demacia idea, let's just say you get +2 Demacia, it's still pretty tough to get to level 9. You still have to get there.
Of course.
Earth's grab bag at Prismatic just gives you a spatula. So if you can get +2 Demacia and Earth's grab bag pops up on a Prismatic at 4-2, you just have to get to level 8 all of a sudden. That's a very massive, it's +80 gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually really huge for the Earth players with this, floating spatula. It's a really good thing that you bring up is they might just hold the spatula to 4-2. It's probably worthwhile unless you have a very, very strong slam with it, which is unlikely for these Demacia players, that you just wait till 4-2, and if you high roll a Prismatic Augment, you get to make that attack crown like you're saying, and that allows you to kind of fit that 9 a lot easier. So really, really cool spot. We see Jack going for the reroll. He ends up pushing towards Bronze Ticket because he is playing, leaning towards this kind of multicaster board that he's got through the Vel'Koz, but not hitting a lot. It's a little bit more just Sork leaning at the time. We'll see where Jack ends up with this after the reroll. I mean, it feels like multis, but there's a Silco that could, influence his decision.
So a lot going on here. This bottom left replays on just a big push with the gold here. Very common for the multicaster lines. You just kind of shove your gold all in, you try to 2-star your board, and then you ride the strength of what you have to recover that gold loss that you shoved into the middle there. So I wanted to talk about the Prismatic thing a little bit because the outcome of it is still pretty rare at this point. When you start with a gold and a silver augment, Prismatic is like a 9-to-1, I think, on gold. So it's going to be pretty rare that pops up, but if it pops up, oh my gosh, I'm so afraid for the players who do not have the liberty to make such ridiculous broken use of level 9.
Yeah, it will certainly be rough for them, especially, I mean, we saw the power of 9 Demacia in the last game, being able to find that first for Soju. I mean, his board was just miles above the next player in that lobby, and certainly that power is immense. Take a look at Vision. He's found a Neela, so already has Ionia Neela online and can start to move towards the higher power picks. I mean, this is only on level 6, so Vision, I think, really happy to find that on level 6. It just kind of helps him ramp up. His front line, could be better, but at least he has 2 upgraded units, right? Upgraded set on stage 3 is fantastic. So it's not a bad spot at all for Vision. As we see, it looked like a couple red buffs. The silver augments overall, I didn't see anything too crazy. T-Lide's getting a +1 Slayer for the Demacia line, though, is actually quite good at silver power.
That's very powerful because Force Slayer, I think, is a pretty important trait for, let's say, that just like on 7 Demacia, for instance, getting a Fourth Slayer in play it requires you typically to go to level 8, and so when you have that instead, that's just a major power boost. Like, you can kind of take your time to get there, which lets you take your time again. So when you get to take your time a lot, you save up a lot of gold, and when you save up a lot of gold, you get to do more powerful things. So I'm curious to see if T-Lides can actually turn that into a major boost in potential, as we're starting to see this lobby create a massive divide between the top and the bottom here. Jack down to 42 HP.
Another big note is actually Toronto Tokyo, who grabbed the Bruiser off of the Tome, actually getting another +1 Bruiser.
Oh my gosh.
I have a really easy time fitting 6 Bruiser. And, it's weird with Bruisers, like, you don't want to drop the extra, 6th Bruiser a lot of the time, because, having the Bruiser on board is good, right? It's a lot of stats, right? So
it's great, but, I'll see you later, Vi. We have a Scion that showed up.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, there's still, once you get to that late game, there are still some units that you're like, okay, well, yeah, bye, Vi, we'll drop you. We'll get something else that's better. So for now, you get to have 6 Bruiser in the early game, right? At level 6, which is pretty good to have 6 Bruiser at level 6. Yeah. And then, as you said, late game, yeah, you can drop this Vi off once you've kind of scaled up and have a lot of strong carry. So rarely good Bruiser spot for Toronto Tokyo. Already found the Sejuani on 6, found 6 Bruiser on 6.
Wow.
This is our Earth players are kind of eaten, and it feels like our multicaster players are eating damage, is what it seems like so far in this lobby.
Gosh.
I haven't seen the multis hitting too hard yet, so we'll see if one of them can actually find those 3 stars and really start to pop off.
Toronto Tokyo's matchups have been kind of weird so far. It's like it feels like he's either going to auto win them, or it's like, why now? Dish Soap is the one player you don't want to face right now. He just leveled to 7 and spent all his gold. So
just 2-star to Quinn.
For Toronto Tokyo, it's he's kind of taken his time now because he doesn't have a massive incentive to do something. And this is I think the most damage that typically you're going to take with a board that strong is a 3-unit loss. Like, it's not something to be like, oh my gosh, I'm so unlucky. But the timing of that's, I think, pretty rough considering like the actual line that Toronto Tokyo chose to go in that direction for it. So we're getting a look at Goobum's spot now, and Goobum's starting off with a Shurima spatula and then being able to craft another one because of that Hall of the Nine. This is a really big deal for Goobum's because I think without this power, really the Shurima line like seems to struggle a little bit. I feel like having that extra Shurima spatula let him go to 7 and start pushing.
Yeah, and I think, Goobums is someone we kind of feel like is a massive threat in this tournament, right? I think he's been very good on the Earth line for a while, and people are starting to recognize that, hey, this might be the best line, and I think Goobums has some of the most experience playing it and understands the verticals a lot better than a lot of other players. So I think that, Earth being meta is kind of advantageous for Goobums, but he started off with the 7th place, right? So he needs a big game to just kind of feel good about the tournament, right? You don't want to start out with 2 bad games. It's okay to have a bad game at the start of the tournament, but 2 of them it adds up. It starts to feel really rough on your mental. You start to panic a little bit. So I think Goobums coming in, having, 2 Shurima emblems, he's really good at actually capping this 9 Shurima. I think if anyone's going to make 9 Shurima succeed, Goobums is the player I feel most confident in watching that happen.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that whatsoever. And in fact, I really want to emphasize the Earth point on that one because Goobums is actually the reason so early in the patch that I found out that Earth was good. He pointed it out, and then I started taking that observation. I was like, wait a minute. A lot of the best finishers are using Earth in other regions. And then that kind of very quickly crept into NA's meta game at that point. But he was one of the first players I saw to even use it. And then furthermore, he was the player who pointed it out to me.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's early adopter, definitely. And that's just more items being picked up for these players. Hall of the Nine.
Oh, that is crazy!
Hall of the Nine is a fun portal. Fun portal, honestly.
Hall of the Nine is so frustrating to play when you have like a set line in place, but when you're watching it happen, you're like, oh yes!
It's exciting. Orn Anvil coming through. I mean, Kurum finds anima trickster snipers. I guess snipers, because it actually goes really well with the other 2 items. His Azir is actually going to be hitting very hard with that snipers. I like this for Kurum. His front line's still a little soft, but he was able to find some items for this Nasus. He's contested on the units by Goobums, but he's already on a pair of Azirs, so like he's at least kind of close on this level 7, and he's been able to put his comp together. I feel like in Swain 2 with Shurima in early stage 4 is also going to be a really good boon to his front line.
Free healing.
Overall, I think Kurum's spot's not bad. It's pretty good.
I think Kurum's spot's pretty good. In fact, I think that this is one of the lines that Kurum probably has a ton of experience on. We talked about in the previous game, Kurum's a player who doesn't really like to play reroll compositions. He was kind of pressed into it in the previous game. But he was like holding on to an Azir for like as long as he could. He's like, no, I'm going to go Azir. He's like standing there with a 3-star Cassiopeia that has full items on it, and he's just hanging on to Azir like, no, I'm going to play Azir. I'm going to play Azir. Like, he just had that much faith in it. So to see him here now in this spot, I think it's pretty easy for him to justify that spot. And now with the support coming out of this third augment he's taken here, I feel like Chalice is about the best you're going to get in these spots where like damage is really the one thing I think this composition is going to lack. So when you can supplement the time with extra damage right away, I really feel like you're making use out of what's available to you in a spot like that.
Yeah, I feel like once this is Azir too, he's going to be slapping, right? He's got the AP from the Chalice joining up with, Guard Breaker, Snipers Focus, Shiv. I think it's a pretty good build for this Azir to actually just be chunking a ton of damage. And I feel like Kurum's spot is just going to evolve even more. We saw replay rerolling for the multis in the corner of our screen. It looked like he did find some upgrades, and that's kind of why you're seeing Jack just dive bomb towards 8th here, is he was also on the multicaster line and just could not hit to save him at all. And it does look like that was just Jack falling. Yet another 8th place for him in the first 2 games. A very rough start to the regional for Jack.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in too, because you also have to consider that playing the multicaster line in the spot, one of the things you take the most advantage of is players simply not having as much available to them as they typically would have. Your resources are spent very efficiently, and thus you have more victories in rounds. When everyone's getting a boost in power level because they're just getting more stuff, in this case it's just been items across the board, that narrows that gap tremendously. Not only that, but you're also playing against the strongest players that NA has to offer at this point. So that gap is now narrowed even more. And so when you have 2 things that are working against that, I think it's hard for multis to really put together a very decisive, distinct win in a situation like that. Just kind of bad luck, I think.
Looks like we're going to be jumping on board. There are 2 Shurima players going up against each other. Deathfire Grasp picked up for Goobums off of the kind of Hall of the Nine anvil that came through. That's another great item to be slamming onto an Azir. I'm actually not sure whether snipers or Deathfire is better for Azir. I'd have to imagine Deathfire is just that powerful that it feels a little bit better, but Sniper is also just a really solid Azir item. So both of them kind of got, you know, what they wanted out of that, you know, birthday present that the Hall of the Nine sent towards them.
I think that the Deathfire Grasp is like a little bit weaker because, again, it's like you don't have like necessarily the immediate damage that you're getting from it, but it's still a good AP item. There's no question about that. And then the Gifts of the Fallen there, I feel like in a matchup like that where Azir's typically going to find itself in these situations where it's either slightly outnumbered at the end and he can still pick off wins, or you're just way ahead. Every single time a unit dies, you're just getting more stuff and then more stuff and more stuff. Gifts of the Fallen is so fantastic as the game scales. You just get more stuff constantly. It's one of the reasons that that Augment is so good in these lobbies. Just, you know, more stuff equals more stuff, and that is, you know, kind of the nature of how power level works. Multiplicative is just almost going to be better. So we see Dishop get to 8 here. Heimerdinger now online. This is going to be a big investment, but that's, I think, something that he can easily work towards at this point, because the one thing he's lacking right now is power, so he needs to get 2-star stuff, but he feels like he's pretty far away from 2-star stuff at the point. So, you know, start loading up a Heimerdinger. Maybe this can give you the power you need to start pushing through a lot of these teams.
Admirable look. Dish took library card on 4-2 and just binked the Demacia emblem. As this Demacia Ari with Mana Zane online. This is some spicy stuff. I think that the 1-star Ari is going to start to fall off pretty soon here, but
oh yeah,
you know, Dish has been able to hold on to 53 HP. He's still winning some rounds in stage 4.
My gosh.
He's able to go to level 8, so his shop odds are going to be a little bit better. If he can go to 9, he's got 9 Demacia on deck. So Dish, I mean, I like his spot for sure. He might just get gifted another spatula from Hall of the Nine, and then boom, instantly there's your 9 Demacia. So his outs are set up for him, and he's near the top of the table in HP. He doesn't have the 2 stars, so he might start getting smacked in stage 5, but I don't know. That spot's looking really scary.
The spot is incredibly scary for it, and I want to like take that as like a moment of outside the game strategy real quick. If you have a line that's not that bad and it has a chance to just flat out give you a mega advantage, learn how to take those. That is probably the biggest lack of strategy I had my entire life until I started looking at how data worked, which we just didn't have way back in the day. We were like, you know, doing the numbers by hand and like, you know, having like we weren't even using like a TI-83 calculators and stuff like that. We didn't have them on our phone. You know, we didn't even have the phone. We were like picking it up and dialing the numbers and stuff like
Admirable
that.
was using an abacus to calculate like augment odds.
T-Line's looking pretty rough on this one. This spot is just not as good as everybody else's. I don't think that it's quite lining up. He's missing some 2-star stuff. The lobby is stacked in power right now. This is one of those lobbies I think that like if you're making it to the bot 4, honestly, it's like it's just kind of bad luck. This lobby is jacked, and that's why it's Hall of the Nine. I honestly am curious why players keep voting for this Hall of the Nine, because every single time I watch someone stream, they whine about it.
It was Rupture. They didn't.
Well, don't vote for Rupture then. What the heck? They complain about RNG, and then they vote for the RNG portal.
Yeah, they voted Rupture, and they just got yeeted to Hall of Nine.
That's their own fault.
I mean, I agree. They asked for this. All right, what is it? Okay, it's a bunch of gold. All right. Well,
a bunch of gold. The
so
exact thing that all the players needed to bolster their power even more.
Yeah, trying to push to 9, bunch of gold is nice, but Dish did not get his immediate crazy out that he was looking for. And as I said, he did get smacked, right? Dish, the gold might help him find the upgrades he needs to 2-star the board, but level 9 is still a little bit out of reach for Dish though, because his board just isn't strong enough for him to just econ to 9 here. He needs to find upgrades.
Goobens is looking pretty good in this one, though. These are some nice item panouts I think that he's come up with here. Still missing the 2-star Jarvan, which is a very big deal. He's starting to collect to have that 9 Shurima go up right away. Yeah, this is not a board I think he's very afraid of right now. If you last for like a bit, that's when you can take over. But I'll say that Multicaster's doing a pretty good job chewing through this.
That's getting really close. Actually, Multis is going to win that. I mean, I think the extra bulkiness from 2 healthy helping out for sure, but also having LDP is just massive in that composition, because 2 of your multicasters just get to share all that ability power. Becomes so much stronger. So, it looks like one of our multicaster players has pulled things together. Replay finding some 3 stars. He's still at 50 HP, and he's going to start hitting people really hard. It's a terrifying matchup. I wanted to note quickly, though, before we move on from Goobums, if he can hit that 2-star Jarvan, it gets the Radiant Warmogs as well from Demacia, and then it has Shurima on it. So the front line of Shurima, Jarvan, Shurima, Sejuani, both of them just benefiting from all that HP so much. I mean, I think those are insane units to get your emblems on.
Yeah. I also want to note here, if you're not up to date with how the support items are working right now, Chalice is 2 spots horizontally, so that, yes, he is buffing the Azir with this one. Critical round here for both of the players, though. Liquid Replay, he needs to continue to hang on, and Liquid Kurum X, he really needs to pick up a win here. Big swap onto Sejuani this round, and it looks like Sejuani is holding up right now. She is not going anywhere. Oh, the TF! Oh, it really was. Oh, it had items
here. The huge difference, Admirable, between Kurum and Goobums, because it's essentially the same comp that just had that fight, right? The big difference is that Dragon Claw on Sejuani in the front line. It made dividends in that fight and allowed Kurum to pick up that win where Goobums could not quite find it.
My gosh, it's just the fights are so close at this point. And we're about to head into Carousel. If T-Lights can hang on, we're going to have 7 players left on a Stage 5 Carousel. And I'm going to say that, like, on the amount of divide we've had in power from top to bottom, and then in addition to that, the bolstered amount of stuff from Hall of the Nine, I feel like it'd be pretty surprising to see 7 players left at this Stage 5 Carousel.
Yeah, I mean, T-Lide's in a lot of danger, right? Rolled to 0 gold. We see the board power at 52. It's kind of average for the lobby. It's not near the top. See Replay versus Toronto Tokyo here. Once again, having an Azir versus a multicaster matchup. But this is the bruisers. This is kind of the tech that we were looking for as we jump over to T-Lides just to see if he can actually survive this round. He does have 7 Demacia, 4 Slayer in. That Mordekaiser's very strong, but now he's being targeted by the Azir. He's going to go down. It's just up to the Slayer. It's up to the last cast from the Quinn, and it doesn't get there. Looks like Azir takes it down. T-Lides barely survives here in Stage 5, so he will make it to the Carousel as Dish Soap drops down to 7 HP.
Dish Soap is walking around, too. He's looking for something. What matters in a spot like this? There's beelines for the Shojin here. Oh, Replay getting more AP on that TF. That's a big deal because that TF's holding a Sorcerer Spat as well. Or I'm going to pick up the Juggernaut Spatula. Why not?
Goobum's last one left. Shurima emblem's still there if he wants it.
Why not?
Like, I suppose I'll take a third. Like, Kurum decided 2 was enough. Like, I don't want more than that. Yeah, but there we go. 3 of them for Goobums. We'll see where that ends up later.
Dish
but right
Soap.
now, I mean, the focus should be Dish and T-Lides here at the bottom.
I mean, what are you supposed to do against this?
Oh, he made it to 9.
Yeah, he just saved up his gold and punched.
I mean, his board still looks incredibly fake. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Well, hang on a second. How does it look now?
what? Just the 9 Demacia? I mean,
Yeah.
it's a 1-star board. It's a 1-star board.
Oh.
If Dish can live in 2-star some of this, he might be okay. But Replay, I mean, this is a lot of damage coming from the Maltese. Like, do they resist from 9 Demacia do enough? The answer might very well be yes, right? It might be yes, but it is still a hard ask to come through. And it looks like the damage is there. The damage is there. 9 Demacia, it's enough.
It's
1-star
so
board,
good.
it doesn't matter.
You get so many Radiant items. What are you supposed to do against it?
It's still, I still think Dish is incredibly beatable right now. He can still bot 4 for sure.
Oh, you could still lose games. That's the thing. This power level of the lobby, it's like once 9 Demacia, the power spike is 9 Demacia. The rest of the stuff is like, I don't want to say it's irrelevant, but honestly, it's just not as important as 9 Demacia. Hall of the Nine is gifted players a lot of additional things. So that gap gets closed from the top where the ceiling is, from the floor. That floor has been raised up quite a bit right now. So because Dish Soap is lacking a bunch of 2-stars, and because he might, I haven't taken a look at his items too closely, but because he might be lacking some ideal items, because he's just trying to get to level 9 once he gets to that 4-2 spot, it's very possible that he can be defeated. One round loss, and Dish Soap is out. He's got to win out.
Yeah, I mean, if they let him live too long, he'll probably win this lobby. If he finds enough upgrades to add to this, right? 9 Demacia is just so strong. He's almost there, but he is missing those upgrades, and so now is the time someone has to beat him. Replay barely holds on, survives against Goobums, right? That is a good matchup for the Maltese, right? We talked about how Shurima can struggle there as Dish Soap did lose. Dish Soap went down. Someone took him out. Someone stopped him before he could full cap out that board because he was a big threat to win this lobby after hitting that 9 Demacia.
Who did he lose to?
I didn't see. We'll see. Production might be able to give us the note as who was able to beat Dish. If they can't find it, that's all right. We'll just look around. I mean, realistically, Goobums feels strong, but he still lost the multicaster. Shurima's still kind of showing that weakness. Toronto Tokyo's on the Bruisers, which should be able to beat the multicasters as this game continues on.
Yeah, we go.
Looks like Toronto Tokyo was the one who beat Dish Soap. So Toronto Tokyo's Bruiser board. He found the Rek'Sai 3. Is Rek'Sai just broken? Is she just nuts?
Rek'Sai, the thing that Rek'Sai, I think, needs is she needs to have 6 Bruiser at the side. I feel like if you don't have 6 Bruiser, it's not going to work. And then furthermore, you need to have proper items on this. Sterak's is, I think, a very important item. And I think that, you know, kind of looking at all things, this might be best in slot in this particular lobby because you're just able to powerhouse your way through front lines that are pretty stacked right now. Furthermore, I think it was this understanding that the Shurima strategist ended up being a big deal in this line as well because you just now have backline power in addition to this. So this is Bruiser Emblem onto a Mordekaiser that's pretty fully stacked. This is fully stacked Rek'Sai 3, and this is the understanding of the backline with a Giant Slayer, with an Archangels, and with a Sniper's Focus in this one. Toronto Tokyo has put together about the best Bruiser line that you can have.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about the Rek'Sai because we were kind of making jokes about every time we see her popping off, but really it is this Azir, it is this Mordekaiser. This is the Azir Bruiser flex that people have been talking about. This fight was a loss, which is really interesting for us to talk about Wei Jin's board as well, but Toronto Tokyo has an incredibly strong board put together. This has kind of been taking over in China. You find that early Bruiser, you flex into an Azir board late game with an additional carry, this time Mordekaiser, who carries that Bruiser emblem really well. So Toronto Tokyo has put together what is considered one of the top comps right now, if you can find that line, especially one that's not a reroll line in general. As we take a look at Wei Jin, who found a 3-star set for the front line and is on 6 Vanquisher, 6 Ionia. This is so powerful.
Yeah, I'm very curious where he wants to go with this as well, because Wei Jin Iverson, I think, is one of the best players at capping out boards and understanding when he's able to do that. I think that's proven by his ladder win rate. It's enormous. So when I look at this and I see him not spending his gold, he's looking at different angles. What should I do and when's the best time to do it? And I think that he might be looking at 3-starring a 4-cost here because everyone else's board is ridiculous. Level 9's not going to do it. So what does he have to do? And the answer is find a better carry than what everyone else has. My gosh. Everyone's dropping quickly now. Kurum is going to go down in what looks like 5th place here as everyone else is picking it up. So for Toronto Tokyo, coming up with a loss in that one. Kurum down in 5th place. He had 2nd place in the first game. And Wei Jin Iverson now, he looks at this and he goes, yep, I think I need to just get better stuff here. So I think the time is now.
Yeah, Wei Jin actually going to start sending it, trying to look for upgrades. I mean, it's a big thing to note is Toronto Tokyo's board is so incredibly strong, but because we're Hall of the 9, even though that board from Toronto Tokyo looks like it could win lobbies, it probably could win a lot of normal lobbies. But because we're in Hall of the 9, a lot of people have a lot more power, and what Wei Jin has is even scary, and Wei Jin just took a loss. So there's even scarier things out there that exist. I think Goobums actually has really good matchups left, except for Replay. So if Replay goes down, Goobums is in a really good position to win this lobby.
Here we go, Wei Jin Iverson. He's going to be in this round no matter what. My eyes are set on the left side here. Toronto Tokyo is still hunting down back-to-back first-place finishes in this one. Rek'Sai on the back line. It does not look like it's getting the job done. Ooh, that is a tough board to beat on Goobam's side. My goodness.
Yeah, it's coming to a head, right? This is going to be Replay versus Goobums as far as the best board at the moment, and it's only because Replay playing the multicasters has a good matchup into the Shurima. Yep. If you can get the double ascend on units, then Goobum's board is just too insane, but multicasters tend to do enough damage very quickly that the second ascend doesn't come through, and it's essentially just a 6 Shurima board. So that's the big thing to watch out for. Goobums finding that Dragon Claw is so big for Goobums. It can help this Cassante get to the double ascend, and that can be the big difference maker. He's also upgrading these legendaries. This is an exception where I think Nightstreama has the bulk. I think he should have enough bulk to beat Replay. It might still be close, but there's 2 D-Claws on this front line.
This is pretty ridiculous. Like, if this doesn't beat the multicasters here, honestly, I'd be a little bit surprised. I agree. The exception to this is 2 things, which is number 1, long distance pals here, a big difference, and then number 2, it is a 3-star TF that's holding a sorcerer spat, and he's got the Mana Zane on Vel'Koz. So enough critical strike damage to get it done here. But look at Wei Jin Iverson's side. Look at that back right corner right now.
Oh, he 3-starred it. We didn't even see it happen, but he 3-starred the... Oh my god, this I almost lost. Oh, he 3-starred the Xayah, and it almost still lost
My gosh.
to the power that was these multicasters. I mean, you were just talking about that critical massive ability power on these multis, and the Vel'Koz almost one-shots a 3-star Xayah.
And I do want to give some credit here to Replay in that one, though, because on the carousel, he denied a Xayah. He was looking through, he denied a Xayah. He picked up like a Last Whisper or something, whatever the freak it was. And it didn't matter at all. He just said, this is a Xayah. I can't let Wan Iverson have this. He tried to deny it, and Wan Iverson ended up finding this anyway. It's just everything is lined up perfectly for this, and I'm telling you, Wan Iverson gets it. He knows the lines to take that can find victories, and that is such an important skill.
He's so good at capping, but this is 9 Shurima. Curious if Cassante can make anything happen. It doesn't look like it. He's still stuck in the middle of the board.
Woo!
Everything's getting pushed back, but the Xayah's still alive. Plenty of damage to come through, and the front line was able to hold strong. So Goobump's going to take a loss. It looks like he can live this one, and then it's going to be one last fight in stage 7. Goobumps doesn't seem to be close to 3-starring any crazy units, right? He pushed to 9. That's where his gold went, where Weijin stayed on 8 and rolled, and he was able to find that Xayah 3 very close to the Shen 3 as well.
Hall of the 9 is still a thing that exists, mind you, but I'm going to be honest with you. It is really tough to overcome this 3-star Xayah.
You know who's out?
I don't.
2-star Cassante off the Hall of the 9. Find 2 more. That's his out.
Oh,
Hall of
and he
9.
drops a champion duplicator here?
Yeah, I mean, right, and then you just need to find 1.
Yeah, you just will it into existence. Here we go.
Nah, just gold.
Gold?
All right. I mean, I think. I mean, he's going to try. He's going to try. It's his best out, but I just think finding that 3-star 5 cost at this point, very unlikely,
Yeah,
not
Swift.
close enough. There he goes. I mean, he's found 6
Oh my
Cassante.
gosh.
Maybe he just sells board. I mean, he's not winning. We'll see.
No. You can't just sell board. You have to give it a try, right?
All right, he's going to give it a shot.
You do get a little bit of additional help here. Yeah, this is not near enough.
But it feels like
I don't
Weijin
think it
got
is
there.
anyway.
I mean, we talked him up. We talked how good he is at capping boards, recognizing that level 8 was the best way. He has all his traits online. He doesn't need another trait. He just needed to find some upgraded units to close this out, and he found it. Cassante not able to get the job done here. Xayah gonna pull things together, and Weijin Iverson gonna find a first place here in game number 2.
What a player that Wan Iverson is here. Coming off of this incredibly stacked lobby, you're playing an old school line here, and you look at the lobby and you go, wait a minute, nobody's buying this 4-cost unit. All the 4 costs are out of the pool for tanks and stuff. Yeah, I'll go for the Xayah real quick. Nails it.
And we've seen this a few times as well, that like Xayah, just Vanquishers in general, what great access that they have to the backline to be able to take down something like the multicasters, and seems like that just might be the call. But talking to him even earlier on today, Casanova, Urf also just what a dominant presence we've seen this legend have in all of these lobbies so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been massive. I think, we're seeing the success of Urf. Of course, this lobby was very Urf favored. There was a spatula drop early on. I think the extra resources were kind of helping the Urf players out a little bit more than they were helping the TF or the Ezreal players. But Replay even did top 4 in this game, and it was very, very close to actually getting further. He almost beat Weijin in that fight as soon as the Xayah got hit. I mean, it was just a couple damage short. He had hit that critical massive AP. So even with Urf kind of having this dominance, we're still seeing, Twisted Fate with Replay putting together the multicaster composition. And once, I'm Jack fell early on, multicaster was uncontested, and Replay's able to make it work.
It still seems to be the dichotomy. Either you go 8th or you go top 4 is kind of what we're really seeing with that line of play right now. But one thing's for sure too is that the meta's still kind of wide open. We're seeing proof of that from what Weijin played, what Toronto Tokyo played with the Bruiser front line, and we're gonna go ahead and take a look at the scoreboards as well, because we had our other lobbies finish up. We were following lobby B for the second game, but let's check out what's happening everywhere else, Admirable.
Yeah, David Ace coming off of this, a big one here in LCQ as well, getting to the regionals from that and picking up a win in the second lobby. Connor as well, another finish in this one, and then seeing Setsugo in the top 4, Darth Nub in the top 4 there, Solus another bottom 4 for him, and Robin, it's a rough start to the day. And over at lobby C, DQA picking up a victory in that lobby. I swear it does not matter how prepped or unprepped DQA is, he's always a threat to win the tournament, which is the most bizarre thing in the world. Like, I don't get it.
He's been to Worlds twice. He'll do it again.
Another time.
try and stop him. He'll do it again.
Yeah, third time's the charm sometimes too. So maybe this is going to be the one for him. But I mean, you have to give so much credit to the other players that I've been able to like keep up the consistency. I mean, take a look at Soju right there too, right?
Yeah.
He went first and now he's getting third. He just seems to be at the top of his game right now. Maybe this is going to be another great tournament finish for him. But we also have to see some of these other players pick up the pace a little bit. Robin Song's just not off to a fantastic start. I'm Jack as well, seems to be struggling a little bit with this current patch, and Vanilla in the same boat here, Casanova.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it definitely hurts to have a 8-8 start, especially Jack going 8-8 in this lobby. But the lobbies will reshuffle. We've got a chance to kind of change things around. We saw Jack already pivot Legends. We'll see if he sticks with the Ezreal, changes it up. It seemed like his game plan has been multicasters, but the tempo of the lobby has been too fast. He's not hitting. He's contested. He's just not been the one to be able to find the units, and he's not putting together strong enough boards. So something's got to change for Jack going forward, and we'll just see if he can pull it together. Also, you mentioned Soju, want to call it, like, he was doing incredibly well in the mock tournament. So coming in, it's not too unexpected that he's popping off, and it's exciting that, hey, Soju's putting it together. He's had a great set. We'll see if he can close it out.
Yeah, we also got word this morning that Soju had said that he felt like something clicked this morning as well, where it's like, oh, I get it now. Like, something happened and he gets it now. Like, that's feeling like a common thing for Soju as well, is that it's almost like he like brute forces his way into the understanding of it because he plays the game all the time. And so once that gets to that feeling, he's going to know what's happening in that one. But I also want to emphasize the difference in like the player skill, and like having a bad start or having 8th, it does not mean that you're a bad player by this means. I super want to emphasize this because these are the top 24 players theoretically that arrived here at the NA regionals here. So the difference between first and 24th is still you are the 24th player out of 24 players that could get to regionals, full stop. 25th player could not get here to this point. So it's just something I really want to drive home and emphasize, is that I have empathy for these players, because we constantly see that like, yeah, well, you went 24th this tournament. It's like, yeah, well, there was only 24 people that could qualify, man. It's pretty tough to get that point.
I agree. The cutoff is tough. And as we've seen, just even the entire set and over the past few sets, North America competition has just gotten better and better and better. It is such an accomplishment to find yourself in this spot right now. And as you said, Casanova, we get a chance to reseed these lobbies. So maybe that is the breath of fresh air that some of these players need to get back into this game. So we're going to go ahead and take a break to do just that. And on the other side, game number 3 of day 1. back, everybody, to day number 1 of the Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals. We have 2 games under our belt and 4 more to go before we figure out which 16 tacticians are going to be moving on to tomorrow's competition. Welcoming back to the desk, we've got Boopasaurus and Crowan to bring us through this next game, and we've just reshuffled these lobbies, but I feel like a hot topic right now, Crowan, is just how good Connor is doing in these first 2 games.
Yeah, Connor was kind of one of the dark horses coming into the event. I know Boop was focusing on him a lot as well. And Connor, first and second in this kind of stacked field, it's absolutely insane. Doing it among contested lines, having good meta reads. Like, it's time to see if Connor can continue that pace, because 2 games, low sample size, of course. You could have high rolled a little bit in these games, but no, Connor's on a fantastic trajectory right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see him continue to do this well moving forward.
Yeah, Boop, what is it about Connor that is making him a threat right now, even if he is maybe a little bit more underrated when it comes down to how players would have put them in their power rankings?
I'm curious to see if maybe expectations might have actually helped Connor in this sense, coming in here with the expectation of not doing well, right? Think of how much less nervous and anxiety that he probably has coming into this. Like, yeah, the pressure's off, you know? We have expectations for players like Dish Soap and Setsuko and Milk, right? But the expectations for Connor is just like, you got here, right? So he's doing very well, right? And the other cool thing I just want to say about Connor is I was lucky enough to meet him in person once, and he was literally training a family member at this tournament to do well, and they both made the final day, right? So not only is he like doing well today, he's also a really cool dude, and it's awesome to see people like that succeed.
Good to see people too that like have the knowledge but are also able to translate that to somebody else to help them succeed, and that does take a very special player. We got a chance to check in on 16 of our 24 competing today, so let's round that out and check in on the other 8 players that are competing today before we get into this game number 3.
DQA finds himself running yet again for another opportunity at a World Championship, and it's felt this way since day 1. No matter the moment, DQA is going to perform under pressure and is very adept. With years of competitive TFT under his belt, really the only surprise is when DQA isn't at one of the major events.
Deepay, a rising star from the previous set, is resolute in his pursuit to maintain his momentum at regionals. In preparation for regionals, he's made adjustments to his playstyle with high hopes for the payoff. As a coach, he knows the ingredients for success. Now it's time for him to cook up a world spot.
Milk is one of very few players who can say they've played at the championship twice. With his unrivaled ability to master a single line and the importance of perfecting those lines in the current set, it is the perfect storm for Milk to return to the championship.
Precedent is arguably the most improved player in the past few sets of TFT competition. Having barely missed out on the World Championships in Set 7 due to losing tiebreakers, Precedent is back to prove that he can make it all the way.
In this tournament, Nyamo epitomizes cool, calm, and collected. His unwavering confidence and understanding the current meta, coupled with a rock-solid mindset, sets the stage for potential success.
The face of TFT himself, Cloud9's K3 Soju returns to regionals after a string of strong tournament finishes. He's already proven that he can break the shackles of perception with a World Championship qualification in Set 7, and it would be no surprise to see him do it here again.
Philip is qualified for his very first regional, and he did so in the final hours, making it into the top 4 of Noxus Cup. Philip has had his ups and downs in Runeterra Reforged, but with a new patch and a pool full of the best players in North America, will he sink or swim?
Casper Wu is a player that's pretty hard to predict. So when he's in form, getting to these major events, it feels easily within range. He'll typically find his advantage by having more knowledge of uncontested compositions and wild rare things that come up, and with this being a very established patch, I'm excited to see if Casper's got some aces up his sleeve.
All right, folks, some amazing words there, and Crowan, shackles of perception, amazing.
That's
I would
what it
have
was.
literally never put those words in that order on my own, but you did it. You are very, very smart, my friend. But look at here. Let's see where at the portals we were going. Definitely a couple popular ones. House Light Shield would be hilarious. Glass Industries and Finn's Market.
Yeah, Finn's Market seems to be one that a lot of players are going for. House Light Shield. Waited Iverson being on that one. Is he going to one-guy it? No, we go to Finn's Market, so we're going to get a little Bilgewater Trader Finn coming in at some point to give artifact, support, a radiant item at some point during this game, and all the players can keep it. They can
That's
keep
a great thing, Groen. All right, Finsmark, you've seen it on the screen once again. I'll go over some of the other graphics and symbols that you've been seeing today, just as a quick little reminder when we get there. But yes, I wonder what these players are going to be looking at. One of the coolest things is things like Aegis actually affect things going behind you. So are we going to see some shenaniganery on this lobby? We're going to see a little bit more of that multi-caster line. And so Weijin doing pretty well so far today, 6th place. The thing about players that definitely, when they come into regionals or even worlds, what experience I think really can show is being able to maintain good advantages. So one of my big questions, especially for Connor, right, is we've seen it so many times, people who come in with lower expectations, and then once they start doing well, those expectations come in, right? And then they start doing a little bit more poorly. They're not as clean as it was before. And so definitely curious to see if that's going to happen, which Weijin should be able to kind of avoid because he's been here before.
Yeah, been here before, been to Worlds, has competed in arguably, higher stakes situations. Not even arguably, they were higher stakes being at Worlds. But after having a first place in the last game, getting that Xayah 3 online, taking down 9 Shurima, taking out a capped multicaster's board, right? Weijin is so good at finding first places. During that kind of roll down segment, talk about the players, Casa mentioned that amongst all of ladder, Wan Iverson has the highest win rate, and the second highest is also Weijin as well. So coming in here though, seeing the silver augments boop, the Earth players are not happy with this. And the Earth players are multiplying. There are now 6 of them in the lobby, and we only had 3 during game number 1. So I think that tells the tale of where players are going to be thinking about in this meta.
Multiplying indeed. This is actually super intriguing because 1 TF and 1 Ezreal. I wonder what this means about the multicasters coming into this lobby, assuming what you said earlier today. Everyone came in here with a game plan, right? You don't want to move away from your game plan in game 1, but we're in lobby 3 of 6, and we're going to eliminate 8 people at the end of today. Now might be the time to change a game plan, right?
Yeah, I know that Connor likes the multicasters. I'm Jack with the TF, definitely going to be leaning towards that line as well. But for all of the Earth players, right, it's who actually took the branching out augment, right? It's only silver, so all the Earth players are going to be like, man, that sucks. They really want gold or prismatic to tailor those traits. On neutrals, they're going to be playing at least 6 traits, so you have 1 guaranteed choice there. But this lobby could be completely different because of that, right? We see picks like Red Buff coming through, and a bunch of other just stronger support, or stronger silver augments, excuse me, than just that Earth branching out.
Yeah, and so I'm sure Connor and Jack feeling pretty good about the fact that this is a silver augment versus the others. TF not really upset about the silver augment, still going to get what he needs out of it. Ezreal, you're going to get a little bit less out of it, but you're still going to develop more stats through that itemization. Looking over at Prestovent, sitting in 18th place, a little bit lower than I think some people had anticipated. But, getting top 4 in every lobby is very, very hard. It's usually done by only 1 or 2 people, but this is regionals, right? You can kind of expect consistency to be the name of the game of the better players. Right now, Peacock's still trying to, Prestovent still trying to find that consistency. Is this game going to be where he bounces back? Because sometimes you never do. But I think Prestovent, with his prep and everything that he's gone through over this set, has a very high chance of being able to get back out of that.
Oh, 100%. Prestovent has had a really, really good set 9. Finished 13th in Freljord, 4th in Shurima Cup, 4th in mid set as well. Like, his average placement over the course of the set has been 3.88. He's super improved. Like, I think Prestovent having 2 poor games coming into this one is not what people would have expected. I really, really think he can bounce back and kind of bring some great action, just like Finn bringing some great action to this lobby with some Radiant items. I'm Jack, snap picking the Rapid Light Cannon, or the Radiant version of the RFC there, going towards what seems to be either Mordekaiser or Neela, perhaps.
Yeah, we've seen Nila's do very, very well. Once Nila gets, a couple RFCs, right, the backline access is going to be a lot easier to do, and she breaks down that front line pretty quickly as well, because when you're going up against a comp like multicasters, time is of the essence. If you take too much time to get there, you're going to be taken down instead. We're looking at Dish Soap for the first time, who played a little bit of a wild comp in that last round, finished 6th because of it, working with the Jhin right now, and those items definitely going towards that AD direction, especially with the last Whisper already made.
Definitely wild to get there. Dishop playing the 9 Demacia, right? But it's only on a bunch of 1-star units and wasn't able to make it work out. Lost to, it was Toronto Tokyo with that Bruiser kind of more Azir line that players are starting to, put on their radar. I think Milk played that composition in game 1. Toronto Tokyo played it in game 2. So it's definitely one that we should be expecting to see more often throughout the weekend. But Boop, now seeing all the Radiant items in their glory and what players picked up. Anything jump out to you here?
I'm still seeing a lot of Void, right? And we're also seeing some itemization with Goobums on this Jace. So that is still going to be potentially going a couple different directions. We're also seeing the Orianna get itemized as well. Yeah. So a couple early game differences, but overall the packages have pretty much been the same throughout the lobby so far. So unfortunately, anything surprising, the answer is no, as of right now. But things can still change because a lot of these multicaster players are starting to play with a little bit more opportunity to move within it by going through different options, right? We've seen some Sorks find their way. If multicasters are too contested, they might commit to the Sork direction. But as of right now, we are doing just that, like what we just said. We got the Void, we got the Sorks. We just need one more Sorcerer to get that 4. But let's see if this Orianna is going to be able to take out this front line along with the Vel'Koz.
Let's see, the Vel'Koz with the Radiant Blue buff. Going to get some 3-item chase in the backline. 2 Gunners is online. Right now in the red buff, I think red buff is really, really huge, even though it's going to be... I guess it does cut a little bit of that healing from the Orianna. It's just the power of having a 3-item carry in the early game, and it does get the job done versus Setsuko, who really wanted to turn that loss streak into a full win streak, but no, is going to just go back and forth. Dish Soap, however, the only player still on 100 HP, red buff being the first augment there as well, and playing an early Ionia Challenger Juggernaut board, right? This isn't something that players are going to usually stick with per se, especially without a +1 Ionia emblem, but it's really good in the early game from Dish though.
Yeah, but it's all about converting in the early game. Unfortunately, we can refer to Robin in the, I think, first or second lobby, where they had 100 HP, like 12 or 13 win streak, and ended up outside of the top 4 at level 10, right? So it's all about getting that tempo and then utilizing it and trying your best to make sure that the rest of the lobby doesn't have time to catch up. Unfortunately, Robin wasn't able to do that. Is Dish Soap going to be doing it a little bit better? The Jinx 2 this early should definitely help out, especially in that frontline set. Also a very good frontline unit. And this Jhin with one more ultimate, take a quick nap before he shoots it, and now everyone's awake.
There, he shoots it at the little legend of Ways.
I know, right?
Little BM coming through there from Dish Soap's Jhin. Just very, very funny there. There is something, I think something important to consider is that Dish Soap did slam a Last Whisper on the Jhin, right? Which allowed him to streak in the early game, but does lock him into the AD tree. So even though that an Ionia Vanquisher comp is going to be less powerfur, without an emblem to work with, it is probably going to be Dish Soap's direction, just because we don't really see Gunners come through unless they're from Piltover, perhaps. So kind of already knowing the direction that Dish is at least angling towards. I'd be very surprised if he does end up pivoting somewhere else.
Okay, let's see if that's going to be the case. We saw a pretty amazing pivot into, I think, Demacia a little earlier today.
Last game.
Is it going to be the case? Connor is him. Connor is me. First place right now. And I just want to keep referencing, literally when he was coming in, he said, I'm going to play contested lines, and has found a lot of success doing exactly what he said he was going to do. And what a way to kind of assert your dominance amongst the rest of kind of the lobby. A lot of people probably studied Connor the least out of a lot of people coming in here. Yeah. Connor probably gave himself low expectations, but is sitting in first place. But now this is the crux of a lot of new players coming into regionals with the potential at Worlds. It's maintaining. The best TFT players are consistent. Connor's only had 2 games. Let's see if that consistency shows up on this one. So far, it's looking all right, sitting in the middle of the pack. Let's see what the Augment is going to bring us in terms of tempo, but it looks like another multi-caster player in front of our eyes.
Yeah, Connor is actually by far the poorest player in the lobby when it comes to econ, so I am a little bit worried, especially leaning towards multicasters. He doesn't have that much gold to roll, and silver augments aren't going to give that much power. Tiny Titans is really good for a silver tier augment value, especially when thinking about that multicaster line that Connor is going to be going towards. But I think he's also considering army building as well, getting those 3 stars, especially if he's not contested. It's very good, but no rolls through it, and instead it's going to pivot towards just a sorcerer direction boop. And I actually really like this decision because he already has all of these Sorks, and multicasters are online right now, but then can play the Tarek variant as well and doesn't have to roll on level 6 for these Gallios. And that's the main reason that I like this decision.
Yeah, and then you already have the Swain 2 in the front line, so like you said with the Gallios, you don't necessarily need to rush those through. You got the Gargoyle that's going to help out, plus you get a little bit more help in that front line when it comes to the Tarek as well. Unfortunately, with our items, we can't combine that into a useful item right now. The Sword probably wanting to go into a tier or a Hex Tech in the future, but this is the present. Let's see if the Swain's going to be able to stick up against this Jhin on the other side, and this isn't Dish Soap's Jhin, this is going to be Prestovant, so not the only person going at Vanquishers at least to start, but that is a blue buff Rudens to start with Jhin. Usually you see that on Samira, but you know what? Jhin holding those items just for now.
Yeah, he can do just fine there. Setsuko, on the other hand, being the multicaster player, it seems, in this lobby, playing Forcework for now, but Gallios are on the bench, kind of tipping us off to where his direction is leaning. Vel'Koz 2, however, at 3-2, huge, especially with these specific 3 items: the Gunblade for healing, Radiant blue buff, and Jewel Gauntlet. Like, this is so powerful. You almost don't need the front line to be as strong, just because you're going to be killing units so quickly.
Let's see how quickly we are going to be able to take them down. We also have that TF2 in the back. It's all about how quick the front line gets taken down for this back line here, for this Vel'Koz. We even put a small little cloak to help out with the Tarek, and it seems like it's actually going to make a pretty big difference looking at what was on the other side. So now it's Jhin against the world, and he's just going to go ahead and eat some ults while he gets his gun set up, and it's going to fall.
It's going to fall. Healing Orbs was the augment picked by Dish Soap there, so not getting as lucky as Prestovant, as getting the +1 Vanquisher here. Prestovant rocking with 4 Vanquishers, going to the stage 3 carousel, and there is a spatula boop, so these Earth players might be rejoicing. Prestovant snags that immediately coming out the gates, zooming.
It's like me going to a buffet.
Yeah, there's 3 young free players. They're all out there zooming just like you at a buffet. They're all like, yes, I want everything.
Right. I see a spread of food and I'm there. By the time you blink, I got a plate already. That's exactly how they felt about this spatula. Looking at all of these comps as well. The voids are definitely where a lot of these multicaster comps are starting out, because before you get to your 4 multicasters, it's a little easier to get to 3 void. They can help you get there. As we go over to Weijin, who is probably most well known for playing boards that are insanely capped. For Weijin, though, it's about getting there. He got there, I think, was before, 9 Demacia, right? But now he's got to get there once more. The market should help, and it's going to be a Nashor's Tooth, so that tells us a lot about where this direction is.
The Baron's Gift. I actually didn't know that was called the Baron's Gift. I like that name. That's kind of cool. And it goes on to the Azir in this matchup. Weijin is looking at that vertical Shurima kind of play style, is going to take the items off of the Melio item carrier and put them on the Azir. But yeah, a Radiant Nashers on an Azir with the front line of, it's just a 5-2 right now, but a Radiant Sunfire and Declaw, that's really powerful.
Yeah, looking on the other side of the board, though, that's already a Scion and an itemized Mordekaiser at 3-5. So, well, in theory, on paper, this should have gone really well. This matchup is definitely one of the more difficult ones on the board right now. I'm Jack, feeling very good about that. A 5-cost unit at 3-5 has got to feel great, especially if it's a frontline unit.
Yeah, Scion, fantastic. Actually made the difference in that fight. CC'd the Azir, stopped a lot of that casting. Yeah, Galio just never... With these 2 items... Oh, man. That's just so disgusting of a front line. And stage 3. Rest of it.
Right. Ooh, Ionia. So the Mordekaisers are going to be contested. We know that it's going to be on another comp. So this with the Radiant RFC means that we're going to get a little bit of extra wiggle room when it comes to when we ult, but it's also going to provide us access. The Ionia spat, Mordekaiser definitely one of the spat holders that we look at. Demacia is probably the most popular one that we've seen, but this is also very good. You mentioned Ionia being a potential possibility for this particular comp. Is this something that might stick around on the Mordekaiser?
On the Mordekaiser, not so much. I was just about to make a joke and say that's a funny looking Neela there in the back line.
I know, right?
For press event, because it is where that wants to go, being a Vanquisher and a fantastic holder of the Ionia emblem. But Mord is still very good to hold it right now, right? That's the key, is you're not always just going to press D and find the exact units you want in your shop. You need to get there, Boop, right? What is the transition point? And Mordekaiser is a fine one. It's not good enough against I'm Jack's Mordekaiser on the other side, because that has a Radiant Crown Guard and a Radiant RFC, which is just a little bit better. But Pressman is on a good path right now. As soon as that Neela comes through, that comp will be so strong.
Speaking of Neela, we got one on this board with a Radiant Night Harvester now. So that Neela, especially when that HP gets a little bit lower, is going to be a huge threat. And we got, you know, pretty good items on Jace too that are probably going to be going on Xayah maybe a little bit later. What are you looking?
These items, it looks like he wants to kind of run a Neela Bilgewater kind of board. Doesn't have any RFCs though, so I don't know if the Neela is actually going to be here to stay that much. It could be Gunners. You could be maybe just going Aphelios, going Gunners. We saw players go that in the Chinese regionals actually, but then they kind of just went eighth with that a lot of the time. So I think Goomums is going to be aware of that. He's been on Gunners for very long. I'm actually very surprised him being able to preserve 69 HP with that Jace one, with most units only being 1-starred. And yeah, he's going to continue on this kind of Gunner line, it looks like, Boop.
All right, we saw 6 Gunner one time, I think, in LCQ, and it won. So let's see if that's going to be a little bit of the direction we're going for Gunner for right now. And that Jace is going to push a lot of damage and is going to help that Jinx next to him push a little bit more with a little bit of auto attack speed. We already got that Gangplank going as well, so the items have already moved over there. But just in terms of speed of damage, right, it's just not enough against some of these other squads that are going to be doing so significantly more damage over that same period of time.
I'm also curious about the Night Harvester Gangplank being backlined. Maybe in that case we want to frontline it, so when it procs you get more of that damage, as opposed to backline once he does reach that HP threshold of getting the buff. He's just going to kind of fall over very soon after that. But we have a gold augment coming through here, Boop, so we do get cursed. If a prismatic augment is not guaranteed, we will not see one. That's just the way it works around here, but it's fine. Player's going to be, you know, happy with just a gold one.
Yeah, I think the viewers love prismatic augments in lobbies. Players, though, a little bit different, depending on how those augments go. And you know what? If you're indecisive, right, Goobums has the perfect itemization for you. You've got 3 magnetic removers on the board. So you know what this means, though, is that this could potentially be incredibly temporary, right? This means that we can move these items wherever we want, and we can legitimately play best on board for a little bit longer, right? So I wonder where these items are going to go. You don't have to sell the Jace at this point in order to get those items somewhere else, and that's an advantage sometimes that I think can be understated.
Oh, definitely. Selling a Jace 2 at this point, you don't want to do. In fact, Jace 2 is so strong for Goobums, he does not want to swap the items over to Aphelios quite yet. I am, though, knowing the trajectory of this game has to be Gunners for Goobums. I'm very worried.
Let's call the police on that boat.
Yeah, that boat was... What happened?
What was that? That absolutely stinks. It was like... It was like trying to make a field goal. Like, the point is to hit the units. And did everything in its power to not do that. So that's just unfortunate. That stinks.
With a boat that big, how do you miss like that? Like,
I know,
that's
right?
So crazy.
Exactly.
Like, actively tried to grief that GP unit right there. It was...
I would have written in a ticket if I pulled it over.
Put the report option
All right,
on, intentional griefing, check, send to riot.
That's 4 points on your roll down. I'm so sorry. All right, going back to the Azir now. This is holding these items. These are really good Azir items, but something that seems to be happening, like this happened to LCQ, is Azir's not getting leveled up in an appropriate amount of time. I wonder if the other Azir is at an Azir 2, the one with that I think the Nashers. I think it's Wasian's board. So definitely contested at this point. We get to see these Gunners once again, and in just one round, folks, we have an Aphelios 2 with those Jace items using that magnetic remover, as we had stated earlier.
Yeah, the Azir is still really strong right now, only being on that 1 star like you were talking about, but not quite good enough against Goobums and the Gunners. The Jinx able to get the job done. Equation 54 HP, T-Lied 74, well ahead of the rest of the pack here, but 0 gold, Boop. That's the thing. Rolling down to hit your units like Sejuani 2 and Azir 2 and missing and being on 0. There was the champion duplicator on the bench, right? The greater one at that, so can make an Azir 2 or Sejuani 2 at a moment's notice. But how long do you grade that out? Is it just until you hit 1?
I mean, that's ultimately, you know, that answer is ultimately one that you see in hindsight at the end of the day, right? So when it comes to developing where you need to go at 0 gold, what I'm actually really concerned about is that team value right there. So it's going to be stuck. Yeah, it's going to be stuck on this level for a hot minute, but we're going to go ahead and switch out our front line, keep our back line good. But hey, the best news is the Azir is already showing up at least where it needs to be, right? Was unable to win that last round, but was able to get through the majority of that composition, so we can stabilize. We also have, you know, 2 to 3, 2 rounds, 3 rounds above everyone else to where we can develop some economy, so maybe that's going to make a little bit of a difference. We're going to be looking at our Neela, who is now Neela 2 with double RFC. 1 is looking happy and radiant as well. You're kind of seeing what we were mentioning earlier with this comp, it's not single target damage with that swipe, right? You're going to be able to get rid of a lot of that frontline HP. The other units are going to definitely help you out, but this is what we mean by speed of that damage, right? The Neela is just pushing out so much more damage across a variety of units versus the Azir, which is going to be more single target.
Yeah, that was crazy. Giant Slayer as well, specifically when going up against the Bruisers of T-Lides, it just melted that front line, especially only being a Sejuani 1 on both sides. T-Lides fell really, really quickly. That Neela was an absolute giga chat with those items. RFC, Radiant RFC. It's going to do super, super well moving forward. So T-Lides is in a very awkward spot where they're forced to just roll down to 0 every single turn, trying to find one of Sejuani or Azir, and then can duplicate the other one to have both those units tier 2, but just needs to find one of them.
Oh, well, there's 3 of them on the other side of the board, unfortunately, with that Radiant Nasher. So looking at similar comps, even with the front lines being moderately, I think T-Lights might have had a little bit more beef up there, but in terms of damage, it's all up to this Azir and that Cass who's helping out with that Static Shiv as well. So T-Lights having a bad lobby, but also Dish Soap. Look at 17 HP, level 8, just 8 gold going into this round. So stage 5 is going to be a make it or break it moment for both Prestovant and Dish Soap. T-Lights now has gotten rid of his HP advantage, and now look how close this has become.
I know. Every single round that he doesn't hit, right, it's just that much more dangerous, especially with T-Lides being a player that has a super big performance in the mid set. Kind of with that performance, getting 5th there might have started to be considered kind of the rookie of the set kind of material. It's their first regionals as well, so there's a lot of pressure on the line, and it just feels really, really bad when you're stuck in these kind of situations. But now, Boop, moving to Dish Soap, 6 Vanquishers online, stuck on Xayah 1, Neela 1, Shen 1 as well. 9 losses in a row, trying to pull out any itemization that he can at this point, but there's not much left, Boop. With all these 1-star units, it might be Dish Soap's saying goodbye to this lobby here soon.
Yeah, I hear Olivia Rodrigo in the distance because this is a little bit of deja vu, my friends, right? This was exactly like our Demacia team on the last lobby.
I know.
Who we got the vertical, but all of them were tier 1. Right? So, I mean, it's literally exactly the same kind of process, and unfortunately, this might mean that we're going to get eliminated in the bottom 4 once again. Just not enough damage. We have, items on the Jhin still. Like, we're trying to win a game by inches, but we're feet away from potentially winning that so far. So unfortunately for Dish Soap, just highly contested and is the one that's getting most of the consequential stuff about that.
There's the Sedge. You can just lock. Yep, Duplicator the Azir. Okay, T-Lides has a breath of fresh air, a moment of hope, if you will, for this lobby. Has enough HP at 44 to be a little bit comfortable, but I did want to talk a little bit more about Dish Soap too, because I think at this point you have to ask, is Dish Soap just pushing levels too aggressively, right? Going level 9 last game, died really quickly. I mean, that was 9 Demacia, so you would think, oh, that's good enough. But level 8 this game might be considering he needed to do that for all the synergies to get the 6 Vanquisher and 3 Ionia in. But if you're not hitting the units, you're just going to die anyway.
you know, that's actually something that if you go back into even LCQ, kind of like one of those, if you can go back and do one thing differently, that's probably going to be something that they think of. Very similar vibes. So this Vanquisher team is looking a lot better against T-Lides, who has been falling from that top side of that leaderboard, has finally been able to increase a little bit of that board value, but has not had gold the entire time. Well, actually, if you look at the rest of the lobby, none of them have gold except for Wasian at this point.
No, the last fight was actually, because Disho found the Xayah too, the Xayah feathers killing off the Azir in the backline made that fight difference, right? And the fact that T-Lides had to lock the Sejuani in the shop, it wasn't just a Sejuani 2 in that last fight, but it could have gone the other way, and if T-Lides just had a little bit more gold or hit a little bit faster, it could have been Disho going out, but does hang on for one more round as we go into 5-3, right before the carousel, but Dish Soap on Elimination Station versus Wan Iverson.
All right, I am looking at this Azir in the backline, already taking care of that Sion. Where's that Sion going to go? Not towards the Azir, so really good positioning from Wasian on the other side. Is going to deal with that front line, but the Darius is slam dunk, and the rest of that team, is there enough left in the tank from the Azir? The answer is no. You don't really get to see Darius do a couple ults like that, but it's going to be the double deathblade. A lot of doubled items right now with their Radiant versions on that Xayah. I love the deathblade on the Xayah because it's just strict damage on that ult. Look at these emblems.
There's a lot of emblems here. The Freljord for the Nilo composition going to be massive. Yeah, both players going for that one. Slayer could be a decent one as well, but Goobums went out. He played the Gunners, and I was really worried about that, right? I was like, oh, if you have to go into Gunners as your pivot point, playing that Jason in the early game, it's probably not going to go very well, and it just happened to be the case there. Goobums just stuck, though. Couldn't go in any other direction, and that's just really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's like when you're given broccoli and then you're like, oh, I don't like this, and then they give you kale. And you're like, oh, this also stinks, unfortunately. You know, sometimes the two choices you get are both bad choices, and in TFT, that can equal an eighth, unfortunately. Connor, another player that you said you were worried about the last time we were writing on their board on Elimination Station as well. 3 players, 7-7-5, could potentially lose out on this one. They're all hoping they avoid each other when it comes to working out. So to guarantee these eliminations, let's see if they're going to be able to help each other out by taking the HP from the top, but that is not going to be the case. It's Dish Soap versus Connor. One of them will be eliminated on this round. Multicasters in the backline versus the Vanquishers. It's all about that Xayah getting into that Sona and that Vel'Koz in the backline. So far, it's not looking that good, but one more ult can change things, and it does not so far, but it's a race right now, and it's going to be an elimination to Connor. We are worried about, you know, maintaining this quick start. Sometimes starting off really quick actually takes the emotions out of you extremely quickly, and actually Connor has a little bit more time, it seems like, because it was just...
No, it's a bait.
Now
you got baited.
Okay, so now the graphic is there. I read teleprompters, folks, as Peacock and Connor now are both eliminated in 6th and 7th place. Is Ditch Soap going to be able to pull this top 4 out, which I think would be quite impressive, and we could all look at that Xayah as to why.
It would be super impressive, and with, you know, T-Lides falling kind of off of a cliff in this game, the past few rounds, might be able to sneak his way into that top 4, depending on these matchups here. Setsuko, I'm Jack, and Wan Iverson, definitely healthy enough to survive for a few more rounds, and it is going to be Dish versus T-Lides. This is a big match.
All right, is this going to equal a big result for Dish Soap right now? The Azir already taken down quite a bit, below half health. Is another ultimate on the Xayah going to be able to take him down? But the Freljord might have been enough to neuter that attack speed, but no, with the positioning on this Xayah, it seems like the backline has already been taken down. Now it's about the Sejuani, and this is just a matter of time until this Sejuani does fall. There it does. 3 units. Is T-Lides alive?
He's alive.
Yes, just barely. We still have a top 5.
Yeah, T-Lides dropping to 3 HP. If 2 more units were left alive, would have been him going out of this lobby. But, you know, just like we're talking about, just clawing his way from the jaws of defeat. 6 Vanquishers online. Level 8 was the correct call, it seems like we can say, because he hit most of his units. Doesn't have that Neela 2, but doesn't need it, right? It's not even the one that's being itemized. Now we're looking towards players like I'm Jack and Setsuko and seeing how far they can go, especially because I'm Jack is also on that kind of vertical bruiser line with that backline carry of a Neela just being so powerful. And has 3 Neelas on the bench as well. He's going for a tier 3 forecast.
No wonder the Neela has been hard to find on the other boards. I mean, to get a tier 3 Neela to even have that option is pretty wild, but that's the type of game Jack needs to play right now, right? Getting 5th or 4th is probably not enough. You have to equal your 2 points out to a first place on this one, right? So yeah, you can compensate for that. You still potentially might have a lot of work to do, but you got to give yourself that opportunity, and Jack definitely trying his best to see that opportunity through. Now let's see who is going to be that opponent. It's going to be Setsuko running those multicasters. No tier 3s on the other side. That's when we've seen them be a little bit more vulnerable than the others, but this positioning does not seem to be favorable to this Zayas. It's already been taken down through damage on a couple of these Vel'Koz ultimates, and it has been taken down in full. Dish Soap is going to be eliminated. Now he's hoping that T-Lights has a worse round. It definitely does.
Yeah.
Dish Soap is going to finish in that top 4 from a pretty precarious position, and that's why we consider Dish Soap one of the best. That's a good 4th place.
Yeah, this is one of the 4s that you do feel pretty good about that. Sure, the hindsight of like, oh, if only if I'd hit earlier, how far could I have gone? But from his spot there, every single round positioning, that is definitely a good 4th. So I'm Jack on a 2-win streak. Setsuko on a 4-win streak right now with those multicasters. No tier 3s like you mentioned, but Setsuko did push to level 7. Has a really strong board value, has a little bit of gold to work with too. Actually is going to try to econ back up and then maybe roll it down for some those 2-3 upgrades here soon. But for now, I'm Jack versus Wasian.
All right, the Shroud not really hitting anyone of importance in that front line. Did clip our Ashe, so the attack speed neuter is not going to come through as quickly as possible. Freljord is also popped, so everyone, in terms of that synergy, that value has gone down, and now it's all about this Neela versus the Azir. It's going to be 1v1, and one more dash for the Neela is all they need. That looked pretty safe, actually, even though it was just a 1-unit win, and there wasn't a ton of HP left. That Neela did seem like they were in control, and we're only 1 away, folks, from a Neela 3. And we have some time. We got a round or two to get there.
Nasus actually, there's no gold to buy it, but that would be denying Wasian was going for a Nasus 3, had Pandora's Bench, and I believe it's only 2 Nasuses away. I am Jack. I would even consider here selling the game plank to buy a Nasus, try to deny. And yes, we're seeing on this board right now, Wan Iverson just 2 Nasuses away, is rerolling those units on the bench every single turn.
Shroud goes through the middle of the pack. TF, only one in the backline that gets taken down from it, but a really good CC immunity with that Quicksilver in that backline, keeping that damage output through and through, but the Azir makes it into the backline. That's positioning diff 2. Setsuko is taken down. 5-win streak is over, and look at them alternating these wins and losses, except Jack, the only one. There is, and there is a Nasus on the board. Wasian has the augment to get himself there, right? And he gets the Vank emblem, but the Nasus is definitely the more important part here.
Yeah, he's not going to be benefiting from that Vanquisher emblem very much. Both Vanquisher players are out of the lobby. Setsuko picks up a blue buff and needs just a bunch of gold to hit the Vel'Koz 3. He's 1 away. No, none of the units roll into a Nasus from Wan Iverson. He probably has 1 more life left, doesn't have to sell and aggressively roll, but in the bot left as well of our screen, I'm Jack, still 1 Neela away. Boop, so many players are so close to their cap, but Setsuko hits the Vel'Koz 3.
Yeah, that rally cap needs to be put on right now if you're a Setsuko fan. He's not that far behind and can totally pull out this lobby if no one else hits. Once that Neela 3 gets hit, or that Nasus 3, it's going to be a lot harder, but this Vel'Koz will compete for potentially the strongest in the lobby. This is going to be a pretty big test. My eyes on that Neela and Vel'Koz sitting in opposite corners right now. How quick is the front line going to fall for this multi-caster comp? The Sejuani already distracted by the Gallios, given an opening towards that back line on that Neela. Oh, great Jarvan ult there at the back line to stop every single one of those units from casting. And it's going to be the multicasters taking the dub by a lot on that one.
Setsuko locked a double Nasus shop to deny he can't even buy this Nasus in the next round. Is he going to lock again? Because like you were talking about, Boop, the only way that Setsuko will lose, right, is other players hit their Nasus 3 or Neela 3. Wan Iverson holding 2 Neelas. I think Setsuko's gonna lock Nasus again. Holy, this is exactly what we need to be doing. Denying other players their power points, hitting yours so you can win the lobby. This is beautiful TFT from Setsuko.
to be honest with you, this is an evolution. This has always been a strategy that people have talked about, but not many people have actually done in theory. And so we're going to see it through Setsuko. And if there is going to be someone who's going to make that winning decision at the right time, that is him. And so the Jarvan going to get into that back line. Both of those Nashers are going to have to wait a little bit longer. Nila finally does get through that Nasus. We're finally getting to backline access on both sides of the board. And it's going to be the Nila that falls. This Azir, definitely one of the best performing Azir so far in the last 2 tournaments. Are we going to get 3 players in a stage 7? No, just 2. 19 and 23 HP remaining for Weijin and Setsuko. Weijin having a bit of a tournament himself. Setsuko as well. This is going to be a big result for both of them.
A huge result. I'm Jack, though. You know, after going 8th, having a game that could have potentially been a win if he was just a bit luckier and finding that Nila 3, still a good change of events, because we gotta, you know, take a step back for a second. Today's cutoff is only 8 players, right, Boop? It's 24 to 16, so you don't even have to be in that top half. You just gotta not be bot 8. So I'm Jack taking a 3rd is still good. He's on trajectory to, you know, advance to tomorrow. But now Wan Iverson still being 1 Nasus away. 2 are denied, Boop. Is he going to hit? He's rolling down all of the gold, but no Nasuses are in the shop.
There it is! Sometimes you just can't. It's a coronation, right? And sometimes you just can't stop it. Setsuko did exactly everything he needed to do to try to land, to block this Nasus. The only thing that could have been better is the Nasus showed up in his shop instead. But this is a Nasus 3. This is a win condition for this comp that's already shown that it can take these multicasters out. Let's see how this Nasus works. The ult is coming up very soon. And there he goes. We're going to get a lot of stats. We're going to get a lot of opportunity from this Nasus, because the Azir is going to be able to stay up a lot longer, because the ults from the Vel'Koz are going to be avoiding him, because they're going to hit the Nasus instead. And the way that they spread, it's not going to hit the Azir. And there it is. Nasus 3 showing up in the desert oasis for Weijin right now.
Wan Iverson hitting the Nasus 3, not a moment too soon. Necra, and just rolls over Setsuko getting that first.
That was like the most 5-head thing I feel like I've ever seen come out of a TFT game, where Setsuko double locked the double Nasus shop. And then, yeah, Weijin just hit anyway, which is honestly what I'm here for. I was like rolling back here watching this game happen, because that was a roller coaster of emotions. And that is exactly why you want a 3-star Nasus. I feel like that showed everybody.
Turns out 4-cost 3 stars are pretty dang good still, even in the meta of multicasters. Who would have thought?
I was gonna say, like, what a perfect transition, because when it comes down to the cost of the units that we see as carries, I feel like that has widely changed over the course of the set. When you look at set 8, it really was about the 4-cost carries, but then as multicasters came in, as you said, Crow, 3 costs, 2 costs, those all started to become more prevalent. And even still, I feel like we see a lot of 1-cost reroll. So, you know, what is there rhyme or reason right now behind the cost?
Definitely. I think, though, like you're talking about, alluding back to set 8, it was a lot more easy to flex between the 4-cost carries. Right now, a lot of the 4 costs are still good, but they're in very kind of niche situations. Azir maybe being the only 4-cost unit, it feels like players are willing to play flexibly around, be it during that vertical Shurima line or the Bruiser line, and having a secondary carry there. We've seen Azir with Bruisers and Mordekaiser being the other carry there. But usually it's like, oh, you're playing Mordekaiser, you're going to be playing that with a vertical Noxus or with Demacia, get Demacia emblem, right? Emblems are going to be enabling these units. Nila being one that fits very specifically into either Vanquishers or that kind of Bilgewater failure composition as well. So it's just less opportunities to play them, but they are still strong. And especially once you get them tier 3, right? They can still go toe-to-toe with anything else and win the lobby like we just saw.
What heads-up awareness, though, by Setsuko to know that that was going to be the big difference maker, Boop, because it takes a really strong TFT player, not just to be able to play your own game, but to also disrupt what else is going on in the lobby. What a unique position to be in.
I mean, one of the best feelings in TFT is being like, You know what I mean, right? And so like that, we got to see that in honestly one of the smartest utilizations of blocking that I've seen in a hot minute. I mean, honestly, like how many of us remember what we ate this morning, right? Let alone in a tournament to qualify for Worlds, right? You know, high stakes to know, all right, this is everything that's going on. I've always said TFT is a game of opportunity meets preparation, and Setsuko just sees so many more opportunities than even some of the best players in the world to where these kinds of things can happen. And honestly, if you're just doubting Setsuko at all with those kinds of plays, in my opinion, those are championship plays. So we'll see what happens next.
I totally agree, and it makes absolute sense after watching that game why he's also one of the top contenders right now, and why being able to make the championships at all. But this is the halfway point of the day. With 3 games down, this is gonna be where things start to get a little bit more locked in. Crowan, you were mentioning it though, like yeah, like call it out right now that we are looking at the top 16 to move forward.
Yeah, top 16, so the cutoff isn't as big as some other tournaments, right? In the Cups, where you go half every day, but I'm just Toronto, Tokyo back at the top. I'm just, you know, a little bit of bias, but
Brag.
man,
Do it. You can do it.
He's popping
Stand on
off,
the
and I
soapbox.
really want to make a testament to his progression from LCQ, grinding so many in-houses, you know, playing in the mock kind of regionals leading up into this that players got together and did. He's doing so well. I wouldn't be surprised to see Toronto, Tokyo make it to the final day. I hope I'm not cursing here. Oh god, I gotta stop immediately. Toronto, Tokyo, just keep doing what you're doing.
I think he's a really good shot, especially looking at the overall standings and how things are shaking out so far. That's a pretty comfy lead so far, I would say, just taking a look at the top end, Saurus.
Oh yeah, if you're in the top 8 right now, you're probably chilling, right? So basically at this point, it's just don't get 8th for a couple of our players. Toronto and Legion, I would consider that. Nothing, I think, is mathematically out of the limit at this point. But if you just get 3 points on the next lobbies, people are going to supersede you. But 21 and 20 after 3 is very, very good. I also want to bring up Soju. You know, again, a name that I think a lot of us say more often to almost make fun of rather than respect in terms of their play, has top 4'd in every lobby so far. Milk, Setsuko, you know, that's an incredible group of people. And looking on the bottom side, it is a lot of the names that are newer, but seeing, you know, Prestivant and Phoenix and Solus up there, some of the old school names, they've got some work to do. Solus right now in the running to make it to the top 16. But again, like Crowan said, it's not all about winning. It's just not being bottom 8. And that should affect some strategies moving forward.
And there's actually only like a 3-point gap between Phoenix and you know, last right now and Goobums, who is currently sitting in that top 16. So any one of these players in the bottom 8 could be making it up in there in just the next few games, right? No one is out of this yet.
No, not at all. They're mathematically very, very close. And we're going to let all of our statisticians in the back actually crunch those numbers when we start to get closer to that final game of the day. But that does mean we only have 3 more to go. It's kind of wild. We're already halfway done with day number 1. I cannot believe it. While we get set up for that 4th game, we got a chance to sit down with one of our players competing this weekend. That's Philip, who is competing in their very first regional final ever since starting to compete in set 7. So let's check in on him and just see what he has to say about this weekend.
Philip, welcome to the interview. Really excited to have you. I know this is your first regional final, and so the big thing that I wanted to kind of pick your brain on is what is, you know, competitive TFT to you?
Thanks for the question, Casso. I think it's definitely something I've been aiming at for a while now. I think any really high-level TFT player knows that as like a high-level TFT player, you're spending most of like your free time, you're spending like a lot of just your daily life studying the game, like playing the game. So I think it's I'm really happy for that, you know, all that time to be able to pay off and for me to finally be here competing.
You know, I was talking to Gangly, and he said that you went to TC3, you showed up to the tournament out in Tri-State, and then immediately after TC3, you started having really great results. And so I'm interested, did actually playing in a LAN experience give you more drive coming in? Or was it really just kind of a, this is just an anomaly, this is a coincidence that you showed up at the Tri-State LAN, fighting all the best players in the Tri-State area, and then you showed up and began taking down these tournaments by storm?
I mean, I really enjoyed TC3 and just like the TC events in general. You know, shout out to Gamely for hosting those. I wouldn't say it's, you know, like what really caused me to develop, but I think it's a little bit of like, I don't know if symptom is the right word. I went to TC in large part because, you know, I was becoming a lot more involved with the TFT community. I was like, you know, getting better as a player, and I was meeting better players as a result of that. So I heard of TC, you know, I knew a bunch of other players that were going. And then I went to TC3, did pretty well, met a bunch of them, and then, like, you know, stayed in contact afterwards. Yeah, I think a little bit of a symptom of like a natural progression where I've, you know, grown as a player and met other players who helped me grow as well.
Is this the first game that you've played competitively? A lot of people kind of transition over from other games when they jump into TFT, but we've also run into plenty of players who this is their first competitive game. What's kind of your history with gaming that's led you to this point in TFT?
Oh, I mean, yeah, TFT is the first game I've really played competitively. I mean, back in the day, you know, I was a pretty decent Hearthstone player, but, you know, not on a professional or even semi-pro level. And then I sort of went into the Riot Games pipeline, played a bunch of League. And then so when TFT came out, it was sort of like a natural transition.
That's sweet. That's sweet. And I guess just trying to dig in a little bit more, like alongside TFT, are you working a full-time job? Are you a college student? I know generally once we get to regionals, a lot of players are full-time TFT players or they're just college students. And not a lot of times do we get people in other occupations. So I'm always very interested in seeing what our players are doing outside of TFT.
Oh yeah, I work a full-time job, actually in risk management. So hopefully some of those skills carry over, although I think I have a really high 8th place rate, so I don't know if that works the way you think it does, you know.
Hey, look, it might correlate. I think, you know, risk management, definitely a helpful skill in TFT. It does bring a lot of things, and I think people always bring some of their background into their gameplay. I think that is something that, while it's a little bit of that invisible stuff, it does give you that extra edge. Specifically for you, this is the first time you've made regionals. What would it feel like to push in your very first attempt and make it to that championship? Is this something that you've been thinking about?
First step is, you know, winning regionals.
Yeah.
I'd say, you know, I think a couple of sets ago it was, you know, on like my furthest dream was to, oh, you know, like hopefully I can like place well at a tournament, make final lobby. Yeah, I would love to make worlds, but got to do well at regionals first.
What are you doing to prepare for regionals? What do you feel like maybe is your edge over the competition?
I mean, it's so hard to talk about an edge at this point just because the competition is so good.
Yep.
I mean, the regionals field is stacked. But, you know, I'm just doing the best that I can, putting in, you know, scrim hours, VOD reviewing, digging into the stats. So, you know, hopefully that pays off.
Hey, I think that's good. I think the humble approach is always a strong one, especially when the field is so strong. But I mean, with that being said, how do you feel you stack up to the rest of the field? Are you worried coming in, or do you still have some confidence? Because I know you definitely sound humble, but it doesn't sound like you're nervous necessarily.
I mean, I'm confident. I think, you know, hang with the big dogs. I can compete. It's just about, you know, taking that extra step, making sure I play as, you know, with as few mistakes as possible to hopefully get me to the top.
Do you have any shout outs or anything else that you want to say to the fans out there supporting you?
Yeah, I guess I just want to shout out, you know, everybody I've studied with, prepped with. I think I've grown a lot as a player over the last like set and a half, and it's definitely not possible without everybody supporting me. And also all the fans. It's sort of surreal that I have some now. But yeah, appreciate it, and hopefully, you know, I won't let you down at regionals.
All right, thank you so much, Philip. Best of luck once again.
We're back from our halftime break, which means we've got another game of TFT upon us. And to bring us through this next one, we've got Admirable and Casanova back on the casting desk. And Admirable, looking at those standings, it is so exciting because we have so many players that are very much in this. Everybody's still in this.
Yeah, we're only halfway through, so in theory it could just kind of flip and mirror what it's been so far, but I don't really necessarily expect that to be the case. In this particular lobby, we have a couple players who are starting to really pull ahead of the pack. My eyes mostly on Soju and Milk for that one, and then we have a couple players who so far are being left behind, and one of the biggest ones I'm looking at is Phoenixaw, who's dead last at the moment, but again only halfway through, and Philip, who we just had an interview with. He came off second place, and then back-to-back 8th places in Casa. I know that that's never a good thing, but we did talk about the risk management thing during that interview.
Well, it was funny though, because Philip said, like, oh, the risk management, I don't know if that's actually, a thing that's happening, because I do tend to take a lot of 8s. And so, Philip it has actually taken these 2 8s, but he did start the day with a second place. He actually,
not assessment.
He's been able to still have good games so far at this regionals. 2 8s doesn't shut him out because he did have that really good performance in the first game. So he's actually not horribly far behind making that top 16 mark. So he just needs, a couple more big games like his game 1, and he's right back in it.
Look, you get them out of the way early. Like both Philip and I'm Jack, they get the ace out of the way early, and then they just get to full send it for the final 3 games of the day.
Yeah, easy.
It's like the Band-Aid,
Exactly.
just right off.
Yeah, that's the strat right there. And
Bad news first.
Can't wait. I can't wait to see what's going to happen, because I feel like Philip does make a very strong case for himself. But this lobby is really tough. You've got David Ace that just came off the back of first place at the last chance qualifier, who's also tearing up the competition with Irv. You also have K3, Soju, and Milk, who are at the top of their games right now. So this lobby is about to be a fun one. So let's go ahead and get right into it. Casanova and Admirable.
All right. Thank you, Necra. Admirable, we're jumping in. Game number 4 here at the regional final. Immortal Bastion, Slaughter Dogs, and House Light Shield.
No
rerollers definitely want that Slaughter Dogs, don't they, Admirable?
There's no way he's voting. He voted for House Light Shield.
Oh, replay. We've seen him one guy portals before. He doesn't get it, though. Right. We're just going to the Bastion. We got a strap in, Admirable. We got a long game ahead of us. 115 HP for everybody. And that's just going to make things, it just makes it so people can make it to those late games. They can get to those late game compositions a lot easier.
I was hoping for the Slaughter Docs so I could go into
get some pirate
voice.
Yeah,
I have to use the pirate voice at the appropriate time, otherwise it just doesn't work.
Oh, of course.
Like if I just came out of the cast and I was a pirate, think about how weird that would be.
No, you can only do it during the Slaughter Dogs. Well, I mean, there's other build portals too, but the Slaughter Dogs especially,
Not judging anyone if they have a pirate accent. I mean, I am, but I'm not gonna hold it against you in a regard. Like I'm not gonna be like, well, can we really hire this person? They have a pirate accent.
All the pirate casters out there are just like, what? Come on.
Yar, no, I tell you, I wasn't a caster. Milk is at 19 points though. This is like the Milk I feel like that we expect to see most of the time, and like we're seeing it like actually come through in this particular tournament. It feels like right now you only have to be the top 2/3 to not get cut from day number 1, but he's like killing it these first 3 games.
Yeah, Milk's absolutely crushing. I mean, you heard at the top of the day, right? Darth Nub and Wasian both were saying they felt like Milk was the strongest player in the field at the moment. And, we even were talking amongst ourselves, and I think even we've mentioned it on broadcast, just how good this patch feels for Milk's play style. He has had a lot of success in these very narrow fields, just perfecting a couple compositions or a single composition. And I think there's very few people in the world that actually do that better than Milk. So this patch really suiting his strengths, and it shows, right? He's here, 19 points already. The rest of his study group doing great as well, right? Soju also at the 19 points, and Setsuko also at 19 points. Actually, in fact, all 3 of them are sitting at 19 points, all tied for 3rd place. So yeah, they're all doing fantastic, and it's just a testament to Milk's strength, and Twisted Fate, of course, being what he is on. He really likes this.
I'm kind of curious to see like where Milk ends up taking this right now. Oh, we see a Poro in the lobby too. Phillips on Poro. I just noticed that.
Yeah, Philip switching to Poro. So I guess maybe looking for the high rolls, right? Like just trying to get the really, really strong combat augments. You were talking about that multicaster stat, right? Of 2 healthy and how much that changes things. So Philip maybe just trying to really search for some of those powerful augments that are doing so well in the stats. And try and turn his luck around, because the first 2 games, you know, taking, or not first 2 games, but the game 2 and 3, taking those 8s, really needing a big game here.
Look at the difference in the starting items here too as well. Milk landed on Pandora's via this being a silver augment and it's showing up. He put a cloak on the front line, and now he's gonna wait. What in the, like, this is like night and day from where cloak was not too long ago. Like your Pandora's items, and you're like, yeah, hang on, let me hold on to this cloak.
Yeah, I mean, it
what
happened to be very
happened?
specific comps, right? It'd be like trying to get to a Bloodthirster or something for, you know, a comp that was like re-rolling a Bruiser unit. So yeah, the fact that Cloak is a lot more flexible and has a lot of items that you actually really like to slam towards, definitely
That's
funny
really
to
good.
see. But branching
many Dragon's
out
Claws
from
have we seen?
Soju, we've got the
Pretty-
Earth players taking branching out, and Freljord, a pretty nice pickup, especially for that that kind of like Bruiser Azir line. It is an option, but also Neela and like the Bilge Neela that likes to play around Issa 20 also can like this a lot. So there's a couple options, but against his Rageblade, you know, it leans a little bit more towards Azir, but we've also seen Neela players play with this item as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few like Rageblade things you can do. I mostly want to talk about the Earth Silver take because we have not really seen this too often, and frankly, it's pretty obvious why. It's, you know, it's got some pretty low lows to it. But here's the thing. Silvers have a pretty hefty divide. The best silver augments are pretty good. We're talking like average like 4.3s, 4.2, stuff like that. The rest of them, though, they're kind of just like in the middle, or they don't really do anything, or they're kind of bad. That particular one with Earth, it just gives you a chance to like spike something where you're like, oh, and it's like perfect for what you're trying to do. The Freljord one isn't perfect, but it's pretty good. I don't know if you've ever had 3 Freljord in play, Casa, but it is like so much better than what the 2 Freljord is on this 9.5.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it retained the stun, right, I think is the big thing for Freljord, and especially because we've talked about just how fast this patch can be as far as damage is concerned. Getting that stun down at a critical moment can just completely turn the tide of the fight. It can end, you know, very quickly after that stun happens. So I do think that the Freljord emblem is quite a strong one as far as like a silver augment. Being able to get a Freljord emblem, I think you take those. I think you're pretty happy with it. And,
yeah.
We're kind of looking at our other branching out player right now. This is Phoenix. Does end up on Sork. The Reforger has been used, so Phoenix, it does look like, found something that he didn't like and then decided to go again. Get Sork. Sork is a reasonable emblem to play around. It's not super popular right now. It's not your ideal, but you can still build a pretty strong composition, and Sork still have the capacity to win streak very hard in the early game. It just seems like Phoenix didn't quite find the pieces he needed to put that together.
I think that Sorcerer is definitely still one of the better ones to go there. You know, it's not like this is like a challenger or a juggernaut or something like that.
Yeah, of course.
You know,
right, yeah.
we're just like, oh my god, what do I do now? It's, you know, it's a pretty good one to have Sorcerer. It really dictates, I think, where you're going a lot of times, but you don't have to necessarily go that way. It's a silver augment at the end of the day, and so again, it could just be one of those ones where you're like, you know what, I didn't get good value out of this. That was my attempt. Let's see what I can do just without the augment in general. And so for David Ace, as we look at this board, Young, Wild, and Free, this like turned into very quickly, I think, one of the stronger augments that we have seen at silver, just because it allows you that freedom to push as hard as you can for best board and not worry about like carousel priority, which is actually a pretty big deal when it comes to lose streak compositions.
Yeah, I mean, this is like one of the best augments you can get if you're able to put together a win streak board, and you know, David does have that here. He's been able to put together 3 different 2-star units. He's pushed to level 5. I mean, he's broke right now, but he can sell up to 10 if he wants, and really the him being broke is off of just board value at this point. You know, you can see 13 gold on this board. Actually, a couple players do have very expensive boards already. Just looking at Philip, Soju on the side there, 16 for Philip, 14 for Soju, and this is David's board at 13 gold, and we were just talking about how much is already here with upgrades. So it's like he's still not going to be able to make 10 here on 2-6. David gonna be very poor, but just trying to ensure this win streak. We'll see if he can actually upgrade this board at all. Other than that, it feels almost like a mistake to not make 10 if there's going to be no changes, but I think he was trying to high roll into like a Nefiri 2.
That's pretty aggressive. Like, do you think he would have tried to go for the Nefiri 2 here? I think that there's a very strong argument for it. You know, I hate selling pairs this early in the game.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, my gosh, not making 10 in that spot, it's like you need to win this round, or otherwise things could go really bad. Nice positioning from the Jhin here, though. I think it's going to get a little bit better of an angle here.
Yeah, it's a good move. I mean, definitely going to get a great angle. It looks like there's the shot. It goes through at least 2 units. Does hit onto the Sona. That will make the carry fall very quickly later on, and it looks like the Renekton's still just holding on. It's another cast and good healing there. The angle this time does not hit 2 units, so it's down to the Jhin versus the Vel'Koz. One more cast from the Jhin, but the Vel'Koz is going to get there first. Does it get there in time? It does! Even loses the streak. He's still not making 10. And did he sell in time? It looks like he was able to sell something in time, yes. But that's horrible for David because he sacrificed all this early econ to try and ensure a full streak and did not get it. Look on the flip side of that, Milk just going for the loss and does get the full loss into Krugs alongside DPay. And look at the economies of those two. They also, you know, because this is Immortal Bastion, they're still at 80.
Yeah, it's a night and day difference. I think that Immortal Bastion really favors this style of strategy because in the early game is, you know, that's the best place to sacrifice your life total. It's the most efficient to do it because you're not taking typically as much damage in the later stages. Because as you are in the later stages, you get the gold early on, which is going to be one of the biggest differences in using the gold in general. You get the carousel priority early on, which is massive for helping build out the direction of your line. And for Milk, this is just Milk as well. Like this is one of the things that he loves to do is to get a ton of gold and then put together the team. Like what the team is, I'm curious. Did he just reroll the items?
Yeah, was that on purpose? He just made a JG and then rerolled it? That does not feel like it was on purpose.
That does not feel like it was on purpose to me either. I think that might have been like, that's pretty wild. That's a pretty big accident.
I don't think you're ever doing that intentionally. And so now Milk stuck with this Titans just on bench. It looks like he's rerolling again. I mean, that's a pretty big blunder. You lose an item that you were looking for on your Pandoras, and now you have to reroll a full item, which is a lot worse than rerolling components, which you can like slowly piece together.
That is a blunder.
I mean, he's very rich, so that's the saving grace here, and Milk's gonna be able to put together the board he wants. But he's gonna take a lot more time to actually find the items. Uncharacteristic mistake from Milk. He's been pretty clean. I think mechanics have historically always been something Milk is completely fine on. So,
oh boy.
I mean, there's a Bramble. Maybe you can just slam frontline and just be like, okay, this is a good enough item.
I don't know if it is a good enough item.
I don't know either.
You're gonna have to take a look around the lobby to really decide that. And right now, he doesn't have time to look around the lobby. He's got time to roll. So items are typically the last thing you do in your order of operations. This is just the cleanest way to do it because you can continue to make items as the rounds go through. So Milk, in terms of order of operations, he's pretty spot on with that. But I really, really want to emphasize how important that blunder was and how rare that is and how much of a difference it actually makes here because it delays this. You know, the item advantage here, this is the one thing you need to make sure that this round is going well. And I'll say another saving grace is this Jarvan that got picked up. Typically, you end up itemizing like a Swain, or you end up itemizing the Galio. But the reason you don't want to itemize Galio is because it's tough to hit a full item Galio. And with that, I mean a 3-star Galio. The Radiant item got nerfed on the Galio as well, and Jarvan just ends up being a stronger holder until the very late stages where perhaps you had a 3-star Galio. Having this Jarvan is just such a big difference from where this would have been, and honestly, this might make up for the fact that he accidentally rerolled a Jeweled Gauntlet.
Yeah,
Still doesn't look like it, though.
He put the Bramble on Jarvan in the end, so he decides to slam that. But the other big thing, he just rolled all his gold. He was very rich, and he didn't 2-star anything. I know he has that Vel'Koz 2-star. That came from a duplicator. He did not naturally 2-star a single unit on that full roll down. I mean, Milk is in, I want to say he's in a pretty terrible spot. He does have some pairs. That's the big thing, is like, if he gets pretty lucky in his next few shops and it counteracts just how unlucky that roll down was, maybe Milk can start crawling back, because as we saw, his board strength is pretty close to actually picking up some kills. He needs to get very lucky on his next roll of his items to be able to slam something on Vel'Koz, actually start making a difference. But yeah, I mean, we look at like the other multicaster player, which is Replay, has this HP buffer, right? Replay is still at 115, has Sona 2, has TF2, has the frontline upgraded with the Taric and the Kassadin, right? Doesn't have the Jarvan, doesn't have some of the units you really want, but has a really good front line, and he's able to keep all this HP and buy time to roll, whereas Milk is being pushed into a corner.
Yeah, Milk is pushed into a corner, and I also want to emphasize the difference on what Replay was, where he found the buried treasures on Prismatic. Milk defaulted to the Earth one, which basically is just like a bad version of a buried treasure. it's just what it is. It's just almost strictly worse. And so when you have fewer items to work with on that, it's just really not a good feeling. for replay, he's going to constantly be getting items. He's going to be able to suit up really quickly in that one. So for Milk, I really do want to point that out as well.
David on this Young, Wild, and Free with an open sword was able to find this Azir and the spatula with it. Now the Azir is not as important, but the spatula, because he's kind of in this spot where it really wants to play towards the Nila, he can actually have this Ionia emblem that he's going to be able to slam and lean towards the Nila with already having the oh my gosh, why can't I? RFC and the Giant Slayer. So he's got RFC Giant Slayer, and he's gonna be able to get this Ionia emblem. So really, really good setup for David to actually get towards the Nila. He does have a pair of Azirs as well, kind of randomly here with the 4 Shurima. It's quite an interesting spot, but it still feels like the Ionia makes the most sense. But and maybe David does lean towards Shurima because he's so close to an Azir too.
Yeah, I mean, sorry I cut out there for a moment, but this is like a pretty big difference in what David Ace had put together a little bit earlier as well. You know, this is with a nuked economy early on as well, you know, because that devastating loss on 2-6. That was such a big difference in how this is panning out. So right now, David Ace is going to look pretty weak, and frankly, he is. He's put together, you know, something that can maybe cobble this as it moves along, but his gold is really the biggest weakness right now. Like, he might have to wait until like 4-2 to really push something through there, which I frankly wouldn't blame him for, and that's all because of that 2-6 loss.
And taking a look here, we've got our third multicaster player in Philip. Philip's spot not looking the worst, though, as far as the multicasters go, right? He's got nearly a Galio 3, which can help make that front line, you know, very strong, and he just needs to find one more, and he could duplicate it to just get that power. He ended up finding Pandora's later in the game to try and fix up the items, as well as, you know, getting a Radiant Sojin. Maybe not the worst, or not the best item, but certainly not the worst Radiant item that he could slam for a multicaster's backline, and he's been able to upgrade, you know, a couple of these multicasters. So as you can see, he's able to find a couple of wins. Philip on a 3 streak, maintaining a lot of life, and potential to high roll this last augment as well, because he is in Poro, and really look for something like Perfected Repetition, right, to keep ramping up this composition.
Yeah, I want to say that with an asterisk as well in Philip's spot here, where Shojin is definitely a lot worse on TF than it is on Vel'Koz. So I think that Shojin's actually pretty good on Vel'Koz, because those casts tend to take a little bit longer to come through on the second and third rotations and such. So if you're picking up kills, yeah, great. I mean, you know, blue buff's probably going to be better in that spot. But if you just need time to push through like really stacked front lines, the Shojin I think is going to operate super well, and then Radiant Shojin to boot on that one. But this is a lobby where it's like things that cast spells from the backline are very contested right now. So all of the players who are playing multicaster right now, they're battling each other. If somebody is in a spot where they can wait longer, they're heavily favored because they can literally take the units, you're accidentally griefing the other player, and then watching them bleed out and finally putting together your composition. It's a tough line to play, it's very risky, but when it comes up and it comes up well, you're going to find yourself in favorable spots to it. You're just pushing the other multiplayers down into worse finishes.
Yeah, and you know, like, kind of like taking advantage of these multicaster players since it's so contested, is we just saw in the corner Casper has hit Jinx 3, playing a gunner line that rerolls, you know, the same cost units but not contesting all these multis, and Casper should have a relatively easy time hitting his comp with none of the units being contested but a lot of the same costs being contested. And so we'll see if Casper can turn things around now that he's hit a little bit. He rolled all the way to 0 at level 7 here. He's on a 5 loss, but we did just see him hit, so I expect him to rubber band quite a bit.
Yeah, and it's hard to see this, that the Noxus Rise, this is a big difference from a lot of things you might normally see. Like, it's hard to assess like how powerful this is until you really start to get a clean grasp on what it's doing, where it's just launching random items onto the board, but once the items are filled up, he's just giving them a bunch of bonuses on top of that. It's actually really powerful if you can get it rolling. The trouble is getting it rolling in general, and it's really tough to see that without seeing like how it's performing and really have somebody who's very strong and adept to the game start to explain to you the impact it's having. You know, I was very fortunate to have that very early on. So it's one that I think it's difficult to make work, but when it works, it's ridiculous. And so Prismatic on the third one here as well. I'm very curious to see where players take this one from. And with Phoenix out here, the Earths on 4-2 is so strong, I feel like, when it's Prismatic.
Yeah, I mean, the duplicator can be insane, right? You can either, you know, spike like a 2-star 5 cost very early, or even just, you know, getting your 4 cost online, being able to 2-star it on 4-2 is definitely massive. Can't pick up the items.
Item locked!
Just plant
item locked!
something, Phoenix. he ran on that for quite a while, not sure what to do. There he goes. He finally picks it up. Gets the Morello online. Needs to get the Sork emblem into play, but that's actually just 5 Sork, so biggest deal. He actually does just get to slam that down. So one more Sork is on 6. Having 2 of those emblems is going to be very nice. I'm actually curious about David's spot. He had the spatula earlier. It looks like no, he did not end up picking it. We've got him right here in this fight, so that's very good. I wanted to see if he was going to go the Earth on 4-2 and turn that open spatula into a Tactician's Crown, and he ended up deciding against that.
Yeah, the Jeweled, I think, is probably a little bit better benefit there, and it's just... I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it was the Jeweled. I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it was Jeweled.
You're crazy.
Completely right, yeah.
I was looking for him on the sidebar here, and I was like, I don't see him.
Yeah, it was Jeweled.
Yeah, the Jeweled at Prismatic is just so much stronger than Jeweled at Gold, I think, where when you get 40% crit across your entire board, it's basically just like everyone becomes a bootleg Vanquisher, which we saw for a long time was way too good in the metagame. So I don't blame anybody for picking that augment in almost every scenario except for when you're playing Vanquisher.
Yeah, another multicaster here that we're seeing. I don't know. There's quite a few multicasters in this lobby. I've kind of lost count at this point. We have 4 of them, and 5 of them, 8 of them. No,
yeah.
I'm not sure, but Deepay has actually been able to hit most of his units. I mean, we look at his HP, still at 70. I think one of the great things for Deepay is he is just rich. He's on Immortal Bastion, and he's running Blood Money is what he got on his 2-1, which I think is just an absolutely phenomenal pickup. And here's a couple more spatulas, and David still has an open spat. Do you want a Tactician's Crown or not? There we go. Fix it up.
Not only does he want the Tac Crown, he wants Tac Crown specifically with that Mordekaiser.
Yeah. Was it a denial, or does he want it for his board? It looks like he wants it for his board. Yeah, he is on the Mord Azir variation. Very powerful composition. So if this Mord is able to get him to that Mord 2, he's get the Tac Crown to continue to push the synergies on this board. I mean, David's in a really great spot. Started out with a rough patch because of that economical loss early in the game, and he's getting bailed out big time. There's an Aatrox plus a Mordekaiser in this shop as you complete a Tactician's Crown. If you ask David what the best next in would be, he probably says Aatrox. So, hey, here you go.
You know what's funny is almost any time you look at a board and ask somebody what's the next best in, Aatrox is usually the answer to that, unless they have a very dedicated composition that wants only traits and traits alone to take a vertical slot. Aatrox is extremely powerful. This is aligned into it with, this is such a gold boost that he's been provided with because this Tactician's Crown. It's like now he gets to reserve this gold and watch the payoff come through. The Mordekaiser wraps to the backline. Yeah. This is great positioning.
It's Naked Mord, but he's got Jeweled Lotus 3 alongside the Slayer that just got put in from the Aatrox. So he's actually still quite strong regardless of the fact that he has no items. And so David's going to find that win. The wrap was insane on that one. Once he's got items on this board, David's board is incredible. It is insanely strong.
My gosh. And Phoenix trying to hang on by a thread here right now. This is kind of brutal on what's happening here as well. You know, the Sejuani's trying to hold down the fort, but it doesn't have any of the traits in play right now. So now finally the 2-star Shen has shown up, and he's really contemplating going that direction. I feel like that Phoenix is just, this has been a rough tournament, and I feel like he's struggling here yet again. I feel like that, you know, what he's dealing with is just not necessarily holding up to par with everybody else. Sometimes you're just going to have a rough day, but, you know, like this, the difference between 6 and 8 Sorcerer is the world. And if you can't make it to 8 Sorcerer, like this is kind of the results I honestly would kind of expect from this style of team composition here. It's, you know, the Rise is very strong, but the rest of the lobby is very strong as well. Sans the players who are just flat out missing their compositions right now. This is 2-star everything from Phoenix, and he's just barely squeezing out wins.
Yeah, I think a big thing is just being on that Silco 1. A lot of the damage is missing for Phoenix, because even though he found the Rise 2, and its Noxus Rise is so good, and his front line is so good, it's just, you're just not punching through the enemy team. They're just giving them way too much time, and so Phoenix front line slowly does eventually go down. And, you know, honestly, set 9 has been a pretty big triumph for Phoenix. I think he's had just one of his best sets ever, if not his best set. Makes it here to regionals, and you know, you've been bringing it up, but like even, you know, just being top 24 players in the region, making it to regionals is so good. And I know Phoenix wants so much more than that. I know he will not be happy with the 24th place finish, but I think Phoenix should be really proud of this set overall. And he's done a lot of really creative things along the way, and he's always kind of been the slayer of week 1. You're terrified of Phoenix in your lobbies on day 1, day 2. And I think this is the set that you know, we're going to start to see Phoenix turn from that player into someone who we consistently start to see automatically qualifying, you know, to those day 3s, day 4s with better ladder performances.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a doubt about that at all either. You know, just this is the first mid-setter regionals that Phoenix is playing in, so it can just be one of those tough things where it's either not your day, it's not holding up, you know, nerves can be an issue. There's all sorts of factors that can come in. You know, this is something you'd have to ask him about personally without really making an assumption about it. But for now, I'm going to say not his day. David Ace here, final item getting cracked, and this board is just something right now. Mordekaiser's going to take QSS and reforges into a bow
Giant
here.
Slayer.
That's
Wow.
huge with a Giant Slayer there.
I mean, this is massive, right? And QSS is actually so good for more twofold, right? Of course, the CC reduction is insane, but you're also on this Jeweled Lotus 3, and you're just giving him a little bit more crit, helping to ensure that these massive critical strikes are coming through on the auto attacks from that Mordekaiser, as we do see Phoenix fall in 8th. He was currently sitting in 24th. That will go unchanged after this game. Fortunate start for Phoenix. He's got 2 games after this to try and make up some of it, but it's going to be a very long road and difficult shot to try and make it into that top 16 as we come aboard. David, I mean, this is so strong. This is so
Reforged.
incredibly strong. And
There's been so many things just falling David's way on the cards on this one too. It's like with the Mordekaiser here, you emphasize like 2 things, which is number 1, attack speed, and then number 2, 2-star on Mordekaiser. Like that's like the top priorities for this. When you get the attack speed from the QSS, and then you also get the Giant Slayer for this, the Giant Slayer is like one of the best items that you can have here. It's attack speed, it's massive damage, it's everything that you want in this. The Reforge is like so much better than what it would have been before. That it's hard to not emphasize that as just straight up lucky.
yeah, I mean, Noxus Rise slots in so perfectly onto this board as well, right? There's a lot of damage threats, so the bonus damage that he gives is insane. He can give items to the front line as well. He does link with the Cassiopeia for Invoker, so you get the Invoker also on your board. So David just being able to link together really perfect legendaries, and he's got some good upward mobility as he levels up. If he goes to 9, 2-starring the Rise, 2-starring the Aatrox, there's a lot of power that can still show up on this board, even though he's hit such a big peak, and he's going to be winning for quite some time here.
Looking at Soju's as well. That's a pretty strong front line we have. Oh, I'm sorry, on Milk's point of view, I was like...
Milk.
There's a lot of hopping around going on right. We were trying to catch glimpse everyone's board because this is a tough lobby coming down to these bottom spots right now. Milk is on the last life, right? He has to win every single one of these rounds, and that Mordekaiser's made to the back line.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
running
out.
into David is kind of the worst case scenario for Milk here. The most contested comp in this game, the multicasters, there's so many of them, and Milk's the one who draws the short straw, goes 7th, not able to hold on any longer, and that's massive for the other multicaster players. It doesn't seem like any of them have any gold left, but if they can find some, there's a couple more multicasters that have just hit the pool that they can start looking for. Looking at you, Philip, replay. Deepay was on it earlier. Is he still there? Yeah, he is. He's kind of flexed into this gangplank as well. It looks like that's pretty neat, but yeah, he's still kind of on that multis line. They're all kind of multicasters, kind of not at this point.
Well, all of them are taking a very different line than what Milk was trying to do. You know, Milk, like, I think he had really not much of an option left with the gold economy getting nuked and missing the reroll, where he had to like kind of sit still and roll for it. For replay, he's done like a completely different line for this. For Deepay, he's done a completely different line for this. They started moving upward, and this is something that you can do on a multicaster line. Is if you have like very strong items, you have a plethora of them, and you have the gold for it. Instead of trying to push for these 3 stars, instead you can 2-star your board, start to get economy, and then move your way up, get to level 8, and support it with additional units and additional traits that you really benefit from that one. Replay is at 105 HP. This is a massive difference in how everything is panned out for replay than how it did for Milk in that one. And that's really, that is a super emphasis on what I was trying to talk about earlier, where you can let the other players bleed out, but it's something that you can do.
Yeah, look, I mean, it looks like replay was it just finally took his very first loss of this game, which is incredible, right? Being at 115 for so long, being able to use the multis in that win streak capacity, as we see Soju gonna drop down. David just taking everyone out from the study group. Milk, then Soju. David just hitting people so hard with all the spikes that he's gotten, and you know, it's gonna come down to, can replay now kind of start to hit the comp as people are falling. Philip might be the next on the chopping block, and Philip also holding a lot of the units that replay wants, and because he's at 105, if he can build some econ and Philip goes down in the next couple rounds, replay can then just send it, and he might just hit the full board and win out.
Yeah, I mean, he's still at 30 gold. for replay.
Yeah.
And Philip here has been sitting on 7-8 Galio like since 3-2. Like this is such a bad spot to be in for what's happened to Philip here. Like the fact that he hasn't put together this Galio still is like, this is just unlucky.
Yeah.
We were talking about how a little bit of how we've been seeing David Ace get a little bit lucky here. That's where you find yourself in high win scenarios. Make the most of it. For Philip though, it's just been the complete opposite of that. Just really not going his way after the start.
Yeah, and Philip, taking another big loss there, down to 11. Very likely that Philip is going to be our 5th place. Doesn't seem like he's going to be able to find many upgrades. Even if he finds that one more Galio, I'm not sure that that's really going to do enough, considering where we're at in this game. We're about to hit stage 6. I don't think 3-star Galio is standing up to most of these boards as far as frontline is concerned. So we'll have to see. Maybe that plus Jarvan 2 and a good Jarvan item here can actually make the frontline hold on long enough, because backline's still quite good, right? 2 Radiant items on your Vel'Koz. Unfortunately, they're both mana items, which I think is really not ideal. If they were both like more high damage, maybe Philip wouldn't be in an even better spot here.
The Radiant Blue buff, it does boast a considerable amount of AP on it. It's one of the reasons I think it's good. But yeah, it's definitely not the best that you could have on the Vel'Koz here. And I just really feel like this is going to be one of those ones that just ends up not going his way at the end of the day. And, 5th place here, I think in a, 3-way contested multicaster. I'm sorry, 4-way contested multicasters line. Honestly, that's pretty solid.
Oh, you take those considered. Yeah, you take those every day. As we see a Edge of Night being slammed on the Jarvan 1. Let him buy some time. Make sure he gets his jump off. Maybe he gets 2 because he's got, this Protector's Vow as well. Maybe he can sneak 2 casts out. I highly doubt it, but, look, he tried his very best. Vel'Koz still up, though, against replay. Philip says, hey, no, you cannot have my units. I'm not putting them back in the pool. You're going to take some damage before you get to roll down.
No, they're my Vel'Kozes.
Yeah, and Deepay actually going to drop very low. So Philip not even in the bottom position anymore. Might even be able to hold on for the top 4, right? Casper and Deepay just took losses. They just need to take a bigger loss than him. And Philip, hey, you've bought another placement with that win.
I'm going to be honest. Like, Casper's board looks like it's so strong right now.
Doesn't it?
like I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is really like losing all these rounds. Like,
yeah, Gunner's just like not good enough right now, I think is the issue. It's like this composition feels like it should be contesting easily top 4, maybe even more than that. And it's just, it feels like Casper's not guaranteed as we see him go up against Philip and then take down these multicasters. The front line's pretty good. He has this Aatrox too with a couple items. And even this Nautilus is quite tanky, but this is the wrong patch. He got his buff next patch. He's not able to do too much, but it is enough to take out Philip.
Enough is enough, and that's all that really matters there. Heimer 2 upgrade. Certainly, I think a little bit of a difference it's playing in there. The missed items, the missed units on Philip as well, just kind of sitting there on a Galio 2 the entire game. There's so much gold locked up in holding those extra Galios. And over at David Ace's side, he is just coasting right now. He's like, you know what? How much can I make out of this? Let's just keep sitting still right now. 10 win streak for David Ace. This is all literally because of that Tactician's Crown and the Mordekaiser that got found. That was such a big boost that he was able to take this devastating 2-6 loss that cost him so much gold into a position now where he's in the HP lead.
Yeah, and really, really great job from David capitalizing on these high roll spots and turning it into a 10 streak, being patient with his gold. Now he's going to be able to slow level to 9, cap out even higher because he recognizes that Replay can cap out very high this game now that all his units are back in the pool. He's the last multicaster standing. If Deepay goes down, which he does, yeah, Deepay is going to go down there. So Replay, last multicaster standing, 62 gold, level 8. Can he hit everything? That is the big question.
And I also want to give credit here to Casper Wu on this one. This is something I've always loved about watching with Casper, is that he will go weird lines at times. Like, he's not afraid to go them. He understands the power level they're in. He, I think, has very high confidence in assessing the spot and really making the most of it. I don't know how often you have rolled all in to try to find a Jinx 3-star, but probably not as much as Casper has, and probably not as well as Casper has either. Like, I think this assessment of the situation he was in was super good, and he has managed to find himself at least top 3 with this. I think this is a bravo to Casper, in my opinion.
Really interesting. Replay, even with the multicaster units back in the pool, decides to go to 9 instead to try and cap out the board that way. Maybe thinking that he's just too far away from any of these multis. The most he has is 4 Vel'Kozes, so maybe 60 gold, just not quite enough to feel confident rolling down for the units, and instead, Replay going to try and cap his board with level 9.
I think that's a strong assessment of it as well. When you don't have any of those units on your bench right now, why spend all your gold and hope to hit him when you just have something that is likely a stronger outcome, and then also a more consistent outcome to boot, given the situation. You don't have all the time in the world to work with, so make the most of it when you can. Casper's going to go down here in 3rd place, and Replay is going to see if he can outcap what David Ace has put together here.
Yeah, I think he's going to be hard pressed at level 9 to outcap David Ace. David Ace is at level 9 with much more gold. Already has these like really strong 2-star 4-cost units online, right? Already hitting a couple of 5 costs. We've got the Heimer with full upgrades. We've got the Rise on board. We have the Scion on bench. Aatrox as well. 2 of them already has actually got a couple pairs of these 5 costs, so those upgrades are going to hit really quickly, whereas Replay spent all the gold to reach this level, and still on Jarvan 1, right? Heimer 1 does not have any of these 5 costs that he really wants. There's a Gangplank on the board as well, but it's also 1 star. It's just a question of like how strong are these multis. He's been able to itemize all 3 of the important multicasters on the backline, and is that just enough damage?
I am kind of curious if this is enough, honestly. I didn't realize he was going to have so little gold left after going to level 9. And this might have been like a level 9 thing where he's like, you know what, I'll just outlast Casper. This is a decent 2nd place.
Wow.
Looks like I put up a fight, though, here.
It's very close. I mean, it's closer than I thought it would be. But I think it is, 9 items on carry units is pretty strong. And Replay's just got a lot of damage. But, I mean, the fact that he lost this one, he does have a ways to cap. He just doesn't have a lot of gold to do so, whereas David has 50 gold right now to try and improve this board.
I'm really curious to see how much this item can really influence things as well. I mean, you pointed out Replay's pretty capped on items. Not really much else he can do.
I mean, I don't know that, an extra Tully item is doing too much. Hey, maybe
Mana for
Gangplank? It might make the difference, right? Yeah, Gangplank items probably make the most sense, especially if he can find the 2-star Gangplank. I actually do think that can make a difference, right? 2-star Jarvan is good. Like, that's a big hit.
Finally!
Here's a Gangplank pair. I mean, maybe you find one more Gangplank here. That actually can make a difference, especially with another big AP item. That's actually starting to just kind of hit a critical mass of damage where, hey, can David Ace's board survive that? I'm not sure.
Oh, he's moving the Nashor's Tooth over.
Yeah, just moving everything over to the Gangplank and then trying to hit. Here we go.
Interesting. So yeah, obviously you're going to load up the Gangplank at this point. We're going to see if these stuns can make a difference. That Mordekaiser is just terrifying right now. The Jarvan big stun on that back line. And honestly, the Gangplank ult on that second one was kind of wasted. It ran into that Jarvan at the end and did not shut down anything from that back line that was pouring through.
Yeah, once again, very close. I mean, we see David going for 3 stars on both the Nasus and the Azir. I mean, at this point, he has so much gold. Why not? He's getting quite close, 2 away from each. Only got 14 gold, but, of course, he can sell out of one and try and go for the other if he does get, just 1 away. He also has so much HP buffer at this point that feels like he should have the time to hit one of these, and I don't know if Replay can get there. Did find the Gangplank upgrade, though, right? Like, that's the thing we were looking for. That was the next, highest cap Replay can reach. We'll see if it actually makes a difference in this fight.
I mean, he might not even have to have the time to get through.
I don't think he does, to be fair, but we just got to see this Gangplank, though. How much is it going to really do?
Stuns Jarvan again?
Yeah.
Oh, Jarvan almost got picked off before that big cast. That would have been a major difference. And Mordekaiser gets another ult off.
Oh, Vel'Koz doesn't get there in time. Okay, David.
Wow.
Ace finding another first place here in game number 4. Having a fantastic tournament. He started in 7th with 17 points on this one. Add 8 more to that. David popping off, coming off that LCQ win.
Looks like he's just going to continue the roll. I mean, what a performance so far. And David Ace not only having the early meta call to go for the Earth Legend right away, but also finding some very unique lines admirable. I feel like every time I look at his board, he's playing something fun.
It's in that one, I think that a lot of things lined up for him to go that way. But I'll be honest with you, Stage 3 was looking like kind of a disaster for David Ace up until like everything lined up really at 4-2. 4-2 was like complete turnaround. If you would have looked at that board on just honestly on 2-6 and seen the loss that got taken there, you'd be like, ooh, this might be a bottom 4. You see the augment come through and you're like, it's okay. 4-2, you look at the board, you're like, wait, what in the world happened on this board? That was such a turnaround. And that's really, I think, such an important thing too, is just kind of conserving your resources the best that you can, and then hoping that opportunity comes up. As soon as that opportunity came up, we saw him completely turn everything around, and it's like he was running laps around everybody after that. Wasn't even close from that point.
He always finds himself in those positions where, like, if he high rolls, like, he hits and he wins, I feel like, and just watching his LCQ performances. But, you know, you talk about resource preservation, and I feel like the region portal that we went to, Casanova, kind of had a lot to do with that. Immortal Bastion giving everybody that extra 15 HP opened up so many doors for so many players.
Yeah, and it might have contributed to how much people were contesting multicasters. They were trying to outlast, like Admirable was talking about, just kind of play, more tempo and then wait for the other multicasters die. But there was like 4 of them, and that's a little bit too much. The comp does not support 4 people to play in a single game, and Milk takes the brunt of that because he was going from a loose streak angle, so not able to recover and bounce back by hitting the 3 stars. And definitely, we saw some cool things with that, right? DPay grabbing blood money makes a lot of gold, and also having the same thought, I have all this gold, let me re-roll multicasters, and it just did not work out for anybody in that case. But yeah, there was a lot of resources abound on Immortal Bastion, and so it sometimes can be a very exciting portal because of that.
I do love when we get a chance to see some of that variety, and I think a lot of these players are going to have to think twice moving forward about whether or not they even want to try to contest the multicasters route, because it's 4 games down. We only have 2 more left, and if you're going to get tested and maybe even griefed in the lobby by a lot of people that want to play the multicasters, you might be in for a bad time. But looking at how lobbies A and B went, Admirable, Toronto Tokyo on top again. Wan Iverson, Connor on a victory lap right now.
It's like the players who are killing it are killing it.
Killing it.
This is just such strong games that we're seeing here, and this is just what's going on right now. I mean, is Setsuko, is he capable of getting below a 3rd place finish right now? Like, it feels like the bottom for Setsuko right now is 3rd place. Like, he went from a 1st or 8th player to like a 1st or 5th player. Now he's a 1st or 3rd player. Like, what in the heck is going on? I don't think we've ever seen a player this favored, like, ever. What the heck?
It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. I mean, Casanova, there's a reason why Setsuko has been a part of the conversation for so many sets now, when you just take a look at his consistency and how good he is at this game.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have an AVP of 3.14 in a set without mostly going top 3, right? Occasionally dipping out of that, but I mean, he is absolutely insane. But I'm so impressed with our LCQ players, right? Toronto Tokyo, David Ace in the top 3 right now, alongside, Weijin really showing up for the first time this set. He's had good performances, he's been solid, but this is, some domination that we expect out of Weijin, especially, like set 8 Weijin. He's really showing up for this tournament. So very, very exciting that these players are just popping off here at the biggest stage in North America.
What's so funny is talking to Wan Iverson, like, at the top of the day, and also kind of hearing the backroom talk about how comfortable he was coming into this NA regional final. He wasn't super confident, and I feel like there's a reason behind that for a lot of our players, and it's just uncharted territory to have to play such a high stakes competition on this patch with so much on the line. It's a little bit better today, where only the bottom 8 are going to go home, but the same is going to be said about tomorrow, where it gets even less room for error, and there's only 4 more spots to round out North America's representatives at the Runeterra Reforged Championship. So, Admirable, like, I don't feel like anybody is particularly comfortable right now.
I think that the players are pretty comfortable right now. I think the difference is really the players who are at the bottom, and how, honestly, they even have room, I think, to technically be comfortable. Like, I think even with 8 points right now, Phoenix is still in the running. Like, you have to go first place. But, look at what some of the players are doing right now with the strings of first places they're putting together. It's not impossible. And the fact that nobody is out of the tournament just yet is actually pretty wild, considering that Phoenix has had such a poor first 4 games here. Like, if he goes first, we're still looking at day 2. So, just keep playing. It's the only thing you can do right now.
I just mean that a lot of these players probably don't want to put the cart before the horse in terms of just like being overconfident coming into this, because still TFT and anything can happen. So we do still have 2 more games for maybe something like that to happen, because you're right, Admirable. All these players are still in this and have a chance to move forward. So it really is time to see if they can put the pedal to the metal a little bit, and if these lobby shakeups are going to be happening now will help them at all in their favor. So we are going to take a quick break to do that, and while we do that, we also got a chance to sit down and talk to one of North America's absolute finest players, who is just kind of the bridesmaid waiting to be the bride. It's Dish Soap.
When do you think the point is that your skill as a TFT player became obvious to the community at large? Is there a certain point that like you think stands out to you in that regard?
After Set 6 Worlds, I don't know. I got like a lot of viewership on Twitch just from like hitting rank 1 when like no one was playing. But I actually think I improved a lot of the game then, even though like the competitive season was over. And then I kind of carried that momentum to Set 7.
Competing in TFT is interesting because it's going to have a lot of variance in it, right? Where is the balance of your kind of mental battle between, oh, I know I could have done a lot better here, versus TFT's variance, and at the end of the day, that's just going to how it play out? Like, is there a balance there? Is there one that you lean towards of like trying to focus on?
The game is like very it's so difficult that I think there's so many different ways in every single game you can get a placement or two. Blaming it all on luck is like probably an easier way to like deal with losing, but it's not the most realistic way. I think saying the game is all luck is kind of a cop out.
Is there any time that you have kind of, you know, maybe found yourself there, just like, you know, screw it, maybe I tried my best, I played really, really well that game, maybe it was just variance? Have you ever found yourself there, or do you always go back to the, no, I always could have done something better?
Oh, I like, me personally, it's always like, I could have done something better. Even if I like complain about variance and like, yeah, like it plays a part in it, but I think almost every single, or like probably every single time I've been knocked out of a tournament, like I could have done better. And I know I could have done better. And I think that's true for literally everyone. This game is really hard.
Yeah. I want to shift over into talking about your preparation of TFT and like current sets. Like, you're part of a study group right now. Preparation going into the event, like, you know, there's a conversation of how the meta is right now, obviously. And do you think that you have good prep going into this? Does that kind of lean you one way or another, or being like, okay, I can come into this and win, or just, yeah, basically just how's that prep been going for you?
Generally, my prep is pretty good, and generally, like, the past regionals winners have had like very, very similar lines to me.
Good to hear. I think kind of on that, as a last little bit, I think I've heard you say at a certain point, correct me if I'm wrong, but that even if your style of play kind of is similar to anybody else, like, you think that you can execute it better, and you're confident that you can like always execute it better than at least any other NA player. Is that true?
I wouldn't say like I can always execute better. I think my execution's pretty good. I don't know. Most of my edge is actually just being like better beforehand.
No, is there anyone who you think is better? Like, does any name jump out?
Setsuko in general is like by far the best execution player in the server. He is like the best micro by far. I mean, my take is he's actually holding himself back. Like, really? Believe it or not, like even with all, like, he's actually holding himself back with this prep. I think he's actually just like that good. I feel like he usually doesn't have the best reads, but his play is so good it doesn't matter.
If you have any final thoughts, just in general, things that you wanted to say, shout outs, things you want to say going into regionals, the floor is yours.
We're about to start an in-house, but I might have to do those shout outs so we can start that.
Yeah, thanks for your time and good luck.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day number 1 of the Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals. We have 2 games left, which means we've reseeded the lobbies, and our players are just about ready to go. So we've got Boopasaurus and Crowan back on the casting desk with us to take us through this next one. And it's a tight race so far, Crowan. When you look at those standings, everybody is still in it, and it is just a what?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that even with, I think, 8 points is the lowest right now, but technically with a first, they could get to that expected breakpoint value of 24, 25 may get up there. But we've seen some crazy cutoffs before, depending on kind of how high early some people are being and just getting those first, and how low most people are being towards the bottom of the lobbies. But it's kind of do or die time in the final 2 games, so are going to start to see who's, just out of it after this next one.
And speaking of just high cutoffs, that literally just happened at the LCQ, Boopasaurus. And when you look at just the recent consistency of a player like David Ace, that makes this lobby even harder when you know you've got somebody that's super good at playing a full cap board and is also really good at pushing levels.
Yeah, I also want to just give props to the last chance qualifiers in this tournament so far. I think they're both in the top 3, right? Top 3, top 4. And so, like, a lot of people coming in actually did not give the LCQ player, except Crowan, LCQ players, maybe, maybe the flowers that they may have deserved. And maybe we were undervaluing the effect of having a tournament on this patch, even though it was, like, really early coming in here, since they already kind of got a little bit of that experience. Very different in days 2 and 3. But in day 1, I think that can happen. But to go back to your question, when it comes to those high cutoffs, it's very, very scary. But this cutoff is especially scary because it's not a 50%, it's just 8. You cannot finish in the bottom 8, and like we said earlier, no one is mathematically eliminated. So this is a make or break lobby for a couple of our players. So comps might change, you might see a Piltover push once again from someone on the bottom side of the leaderboard. But if you're also on the top side, now's not the time to show off, right? Making it to tomorrow is way more important than showing off on day 1.
I think another really important aspect of this, though, is that there is a spot at the Runeterra Reforged Championships for average placement. So, yes, you don't want to show off, but you still definitely want to do well. So let's see if our players can maintain that heading into this 5th game.
All right, this is lobby number 5. We got 2 more to go, including this one, Crowan. And let's see where we're going to be hanging out. We have Targon Prime, the Dreaming Pool, and Bandle Cafeteria.
Ooh, Bandle Cafeteria and Dreaming Pool gonna be... Oh, it's gonna be Bandle Cafeteria from David Ace, and that makes a ton of sense, Boop, because they are an Earth player. And yeah, getting more spatulas is going to be exactly what they want. However... we've kind of been cursed with silver augments a lot today for these Earth players. Maybe a gold one or prismatic will come through, and they'll actually be able to get some crazy vertical compositions online, especially again around that Bandle Cafeteria spatula.
100%. A spatula is exactly what David Ace needs to be. I'm sure when he goes into like a home goods store or like a grocery store, there's spatulas everywhere. They just look different than everything else available. It's like, my love, I love you guys. And so, but I also believe it's 3 silver augments for our Earth players to start, at least in a couple of our lobbies on stream. So let's see if that's going to be the case, because they seem to have been doing all right, but we haven't gotten to see like the full aspect of Earth because of those silver augments. I think in the second lobby, it was a second or fourth lobby where the Earths, none of them picked the Earth augment to start because it was silver.
I think it was game 3. Yeah, nobody picked the branching out silver augment, but there is gonna be 5 Earth players in this game. 1 TF player. Replay has been the solo TF player in a decent amount of lobbies actually. And then the 2 Ezreal players, actually, there's 2 of them, Melk and DQA, Boop. And talking about these legends that are popping out that aren't the most too popular, Melk and DQA in the same lobby, is that going to make any kind of a difference?
I wonder, because it's not like because there are 2 Ezreals, the Ezreals are kind of like taking opportunities away from each other like Earth could.
Oh, another silver.
Oh no. For Earth players, everyone else is probably moderately okay. This means that the tempo increase that Earth players could get on this augment just isn't quite there. And we're going to go ahead and pick up our Ezreal. No, it's going to be Targon here. So we ended up going with it anyway. Reforge into Bruiser. That's a pretty good Reforge, if you ask me.
Yeah, the Bruiser composition has been popping up today. not even in like the reroll Cho'Gath, but just going the 6 bruisers and having a carry like Mordekaiser and Azir, Azir being the main one, right, going into that kind of play style. But for David Ace, even in the early game, playing 3 Demacia, putting that Bruiser Emblem on the Poppy, making her that much tankier, I'm gonna want to put a spat on somebody to start stacking some HP, some more HP as well, right? Because Bruiser Emblem will do that. But we'll see if it's strong enough here to win against the Shurima emblem of Vanilla.
And remember, everyone's going to get an opportunity to cap out their board with an extra unit that doesn't normally belong into those comps. But yeah, I'm curious to see how David feels about it, because his reaction was pretty negative when getting that Bruiser emblem. So maybe it's not necessarily a comp that he's particularly comfortable with, especially maybe if he's contesting it or competing against another vertical comp like that. Yeah. The vertical comps that we tend to see are like Demacia. We've seen in some Vanquisher 6, like we're seeing here. And look at this. Why don't we just get both on one unit, Vanquisher and Freljord? That feels a lot better than David probably feels, because these two are great for each other.
This is like prismatic augment levels of power here for Solus, and it's exactly when he needs it, right? Solus is at 12 points right now, needs 2 good games to lock his spot into the top 16, and playing the Vanquish, especially with the Ashe, you can even go up to 3 Freljord potentially if you want to slot in a Sejuani. Going that direction. Ionia 6 doesn't need to be played because Ionia emblem isn't here, but Solus has a lot of options, and they're good options, right? And that's the big thing here.
Okay, let's see if we're going to be able to pull out this win at the beginning of the game. So we're talking about it really positively, even though it might be taking the L here, because later on, especially in the mid and late game, that's when this comp really starts to shine. It's all about mitigating HP differential and loss in the early game, which he might be able to do because of getting that Freljord online a little bit earlier. Prestivent, someone who came in with really high expectations, unfortunately hasn't quite gotten there yet. But like we said, everyone is still in the running, and a first can put you right where you need to be, as we're going to be moving on over to Vanilla right after that, looking at the Shurima emblem with the Shiv in the backline. So this is definitely looking to be going towards a little bit of an AP direction.
Yeah, Vanilla kind of on the bubble right now in terms of points, just needs a couple of solid games, and this is a solid opener to feel pretty comfortable. Did find an early Nefiri, so that for Shurima bonus online is there. The Shiv for Cassiopeia, like you're mentioning, is nice, but gotta look towards the bench as well, Boot, because there's 2 Vel'Kozes, there's 2 Cho'Gaths, and a Malzahar. So he has to decide what they want to keep, and it is going to be selling some of those pairs and just going with that Shurima direction.
All right, let's see if that Shurima direction is going to be enough. We've actually seen Azir has probably been, I think, the unit that's overperformed based on expectations so far today. We saw Wasian do pretty well with it. Also, just want to quickly mention, got a Kaisa 3 at 4-2, which is insane. I don't think I've ever been able to do that in the history of a TFT. I'm sure he's feeling pretty great about it. Wasian having an amazing day so far. Again, a player who likes capping boards and is able to be doing it today. And something else here on this particular lobby is 3 people actually went with the emblem. This is very different from the last time we saw the Earths with silver augments. 3 of them actually went for it. What does that kind of tell you, Crowan?
It tells me that the other augment options were pretty bad. Some of the silver augments, honestly, are gonna be like, oh yeah, I do like that, like Red Buff and, you know, Pandora's Bench, Tiny Titans, things like that. But if you don't find any of those really good ones, you're like, whatever, I guess I'll just take branching out and we pray for a good one. Like, it's honestly just as simple as that. I think, see, like,
the shoulder shrug meta, right?
Yeah, it's like
oh, okay,
all right. Milk finding the Vanquisher +1, great, right? There was another +1, I think Sork +1 by replay, not an Earth player, but still the same kind of thing. It's like, okay, good enough, you know, I'll take it. Shoulder shrug, it's fine, it's solid. Milk going on a bit of a loss streak right now, going for that Vanquisher line. His econ is online, a lot of units on the bench, so might consider selling something in the next round to continue to make econ. And Milk is so good at this play style. So many sets, right? Milk full sack stage 2 and then makes a board out of nowhere in stage 3 and just kind of wins out from there.
Yeah, this has been happening ever since Milk's been playing.
Yep.
I remember in like previous sets where that particular playstyle was really strong. Milk was considered probably one of the best in the world, and I think when it comes to something like this, when you're just not afraid to utilize HP as a resource, like I think some people are, you can definitely benefit from it. Milk definitely benefiting. And remember, at the top of the show, 2 of the players participating in this tournament said Milk was in the best form and their potential favorite to win out on regionals and make it into Worlds. Going back into Prestivent and T-Lides now, double Noxus spat on this one.
Oh, David Ace wants to be looking at this board here. Maybe going back to why David Ace, looked a little disappointed is because one of David Ace's comforts is that Noxus, but T-Lides has it online, and stacking up your Noxus this early, 4 wins in a row, looking for 5 here because a 5 Noxus in stage 2 is disgustingly strong. T-Lides is in a really, really good spot here. This is like, if you're going to be seeing this spot, you're like, oh yeah, that's a top 4 almost guaranteed, right? At this point, it's just super, super good.
He potentially could take a bathroom break and come back with the same win streak.
Yeah,
and not change anything on the board right now. And I think something that you mentioned that we should definitely bring up again is the fact that the stacks are going to be helping out this comp a lot earlier. So kind of like the inherent delay of Noxus is getting into those stacks and getting that extra power, but that's not going to be happening with this comp. So the amount of damage T-Lides is also going to be doing to other people is going to hasten this lobby potentially.
Yeah, 100%, and that's lobby tempo, right? The other players are going to be maybe forced to roll down a bit earlier than expected. Replay lucks into a Xayah, or would have lucked into it if he wasn't already committed to those sorcerers. Milk would have loved to see that one. There's another Vanquisher player as well.
If the players just had each other's shops, they'd be very happy.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, oh, hey, trade offer. Trade me your Xayah shop for like 10 gold. That's like, yes, I will do that.
That's not a...
Wait, am
I don't know.
Am I cooking with that one? No, that's no. Let's stop. Let's turn off the stove right there and figure out what replay's doing after these Krugs. He is vertical Sarks. We saw that being run by Robin actually earlier, Boop, when he went on a 12 win streak, had a bunch of Sarks online, and then just lost out from there and ended up going bottom 4. Is replay maybe on that same trajectory?
I mean, we shall see. It was actually quite evident when we went over to Robin's board that one time, like what was happening. It was just like you just kind of saw that board stay stagnant and the rest of the boards kind of overtake it in the race. So it's all about staying, ahead when it comes to this comp. As of right now, replay in 4th place, starting that win streak, potentially starting a win streak after this one. But in terms of power level, this is not quite where the strongest comps on the board are going to be. But you never know when this board caps out, though. It can definitely compete with some of the other ones, but we did see a struggle with multicasters in an earlier board. But we have another emblem here, and it's going to be Ionia Ash, which is something that a lot of players were looking at before coming in today as well.
Yeah, definitely Ionia, especially with the Vanquisher +1. Milk has his direction locked in. Going to want to put that onto a Anila a bit later. Replay with Soraka 2. That's super strong right now, especially with the Sork emblem, and it is able to get the job done. And that's a really important win for Replay too, right? Because they have the opportunity to level up to level 6 on 3-2, roll down for the 6th Sorcerer, and that is a massive power spike as DQA trying to look for the win here in this matchup as well to continue that streak, but isn't able to do so. Replay though, gold augment's coming through here, Boop.
All right, item grab bag, social distancing, Ancient Archives
Ooh.
already flipping around. Ancient Archives again.
Okay.
So there's one way to increase your power level vertically, and it's Ancient Archives.
Or you could go dedication and just not miss.
There
and
it
yeah,
is.
that's going to be the choice from Replay. You could go Ancient Archives, get a little bit of gold, and luck into a Sork. But if you miss, right, it's really, really terrible. The 6th Sork has been found, but it seems like Replay wants a stronger front line. Does find a Vel'Koz upgrade, however, and that's really, really strong to carry some items that he doesn't quite have yet for the back line. There's just a Gargoyles right there for perhaps a cast in here soon, but rolled all the gold down, didn't even find a Taric. I think that's what he was looking for.
Ooh, that could have been a little bit better. But hey, at least we got a little bit more damage in the backline. Soraka is also definitely going to be helping out. But like you said, the most vulnerable part of this particular comp right now is that front line. We've already seen it go through the Void Pet. but it seems to be holding up just fine so far. Let's see how much damage this Cassiopeia can do. Tier 1 before it falls, but you got, you know, I'm underestimating that Alawi right now as it's finally getting into that backline access. We should be able to, oh, nope, no more kills for that Cass. So it's a 4-unit win. Replay is going to right the ship once more, and now we're back to T-Lides, who had their Cass take the dub on that one. Actually, we're still on replay here with the Sorcerers.
Just checking out him getting another Sorcerer emblem from that Dedication gold augment choice. Taking a peek at everyone else's augment choices as well. Some Vitality for Solus as well with that Vanquisher kind of line. That's going to be really, really powerful. But Milk grabs the same thing too, actually. I was going down the line. They both get it.
And in terms of statistics, it's a very well-performing augment. 1% doesn't seem like that much, but when it's happening amongst a bunch of different Vanquishers and at the same time, it's going to be pushing a lot of potential healing, and especially into the front line at the beginning. And because time is of the essence when it comes to those Vanquishers, you got to push a lot of that damage out, and when you're able to sustain a little bit longer, it's going to be a little bit easier for you as well. The training dummy pops gold for existing. That one always gets me, as this Cass is going to fall. It's a 3-unit win.
Have to be there, you know, training dummy. Does give a little
gave a tip as well. We love that.
Loving our support augments. Honestly, like, so many players love the support dummies, the support items. They give you some frontline if you need it. They're going to be able to provide just a ton of value, it seems like, from any single augment tier where you find that. As we get the stage 3 carousel coming through, Boop, and get a check in on all of the compositions. Looks like there's a lobby where there's 2 Sork players, right? DQA and Replay both going that Sork line, but it hasn't been as successful as players would have hoped, I think, so far.
Oh, and I think that's been kind of the story of that comp for this day so far. Maybe as we get further into the tournament, that might change. But so far, the Sorks have just not really been pushing a lot of opportunities forward. As we're now back with Prestivent on that Ionia run. Still an Ashe 1, but that's going to be handed over to Nila, potentially, as we do get that Nila on the board. So we have 5 Vanquishers now. Still looking for another. Belveth, actually, another one that can hold it. We saw how good that was with another board earlier today. I mean, once Soju, I think, dropped in the Ionia Belveth, he didn't lose another round.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. Isn't going to put it on the board right now just because it's awkward to fit in all the synergies between 4 Vanquisher and the 6 Ionia that here it is. If that roll down had gone a little bit less fortunate for Prestivent and wasn't able to find the Karma 1 that he was digging for so long, probably would have played the Belveth with the Ionia emblem for just a few rounds to kind of bridge that power gap, and did hit everything that he wanted to, but just the tier 1 versions, and they wasn't quite strong enough to start that win streak. But Prestivent needs to turn that around soon. It's 8 loss streaks, so you got to be turning it around at some point here soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's been one of the cruxes for a lot of our players. You know, Milk's playstyle, we know. Rainplosion, actually, a player that's not participating in regionals, comes to mind when it comes to like hyper 1st or 8th playstyles. Deepay, actually, I think, before coming into his game plan today, which was multicasters, I would consider a little bit of a 1st or 8th player. But sometimes the risk of being 1st or 8th is you never get out of 8th.
Yeah.
Right? And you just kind of never turn over. How many times have we seen that with Piltover, personally, as an experience, right? You never get that dub and you end up getting 8th place instead. In a bigger picture form, that can happen to some of our players because of that playstyle. However, when you get rewarded for it, you're rewarded very handsomely for being a risk taker when it comes to this particular game. So we're still seeing T-Lides on the other side of the board with those Noxus emblems, and they're both on the front line right now. But again, we're also getting gold from that training dummy, so that might be compensating a little bit of extra power a little bit later. Economy is great.
Just gets 1 gold because some units died right before that kind of procs. I had 2. Oh, the dummy lives, and so it's actually a round to win for T-Lides. Both damages came through, but the dummy's the hero at the end of the day.
When I was a music major, there was always like a 12-year-old who was better than me. That's what that reminded me of. Just like the training dummy just sticking around, and it's like, all right, I guess I'll take it. You know, why not? It's gonna win the round anyway, and a dub is a dub, right? As we're going over to Milk again, we have the even Shroud in the front line, but again with the Ashe, a lot of those units are going to be contested by Prestevent. I wonder if this is going to be a situation where they both kind of eat each other alive and finish in the bot 4. But if one of them does hit, that's going to be a huge advantage against the other player and potentially the rest of the lobby.
They're going to be contested by Prestevent and Solus as well. We actually have 3 Vanquisher players in this lobby, which does beg the question, Boop, who's running multicasters? And I think the answer is nobody. And that's crazy to say, because while there's like Vel'Koz on the board, we're seeing the bot left with a Sona as well. This is not the traditional, you re-roll these units with the Galio, with the four multicaster and 3 Demacia. There is actually 0 players running that traditional multicaster line here in this game, which is crazy to say.
Yeah, I think we can thank Vandal Cafeteria for that, to be honest with you. When everyone gets that spat, multicasters, obviously are going to be a little bit harder to play because everyone's going to be able to vertically get their comps super strong. You might have a good time in the mid game, but your opportunity to win might be a little bit lower. Plus, when you get that Sork emblem, for example, right, it's hard to build outside of that. Even though the multicasters fit within it, you kind of have to commit to that vertical as well. As we get a prismatic Earth's grab bag, roll the dice, and blinding speed.
Stationary support being rolled into Vanquisher crown though as well. Melk is in a weird spot though, where to get the full benefit of this, he would really have to go to level 8 to play 6. Oh, never mind. He has both emblems. Just kidding. He has 6 Vanquisher, 6 Ionia online. My eyes do deceive me because he does drop the Sejuani and is not going to play the 2 Freljord for now, but it's still a similar point. I'll continue to trudge along and make this point that the board would be most ideal if Melk was level 8 for that 2 Freljord and right now, because he has no Shred, no Last Whisper being built for the Xayah. It is just a Xayah 1, and Melk really needs to start finding wins. He's only at 17 HP, stuck in level 7, 20 gold, and is kind of greening out, right, not rolling it down to try to find more upgrades.
Yep, the risk with that playstyle, however, again, can be handsomely rewarded, especially if we get a tier 2 version of our 4-cost units. Honestly, this Karma as well, with some additional, one last item to go with that large rod, could potentially help out, stave off a little bit more HP. But we win the round against DQA. DQ Abuser, if anyone's wondering what that means. It's been a while, I feel like, since we've said that. And he's going to go down as well. One of the multicaster players that came in saying that they were going to play multicaster, moving into the Sorks instead. But especially with the amount of emblems now, DQA is building up a little bit of HP. And how many times have we seen fights go to like 1 auto attack difference, right? So this team is going to be the one that wins most of those.
Yeah, here is the kind of the closest thing we can get to a multicaster board in this game, which obviously does have 4 multicasters, but most of them have Sork emblems on them, and all of them are Sorks right now. So is this a multicaster board or a Sork board, Boop? I don't know.
It's Halloween, they're in costume.
Yeah, they are in costume, but the big focus of this composition is going to be that Taric in the front line. Double Gargoyle Stone Plate plus Quicksilver Sash. This is the Taric tech that players have been discovering recently. He's going to be able to not get CC'd in the front line to get all of those ultis coming out, but the Xayah has backline access, Boop, and DQA's board is still just melting.
Oh, that set overachieving in that front line, in my opinion. It's so good at setting up that back line to get those kills with that CC, and it works to beauty. It was beautiful the way that worked out for that particular comp. And so now we're going back to our carousel. This is going to be an opportunity to see where everyone is at. A lot of our Void comps seem to have tried to transition into a Sork or multicaster comp. We have a couple of Azirs, David and Vanilla, both playing Azir 2 right now, one with an Asher's, one with a straight up AP build, but there's a Rise for Vanilla. Looking around here, we have that 3 Vanquisher players as well. So I think we can say we have like a half multicaster comp with the Sorks right now.
I was just gonna say they're trying to make liars out of me, Boop. DQA or Replay, none of them had 4 multis when I made my point, and they're just like, nah, let's put them in here. They're gonna be Sorks, but they're gonna be a multicaster board, which honestly, I shouldn't have been as excited as I was. We should have expected that to be the case once they were pushing levels into level 7 and level 8, right? Because that is so strong. With all the power of the Bandle Cafeteria emblems to support that, right? That's a huge deal. But now we take a look at Vanilla trying to cap out this board and finding a Mordekaiser too. makes it, but how is he going to put it on the board? Actually is not able to right now. Maybe a bit of a over eagerness on clicking all those Mordekaisers.
Yeah, I think sometimes you see a unit, you're like, I need that. Unfortunately,
it's City Rise, so it gets thrown in. Okay,
perfect. So that's why they're smarter than us, right? So
I mean,
vanilla
okay.
now,
Yeah,
vanilla. Yeah, it's it's not really going to even matter at the end of the day. He still is going to lose out on that one and continue, unfortunately, that downfall. The lower side of the leaderboard is close, but T-Lights at the top side, along with Soul, is developing a little bit of a lead. But Milk, once again, at 17 HP, that middle number that you're seeing, that 41 next to Milk's name, is the total board value. So it's pretty much even with the rest of the lobby. 48 with Vanilla and 53 with DQA are definitely rocking the highest numbers. Vanilla, though, on a bit of a loss streak. So let's see if this Mordekaiser 2 on the bench, that is not there. Oh, there it is. Is going to be able to pop in with that Rise. And this front line is, again, looking pretty weak. Especially at this point in the game, front line is almost required.
It's the Infernal contract, so Vanilla is stuck on level 7 forever. So the only way that Vanilla can make this board better is by finding units for the bench. The whole thing is, I don't know how strong really just a Mordekaiser 2 with no items is going to be to throw in. It's not benefiting from any synergies, no items, which Mordekaiser really excels in. It looks like it will be enough in this matchup versus David Ace, but how far can this continue to go on, right? David Ace is saving a lot of gold, it looks like right now, to try to cap out his board there. So it's, I think, a matter of time for Vanilla is going to be still dropping even further down. Milk trying to go towards 8 though and put that Sejuani back in play.
Yeah, Milk trying his best right now at 9 HP. Remember, that first or 8th style might end up biting him at the end of the day. But again, Milk, if anyone's going to be able to, stabilize with 9 HP and win the lobby with it, it's going to be Milk, coming in with expectations upon expectations, winning the last tournament with Toast. Also, the respect of the rest of the lobby as well. Will he be able to take that pressure and those opportunities across the finish line? We're spending that gold to see just how and when we can do that on this lobby. This is a make or break moment for Milk, and we do get a Zaya 2. We also find a Neela. I wonder if we're going to be able to work anything in at this point, and it does seem like we're transitioning a lot of our items right now. We do put it in. Let's see where they go.
Yeah, bottom left as well. DQ is rolling for a Volcause 3 this whole time, but does not hit it. Milk found some fantastic items for the Zaya, and he's going to be going up against David Ace, who used all the gold, who went to level 8 and has that Azir Bruisers.
All right, Azir needs time. That's what those bruisers are going to be able to provide them. But that front line actually not lasting as long as you would assume based on the itemization and the units that you're seeing. These Vanquishers cutting them down like a hot knife through butter. One of my favorite phrases, by the way. Let's see if that's going to be enough damage. No, the Azir in the back line almost took down a couple units. But David, after investing all of that money, loses. That's bad news if you're a David fan. And remember, David was sitting on the top side of the leaderboard. So anyone who's going to have a good result that wasn't in that qualifying position is going to love seeing that.
T-Lides going to level 9 and 5-2 and still having 30-ish gold to roll down with, is still carrying a Cassiopeia at this point in the game, but was able to go 5 Strategists, 7 Noxus, might even be able to get 9 Noxus online soon. That's going to be a Noxus gameplay, it looks like, but we see where those items from Cassiopeia are going to go.
Okay, we just saw a different, we just saw Milk have a little bit of success with something similar. Let's see if Vanilla is going to be able to right the ship, if you will. Everyone's going to be looking at that Azir versus Azir in that back line. Kazante actually does push someone out of the board as well. Oh no, red side is starting to take over. We get to the back line. That ship isn't going to do very much, and it's going to be a T-Lides loss.
Yeah, T-Lides could fit in if they find an extra Cassiopeia. No, excuse me, it's already on the board, but they could put in a Scion now with that Mordekaiser to reach 9 Noxus. Looks like they're trying to make the adjustments that they need. The only thing left is, yeah, that's going to be where the Nox Emblem went. I was kind of confused last round, like putting all those items on an Azir 1 while there was a Gangplank 2 right there, and obviously it wasn't powerful enough. But now T-Lides has reached critical mass. 9 Noxus is so powerful. He's swapping items over into an Aatrox 2 now. That's a huge hit.
All right, let's see if this 9 Noxus is going to be enough. Those prismatic verticals do tend to be the most powerful versions of those comps that we see. Let's see if the itemization is going to be able to beat out the rest of these boards that have a ton of emblems. The ship is going to go through the backline, though, with these Vanquishers are starting to fall apart. The Aatrox did make it into the backline, but no, they've given themselves another opportunity to try to make it back. The ship doesn't do much. It's now Ash versus the world. With this ult, is not enough. No, it's going to be the Cassiopeia 1 with no items remaining, being the last snake standing on that board. What a round. And also Milk survives with 1 HP.
Yeah, just a little bit of difference in that fight. Milk would have been going out there, but the GP did fall, and the Cassiopeia 1 being the sole survivor. But Milk finds a Vanquisher emblem on Carousel. There's so many emblems to work with. Boop, DQA takes Demacia. Wait a minute, these boards can get even crazier than what we've already seen.
I asked Mort one time because I was like, I feel like in Bandle there are more emblems on carousels. Is that on purpose? Nope, that's just how it happens sometimes. And so if anyone was wondering, that is straight from the Mort's mouth. But let's see if these capped boards are gonna change anyone's current position right now. We're looking at Milk at 1 HP and a Dream, like we said, lost that last round. I don't remember quite to who, but we do get to that 6 Ionia, and you know what? Why not 7 Vanquishers?
Yeah, it was to the vertical Noxus of T-Lides, lost the last round, but now go up against Solus and the other Vanquishers.
But Vanquishers will reign supreme. Those backline, actually, it wasn't even close. It was going. Oh man, yeah. Vanquishers for Solus going to be doing a lot more there. Milk looking like an elimination. We also have a huge loss for Pressed Event. This lobby is probably the one that's been most separated in terms of HP from top to bottom, and now everyone's fighting for this 4th place.
Yeah, but as you remember, going into this game, right, the players that were on the bottom of the standings, Solus with 12 points, Pressed Event with 12, and T-Lides with 14, they're all still alive. They are fighting tooth and nail to make it into day 2 of the NA Regionals, Boop. Vanilla was right there too with 15 points, but did unfortunately go out in the bottom 2. So it needs to have a huge game 6 to even have a chance. But for now, Pressed Event 4 HP up against Replay with 10. Either could fall.
All right, is this going to be the end of either of our players for this particular lobby? Oh no, the Neela already on the carries in the back line, but is she going to be able to do damage quick enough? It looks like that is going to be the case. Ari no longer. Is that enough damage? No. Replay sticks around. Is DQA going to hang around? We see an animation, so it does not look like it.
DQA taking the loss there. Was safe in points, but he is going to be going out in a bot 4, which is a lot better for any Solus, T-Lides, or Pressed Event fans. Replay as well, right? Even though Replay had 20 points, was a bit more cushier of a position, but this is the defending world champion, Boop. We're not going to be saying goodbye to him on just day number 1. No, he has way more to show, especially with popping off with an 8 Sorc 4 multicaster. I think this is the first time we've seen this specific board and flavor multicasters.
Yeah, we can only really see these boards on portals like Bandle by Earth players, not even an Earth player on this particular one. It's still going to be the only Twisted Fate in the lobby. We do get some upgrades as well. We finally get that Tarek. That's going to help. You know, it's a game of inches, and that might be enough to try to steal a couple more rounds. Really, I'm super intrigued if Solus's board is just going to absolutely wipe this board with the Vanquishers. That's probably the matchup I'm most intrigued to see.
Yeah.
Now we're going to get to see some more itemization here. Where are we going to go?
I mean, it's hard to actually have a good item. Crown Guard does give a lot of AP. It's actually 10 AP less than a death cap once that shield expires. It does go on a Tarek, though, and T-Lides versus Replay, and on the left, Pressed Event and Solus.
All right, I'm looking at Liquid Replay and T-Lides on that board right now, seeing if this 8 Sorc 4 multicaster comp is going to be enough. It was not. Oh my goodness.
No.
By the time I finished my sentence, Liquid Replay was eliminated from the lobby. Let's see how Solus is doing. Is going to take out Pressed Event, so it's going to be 2 people remaining. T-Lides and Solus both meeting each other on fire. Stop, drop, and roll is going to happen to one of them.
Pressed Event needed a big game, and a top 3, I would say, is just that. T-Lides and Solus are battling for the top spot. Solus needed this game to be big as well, and has, I think, the board that other players would have wished, right? It's you versus the board told you not to worry about, and Solus has made it happen so huge. Just trying to find the Xayah 3, and does it, finally gets through on just the last roll there to try to take down T-Lides.
All right, we're getting a lot of tier 3 4-cost units. They're open because not many people are trying to use them as those carries, but also look at that Gangplank in the back line. Adaptive Helm with the Jeweled Gauntlet, and doesn't take anyone down in the front line just yet, but was that enough damage to try to take him down? Now it's all up to that Xayah moving up against that Mordekaiser. She goes down. Is going to swim with the fishes for this particular round, but what does this mean, Crow? And it means that this Xayah is not an auto win condition on Xayah 3. The itemization of that Gangplank definitely helping out, but this is not over.
It turns out ever since the LCQ and watching clears roll down, even though you find a tier 3 4-cost unit, is not an auto win. Even though Solus is in a much better spot there, it is going up against 9 Noxus of T-Lides, right? 5 win streak here. Even that support augment or support item that we were talking about coming through there is going to matter a lot. Solus one set away from set 3, but that Xayah can't get the job done this time around.
All right, we're going to be here for at least a couple more rounds. Let's see who's going to try to find an advantage within this fight. If T-Lides is able to win this fight, those HP totals are going to be a lot more similar, and that one wasn't close.
Nope.
Solus gonna fall, and look at these HP totals, 45 to 30. Oh, actually it's gonna be a little bit closer, 32 to 31. It is just 1 HP separating our top 2 players, but it's up to Solus to find more power because T-Lides is absolutely destroying them right now.
Solus denies a Nasus and a Guard Breaker from T-Lides. Guard Breaker going to be a good third item for that Xayah, might be the power that she needs. However, T-Lides doesn't really have much to roll down for. Solus still does. 3 Shens away from a Shen 3. Set would be a big one, but the rolls are not in his favor, it looks like, after finding the Xayah.
Xayah 3. Is Xayah 3 going to take the L against a vertical comp? 9 Noxus. Those prismatic vertical comps are very, very strong. Let's see if it's going to be strong enough. We at least have one more round after this one, but someone will have a win condition or a winning option on the next one based on whoever wins this one. It's going to be Xayah 3 versus the World. The Mordekaiser's already on her, but I think this might have been the difference, Crowan. Aatrox is going to come right back, but does he have enough damage, especially after these ults? No! We're going to be going to stage 7 for a fact, I think, at this point. But let's see how we get there.
Yeah, unless there's some crazy loss in the next round, but I don't think that's going to be the case, Boop. One more Shen has been found for Solus to be 2 away. This is also a game where both players ended up taking that Silver Earth augment with branching out, and it is more tempting to do so because it is Bandle Cafeteria and you can reach these crazy capped out boards, but this is what we talk about in an Earth meta, right? 9 Noxus versus a 6 Ionia, 6 Vanquisher. These are the strongest boards that we see in TFT currently, especially with Solus's Xayah 3. Can it get the job done here again?
All right, Xayah 3 was the only unit remaining. Oh my goodness, if that boat hit that Xayah, it would have been over, but with that Hand of Justice and that lifesteal, but no, we're not even gonna need to see the boat walking the plank with no boat. That's gonna be a little bit harder than usual, but Xayah does just that, and once again, our tier 3 4 cost falls once more.
Man, after that round to win, I was like, oh, maybe Guardbreaker was different. Maybe it just has enough damage to just bully through everything. But then the CC came through at the end. You know, the GP, even though it failed, the Aatrox was right there to come back into the action. This is fighting tooth and nail for the victory here, Boob. No, I'm not sure who's going to win out at 7-1 because it could be either player. It comes down to things like positioning. It comes down to things like what item they get from this anvil and what Solus finds in this roll down. Can he find the Shen? Can he find the set?
Look over at T-Lide's board. There's a friend sitting on that bench that's making this set much harder
Shen
to
3.
find. Setsuko showing, you know, some other players maybe how to do this late game version of this. Shen 3 gonna have to wait a little while longer at 16. I think you can maybe squeeze another round. It might be enough hero damage at this point, but let's see.
If Solus wins, he might be able to hang on for another round, but if Solus loses, he's going to be out.
All right, Solus, this is your last opportunity. The Xayah has one more chance to show that this Tier 3 unit is going to be the one that brings you a potential lobby win. The Mordekaiser, though, has already gotten into the back line, and not a lot of damage going on a lot of these units. It's going to be Xayah versus the world. Last time we saw this kind of setup, it was the Xayah, and that one does win again. This is a definition of a positioning battle, right? A little bit of that rock, paper, scissors. 16-2. This is probably going to be it. And the crux is that Xayah.
The positioning diff, Xayah did not get CC'd by the Scion. T-Lides has to be thinking that that is the difference maker in these fights. Both players would love to find a win here to make it that much more guaranteed, or at least easier to make it into day 2 of the NA Regionals. Boop, this is the last round of Game 5. Take it away.
Let's go for it. This is the last round. We'll know the winner of the penultimate lobby of the first day. This is going to make us know exactly what players are going to need to do in their last lobbies. Some eliminations will definitely happen, but some victories will as well. The Xayah finally looking good and has avoided the gangplank ship and the CC, and what looked a little precarious is finally going to be that victory for Solus.
Solus takes it right when he needed to, right? 12 points coming to this game. Means he's going to be at 20 now, and when 24-25 is the expected cutoff, that was a much needed win for Solus there in that game, but that was a super hard fought battle there at the end. Boop.
Oh, 100%. I love it when we get 1v1s between a couple players in a row. Like, you get to, when you really get to invest your attention and everything around it into that 1v1, there's a lot of really cool things that happen. And I think it really shows the difference between a great and a good player when you're in that situation, having to move, knowing exactly where to put things like that Xayah. But what was happening to that Xayah, Crowan, that kind of made it a little bit more precarious than I think some people would have assumed?
Yeah, at the start, it was definitely because it was 2 middle items, the Night Harvester and the Hand of Justice. Like, if you think about Xayah, you think of items like Last Whisper, right? Some flat AD with Death Blades, and maybe Gunblades, right? Things like that, which deals a bunch of damage, can be healing up the team, but that wasn't the case. Being stuck on 2 items for a few rounds and getting CC'd by the Scion was a huge deal. As soon as the 3rd item was put onto the Xayah with the guard breaker, and when Solus was positioning kind of away from where that Scion would charge, that's when the fight started looking a lot better, and why he was able to get some wins and claim the lobby there. But it's kind of crazy to think that he even needed to do all of that after finding that Xayah 3, right? It was still kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to these kind of lobbies, we've seen a lot of multicasters, right? We saw a lot of multicasters in that one, but is this particular portal just not going to be as good for that comp? Like, when you're competing in your own lobbies and you see Bandle Cafeteria, if you're super annoyed by multicasters, is that going to be maybe a little bit more of a preference?
It is, especially for playing Earth, right? It's going to mean you're going to be able to get to those super capped out boards, right? We saw Vertical, Shurima, Ionia, Sorks, even 8 Sorks, even though that was the multicaster board, right? Ended up being. But once you're able to get these vertical synergies online, you go toe-to-toe easier with the multicasters. You take them out and send them maybe into the bottom 4, or at least making sure they're not going to be claiming lobby wins like we have seen a lot today during games that weren't on Bandle Cafeteria and that weren't on gold or prismatic augments to start, and players shying away from the Earth kind of direction entirely.
All right, and so we do have something coming up here very soon, folks. So, but we still have a couple. Oh, actually, I'm hearing that we are ready right now. So this is going to be a very special event for us. We have a couple guests that are going to come in and talk about the day that they've just seen as well. So take it away.
Thanks so much, Boop and Crowan, and I'm so excited to be here talking to Bryce and Frodan. Welcome from the official co-stream. How are you both doing and enjoying the NA Regional so far?
Hey, we're doing great, Necra. Thanks for checking in. I'm having a great time. It's not just me and Bryce. We actually have also special guest Ramblin here for the weekend, and also a surprise guest. Emily Wang actually joined us on the couch as well, so we got like a whole crew ourselves.
Facts.
Yeah.
Emily flew out to Seattle to watch TI.
That's right.
The remaining North American teams got eliminated within an hour of her being there, so any Dota fans watching, you can blame Emily for NA's struggles.
We have Toronto Tokyo playing in regionals as well.
Who is not, in fact, the Dota player,
yeah,
but he does have the same name.
It's really fun. It's really fun. So yeah, we're having a great time here. How was everything over on the mainstream?
It's been good so far. We've seen a lot of multicasters, which I feel like is par for the course at this point.
Weird.
Yeah, that's actually really surprising.
We haven't
news.
seen any.
No multicasters in our lobbies so far.
Are you
I know,
kidding?
it's crazy.
What are the odds?
That is so
No Demacia
strange.
either, by the way.
Really? Really? It really has been about the vertical comps too, but yeah, what was going on? You guys were watching Lobby B, I think, right, for Game 5?
Yeah, this is where we say we were just joking. We actually watched a lobby where there was literally only Demacia and Multicaster just now. We actually watched where 4 people committed to multicasters. Actually, I take that back. 5 people committed to multicasters. 3 people committed to Demacia Slayers, and one of the multicasters players said, "You know what? I should pivot. There's too many people contesting me.
And
I'm going to pivot to Demacia Slayers."
Smart.
So yeah, he said, "You know what? I'm overly contested." So we went 4-4.
I think that they wanted to play multicaster, but they felt like the teams needed to be even, and they saw there were only 3 Demacia players, and so they said, "Okay, let's balance out the teams."
I see.
Gotta keep it
All right,
balanced.
You gotta have 4 and 4 for both sides. That's for sure. You guys almost got me too. I was like, maybe it was the call to not actually run the multicaster.
Sorry, Necro.
I was like, wow, what a breath of fresh air to not have that.
No. I mean the door is open over here, but still no fresh air on our couch.
Oh man. So has it been living up to your expectations though? What you expected to see from the meta coming into this weekend?
I mean, Bryce is going to choke. I'll speak on his behalf here. I think overall the meta, the most interesting thing to me was seeing if anybody would stick to their guns or pivot at the last opportunity, and a few people chose to do so. Milk, for example, was a competitor that chose his legend an hour before regionals, and he was on the fence. And it turns out he's doing all right. He's like, leading the upper half of the field, or rather leading the mid pack of the field, and he's doing okay. And some of his study partners are also doing pretty well, like even Soju, who also felt like they were not that confident.
Like I said, even Soju. Even Soju is
as
doing well.
As K3 Soju, who everyone knows was in peak condition based off his performance in the mock tournament, which everyone took seriously.
I mean, Soju and Milk have definitely been showing up, right? And I think what was really interesting about even just hearing Wan Iverson and Darthnub at the top of the day is that they said Milk is the favorite right now. Do you guys agree with that?
No, I actually don't. I think that Milk is perceived to be the favorite because he is able to tunnel in and dive into lines really well. Mm-hmm. But I think, as you can see from this field, there's a lot of people who are capable of doing really well this weekend. Whether or not that's an interpretation of the meta, that's an interpretation of player skill, or perhaps other factors, I think is up for you to decide. And I want to take this opportunity to shout out some other players who are like performing well that also have been putting a lot of work in. A lot of people really underestimate like Toronto, Tokyo, and David Ace, right? Like
and Connorism.
And Connor, yeah, sorry. Emily's on our stream calling him Connorism. Not realizing it's Connor is me. They're putting on really good performances. And if you listened a little bit around the in-houses, there's always a couple players that believed in them, right? Mm-hmm. Not everyone was like a believer of Connor, but like Precedent yesterday on our podcast was like, you better watch out for him. Like the few games I've seen of him, he clearly knows what he's doing. He just doesn't have a lot of reps, and that could end up sabotaging him, but the potential is there. And I think that's what makes TFT exciting. It makes it frustrating if you're like cheering for only like 1 or 2 people, but if you're a fan of the field and you just want to see like people succeed in the storylines overarching, I think it's actually a really good experience so far today.
We've been having the same thoughts over here, like just enjoying seeing the LCQ players do so well and just seeing who else can really make a name for themselves in this tournament. And I love that you guys share the same sentiment. So fantastic. Thank you both so much for checking in with us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the co-stream with Ramblin' and Emily too.
Yep, thank you very much. And also, on behalf of our stream, congratulations, Necra, on the great news. We're really, really happy for you and your future.
+1. Congrats, Necra.
That's right.
Thank you. We'll check in with you guys tomorrow. Talk soon.
Sounds great.
Sounds good. Peace.
Oh, that was nice. Aw.
You're getting engaged, if anyone is wondering what they were talking about. Like, you are engaged. Like, if anyone's wondering what they're talking about, Necra got engaged recently, and it's awesome. It's so cool. Necra, I've known you for years at this point. I think 2018 is when we met, and to see you get into this world and be happy and get rewarded for all your hard work has been really cool. So we want to make it mimic their sentiment as well.
+1.
You guys are so nice. I'm literally about to cry on stream, so we're gonna go to the standings now so that my face is off camera, and we can keep celebrating these amazing players, because like just talking to Bryce and Dan, I mean, take a look at how close this field is. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous. I don't even know how to break this down, Crowan.
Yeah, no, these standings are really insane. There's a lot of heavy hitters that we expected to see in the top 16, but I don't think many players expected to see how many kind of dark horses are up there, right? Talking about Toronto Tokyo, Connor is me, David Ace, coming out, Toronto Tokyo and David Ace from the LCQ, and Connor is me as well, having a kind of breakout first really good showing in their first regionals. Wan Iverson as well, showing back up, saying, hey, I had a breakout set 8, you're gonna know my name, and now I can do it here again in set 9 once we get to the hardest tournament of the season for NA. It's absolutely crazy. And looking at the right hand side, right, these 3 names, Boop, there's really good players here too that might just not make it.
Prestevent, Goobums, Robin, right? Phoenix has been, trying to find that opportunity to make it to the next level, and unfortunately, it's not there yet. I don't believe they're actually eliminated mathematically. If Solus gets a last, then a lot of people can make it up there. But now is a make or break moment. If you're in the bottom 8, especially if you're Philip, Prestevent, Vanilla, or really anybody, right? Champions don't always start on top. Right? And just because you're in the bottom 8 right now doesn't mean you're not going to become world champion, but this is going to be one of your make or break moments. Every champion in their road to the championship has a speed bump. Yours is just coming a little bit earlier. So now it's up to you to decide how you're going to tackle that. You can let it win, you can go over it, or you can do nothing, right? But you have to make a decision, and if you're in that bottom 8, now is that time.
That was like the most inspirational speech I've ever heard. I hope that the players heard that are like people on the cusp there. It's wise words to live by, though, Boop, and you're right. As we've said, like, get the 8s out of the way, get the bad rolls out of the way, and go forth and conquer. I mean, Chrome, we've seen so many players and some of the more outside looking in positions that do really make the most of it.
Yeah, a lot of times players will really find that way to clutch up at the end, and I think there's going to be those players doing exactly that. Even maybe some of the newer ones, right? Philip, we saw have a good start, kind of shaky in the next couple of games, but they put themselves in a position where they're at that bubble, at that cutoff, and I think they can really clutch up when the time is going to be there and absolutely needed to. I'm not sure who exactly is mathematically limited at this point, but if we're talking about 24, 25 being the expected cutoff, we're not going to be seeing Robin songs at the final day of NA Regional again for 2 sets in a row, which isn't more so to talk about the fact that, Robin maybe just not having a good tournament, but also to show how these newer players are keeping the hunger, keeping the drive of TFT players and doing really well. I think that's really healthy for any esport, TFT especially, having all these new blood players, 10 first-time regional appearances, and a lot of them are doing fantastically here.
Yeah, could not agree more. That's why we've been so excited to just get a chance to see like the level of competition continue to elevate. So I love that you put that as like the benchmark, is that some of these veteran players are getting edged out a little bit, but that's so exciting. And this is just day 1. So I sadly have to say goodbye to the 2 of you for today, but everyone's kind of living up to the hype, right?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, in terms of like the player stories, I think we can talk about meta as much as we want and it being stale or whatever, right? But ultimately, there are people playing those comps, right? And their stories are what is really interesting to a lot of us. So I'm just happy that we get to hear a little bit more about each one of these players as we go forward. So yeah, I think it's living up to the hype.
Oh, 100%. Toronto Tokyo to the top. That's where I'm gonna leave it for.
Hashtag Toronto Tokyo to the top.
Yeah,
you guys
I can't
heard
say
it
we'll
here.
top to the top because he's not here, unfortunately. But I gotta put another one. Toronto Tokyo to the top. We could continue this. We could keep it going.
Let's get it trending, guys. That's what we're gonna do during the break. When we come back, we've got the final game of day number 1 of the NA Regional Finals. Don't go anywhere. one game left to round out day number 1 of the Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals. What better way to end the day than we've got Admirable and Casanova to bring us this final action-packed game. It is so close right now, especially when you take a look at that bubble. Admirable, we've got tons of players in this lobby that are right there.
Yeah, we've been saying this for, pretty much the entire day, where it's like cutting out the bottom 8 can be pretty brutal in this one, but in particular, one of the big ones that I'm looking at for this one is Prestivant, who I think Prestivant was like a favorite coming into like any tournament so far in North America. To see him now in this cutoff spot where he needs a big finish to pull this off, Casanova, this is very unusual for a player of this caliber when you're cutting only the bottom third of the field.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, right? Prestivant nearly made it to the championship in set 7. He's been on this huge upward trajectory, I mean, since coming into the game, and we've kind of been talking about, when is it's time to finally fully pop off. We like to call him the most improved player, even though he's been just steadily improving. You could say that for the past couple of sets, and even though maybe Monster's attack wasn't his best, it still felt like he was steadily improving. And then coming into Runeterra Reforged, Prestivant has genuinely been a favorite in a lot of these tournaments. I think coming in, we felt like he's peaking at the right time coming into regionals, but it hasn't really shown up here in day 1. So he is in danger. He is at 18 points. He kind of needs a third or better to have a shot at making it to that day 2, and it's not the position we expected to see him in. And I want to call out, there's a couple more players that are in that position right now. T-Lide's at 21 points. He needs not nearly as dire, but he still has to reach that 24-25 threshold. Solus at 20, that first he got in that last game has put him in striking distance. And then Vanilla at 17 points, really it feels like first or 8th at this point for Vanilla in this final game.
Really does, and Vanilla was one of those players that really had like a breakout performance this set from running Horo of all legends, which I thought was just so much fun to watch, especially when that was one of the more unique legend choices that we ended up seeing during that mid-set finale. But when you take a look at this entire lobby, I mean, even just like, yeah, we usually call Prestivant P-God. Like, he's a god. He's a god gamer. Like, he's so good at TFT. But one of the things that we brought up right before the break is that some of these more veteran players are getting edged out by some of these newer players just because they are that darn good. So let's get into this final game because, as you mentioned, Casanova, there is a lot on the line and these players are so close together. So let's see who can come out on top.
All right, Admirable. This is the final game of the day before our cut. Ecliptic Vaults, Warlord Palace, and Targon Prime.
There's no troll location here, so honestly, I'm just not even worried about talking about it. I want to talk about the Prestivant one again. I want to focus and emphasize that because it's not like he's out of form for this event. Like, he's in form for this. Like, I think his practice has been strong. I think his effort's been strong. I think his performances have been strong. Day 1 is going poorly, in my opinion, for a number of reasons. The first one is going to be related to just variance and luck overall. You could still have bad luck. That's probably going to be the most, honestly, probably one of the most impactful things just in the tournament in general. But the reason I want to talk about the reason why I think that exists, and it's because so much is known on the patch. When so much knowledge is already there, where does the edge come from? It's a real question. I'm actually, like, I know it's execution, but, like, where is it coming from right now? Like, the players studying and playing the game and practicing and getting information that's more valuable than other players is typically a way to find an edge. Like, when that's not there as heavily, I feel like a player like Prestivant is going to lose some of that edge. It's like everyone here is executing the game pretty well. Sure, there are still edges. There's no doubt about that. But, golly, I have to feel like information's got to be one of the prime ones he puts together.
Yeah, I mean, it gets very close, right? I mean, execution, it's going to come down to roles. It's going to come down to, I mean, realistically, it's drawing out the right plan at the start of the game because a lot of these games are coming down to committing very early on, and we've seen people opt into these incredibly contested lines, and it feels like a lot of the time, there's some cases where maybe it's correct, but oftentimes it feels like finding something uncontested would be better. We saw Casper play that gunner line to a top 3. I'm sure there's been spots for these players to go for a more uncontested, unconventional line more often than they're actually taking, and we're seeing these multicasters committed to way too frequently. And speaking of, I mean, multicaster soul is an option here, but Ancient Archives generally going to be the choice.
Let's be honest, multicaster soul is not an option.
It's not great.
It's really weird to me too because it feels like it would be pretty decent, but the reason it's not is just because A, there's better options, and then B, it doesn't really add any value to your board. Like, you don't mind having multicasters.
You want to play
It's easy to put them there and just get value from it. Now, Prestivan is faced with a pretty tough decision, though. Caretaker's Chosen is very good, and Ancient Archives 2 is pretty darn good as well. I don't know what to take here.
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Because people will swap to Bard for the opportunity to get Caretaker's Chosen, right? To play for first place. But Ancient Archives being able to pop it, Prestivan finds Demacia on his first pull. This is where you want to be when your back is against the wall. You need to find that top 3 finish. Finding that Demacia on 2-1, getting that direction, knowing you can go for this is certainly a big boon. And we'll see if Prestivan can find something good off of this second tome as well. Generally, you know, second Demacia is massive. Slayer's another option, but because he hit the Demacia on 2-1, he can wait to pop until he is further tailored to try and get more chances at hitting that second one.
Now, there's something here that I want to talk about, which is the second Demacia one. There's still work to do if you get the second Demacia emblem. You and I were actually watching Dishsoap's point of view in the previous game, and he had everything set up for him. He had the Tactician's Crown that would come out for return on investment. He had hit the second Demacia emblem. Everything fell. Oh my gosh!
T-Light has both. I mean, it's contested immediately, right?
I want to continue the train of thought because it's so important to emphasize.
No, keep going.
So Dishsoap had the Tactician's Crown available, which is going to give him +1 to his board. He had second Demacia available, access to 9 Demacia. He had poured all of his gold into finding one Jarvan. A single Jarvan. And he just wasn't hitting. It was miss. It was miss. It was miss. It was miss. He got down to 7 HP, and when he hit that Jarvan to unlock 9 Demacia, I had never heard him so excitedly and relievedly just go, yes! I was like, yeah, this is a lot of gold he spent to get this one copy of Jarvan. But there's still stuff to do with that. It's not like you just have +2 Demacia and suddenly you win the game. If you can't get access to an additional unit on your board, you still got to get to level 9, which is a lot of gold.
Yeah, level 9 is big. We even saw in that game another pop-off from Dishsoap happened when he saw return on investment at 3-2. So the ability to go for that Tactician's Crown. That's the one where you re-roll 18 times. It gives you a Tactician's Crown. So finding ways to get an extra unit on board so that you're able to play 9 Demacia before going to level 9 is also a massive way to do it. And T-Lides having 2 Demacia emblems already will be heavily looking towards either ways to reach level 9 or ways to cheat that in. And you have to watch Prestivan trying to see what he can hit off of his second tome. If he also is in that same position, or if he can settle on a better 7 Demacia board that can cap out at level 8, potentially with a Slayer +1.
Yeah.
Now, moving on, David Ace has Rogue to start with that Rogue emblem. We haven't seen a ton of Rogues today, but this is a comp that can still work out. It can still cap out pretty high, and it does reroll the same cost units as the multicasters. So love to see if David can find a really good spot due to that.
Yeah, David also been having like a pretty killer day. His last game didn't go super well, but David is sitting at 26 points with this one. So you can't be eliminated from day one at that point. Like, that is really the comfort zone, all things considered, is how do you get to the spot where you simply cannot be eliminated? That's always the goal when you're playing TFT, is just don't get eliminated, don't get eliminated. And then eventually you find yourself at the top of the whole thing. David Ace completed step 1 in 4 games.
Okay, let's talk about Milk here. Look at these slams. So David Ace going towards Rogue, of course, with that emblem, but Milk picked up Golden Ticket at the start and has slammed some items that are a little bit leaning towards playing around this Graves, playing around the Rogues. We got Bloodthirster, we have Last Whisper. I was originally going to say, hey, maybe this is a Gunner reroll. You know, we saw this earlier. But now that there's the Bloodthirster slam, I mean, there's still Gunner involved in this, right, with the Jinx and the Graves, but starting to think we might see Rogues out of Milk as well.
It wouldn't really surprise me that much. Milk's sitting at 24 points, and this is basically like where the cutoffs began. And this might be something where like the stars aligned for this one. You had like a 3-item Graves to start with, or potentially a 3-item Graves to start with, and you had Golden Ticket on your augment. I think this is a pretty reasonable spot. It's also like the Prismatic TF is just like not very good to be. Oh, he started with Earth. Excuse me. Oh, what? Did he?
Was he swapped earlier and just found Pandora's items, so we just thought he was on TF? I'm curious, or if he's swapped off this. I mean, we'll review later. I think that's interesting though that it does say he is on Earth. I felt like we did see a Pandora's game from him earlier today.
I wonder if he's mixing. Game 1, he was on Earth.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. Has he been Earthing all day? And I didn't realize.
I wonder
think
if
he's
we
been
just
Earthing all
caught
day,
him on a
actually.
game that he was playing Pandora's, so we thought he was on TF. But yeah, anyways, there's Earth for Milk.
It was important to note that when Dan came on the stream and he's talking with Bryce to Necro about it, he did say that Milk had chosen his legend very recently before this. He was torn and on the fence about what he's going to do. He wasn't confident that one strategy was necessarily better than another. So that actually tells me that he's been on Earth the entire day, because Milk is not someone who's like going to swap suddenly. He's going to do what he thinks is best, full stop.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's been playing it. It seems like he's been really flexible about his 2-1, though we've seen quite a few different 2-1 options. I don't think we've been seeing a lot of tone pops from Milk, at least on the on-stream games, so I'll probably be reviewing what Milk did today over the night. We'll find out more for tomorrow, but T-Lides, one of our players, 21 points, needs to give that 24. I think having the 2 Demacia emblems is a huge boon for that. You mentioned it earlier, but kind of didn't dig into the weeds of the fact that this is yet another player that needs a big game here. 21 points, he realistically needs to place above a 6th, and with 2 Demacia emblems, it should feel pretty good, but, you know, we were talking about Dish Sub. He had the chance, even in a similar spot, to potentially fall to a 7th or 8th place, so we know this can falter if you start to miss your units in the mid game. But I think T-Lides, if he just plays tempo, if he tries to play for a 7 Demacia, doesn't worry too much about just pushing 9, but instead just plays a very strong board, it's likely that he should still be able to find a good placement.
Yeah, we're in pretty much a spot where like it doesn't feel like a T-Lides is being like pressured on the situation he has right now. He's actually sitting at 100 HP with a +2 Demacia. So when you have it very early on, it definitely can have that impact as well. You 2-star a couple things, things line up, you're going to be the one who's pushing the lobby a little bit. That's one of the reasons why I think it's so dominant, is because if you have it really early, it's easy to continue to push and have the pressure be on everybody else instead of on yourself. When you're on the back foot with this, it's hard to scrounge up that time sometimes. And so that's really, I think, what's really favoring T-Lides in this one. He might have one of these coast games where you kind of sit back and you chill and you have a ton of gold and you don't have to do too much. It's like the big one was your Prismatic Tome came out pretty perfectly, and so did your units on your opening stage here. So I have like very low worry for T-Lides right now, other than the fact that he's sitting at 21 points. He has to have like a pretty big finish here. For replay too, this was a player I think that a lot of players were questioning how strong he was coming into this tournament in particular. Not just him as a player, but this tournament in particular. It felt like this wasn't necessarily his style of patch, but he's been having a pretty impressive day so far. At 25 points, he's not going home today.
Yeah, I mean, he's locked in. He's good. Really, really solid day out of replay. We actually saw some really great spots playing the multicaster line specifically and playing it from tempo for replay. So I really liked what I've seen out of him, and we've seen pretty consistently, you know, he's playing Twisted Fate, but on these prismatic lobbies, never taking it. In fact, this is the second time we've seen him find the buried treasures. So in these prismatic lobbies, he kind of wishes he was actually on Ezreal instead of on Twisted Fate, but it seems like he may prefer the silver and gold options, which is why he's still playing that legend instead of Ezreal instead.
Yeah, I definitely think that on the prismatic one, that buried treasures is just like, it's very good. But on the silver and gold, like, I think the theory you have is pretty spot on for this one, like speculating that he finds the Pandora's more powerful in those ones. I would probably like somewhat agree with that as well. I think it's going to come down to preference at that point. But there is something to be said about forcing your lines as well. Now, the thing about it is that Buried Treasure doesn't boast the same flexibility, technically, that like Pandora's would. Like, Pandora's is like, it's a different kind of flexibility because you can't just force the same thing over and over again. The Buried Treasure is going to, like, you know, require you to take a different line at times. And I think that's actually, you know, one of the downsides of it is that, you know, if you have a strategy that nobody else is using, go ahead and use it. If you're in a lobby that you think is stacked to use that, though, you know, maybe forcing one particular line is actually just a better way to do it. It's hard to say.
We bounce around. We've seen a couple of these extra emblems. Also, there's a Noxus emblem alongside a Vanquisher's emblem on Solus's board. So, I mean, kind of the potential to go for the Ionia Vanquishers, but also the Noxus angle might just go lean heavier Noxus and then just kind of flex that Vanquisher in, since it does link to the Darius. We do see Milk with the golden ticket. He's been able to hit his Graves 3-3. This is early enough. This is really solid time to hit, and with golden ticket, he can still kind of scale into the late game. Good shop there. Finding a couple Katarina is actually going to be able to 2-star the whole board as well. Still has extra rolls that he can't really make use of on this turn because he's just got this golden ticket value. But yeah, he's got the 3-star Graves, and he can start rebuilding the economy and then look to try and 3-star a lot of these other units. A very good spot for the Rogues for Milk.
Yeah, I don't say this is a bad spot, but honestly, I think I disagree with the early factor of it. I think this is pretty late with Golden Ticket. You know, Graves is a pretty uncontested unit. Like, this is a spot where you have Golden Ticket. This is supposed to be, like, easy 3-1, and you're supposed to have gold left. The fact that he doesn't have any gold left, and, you know, even despite the fact he's got a 2-star board, that tells me this Golden Ticket may have failed, or his rolls were just miserable on that one. I think that 3-3 with the Graves 3 there is, like, it feels like you're 2 rounds late almost.
Yeah, I guess considering Golden Ticket, that makes sense, right? You would hope to hit it at level 4 on that initial roll down because Golden Ticket gives you all that extra value. And I do think that Milk did roll pretty deep on that 3-1 roll down. So yeah, I guess you're right. It is a little bit later than you would expect, even though it's kind of on curve in a normal roll situation, right? It feels good to hit on 3-3 on your 1-cost reroll. It's not perfect. 3-1 is what you want, but 3-3 is pretty reasonable. But because of that, yeah, I could see that. And you know, this robotic arm Jinx is going to be good, but it's not like Milk hit it and is also kind of close to a 2-cost, and that's maybe why it was taking so long. There's nothing left here, right? So it is just going to be trying to build that econ back up and then level up, get 4 Gunner in with this Jace, and potentially can start looking for more, but definitely could be looking to push levels early on in this game. What it has done, though, is the contesting David. David didn't even really go for Graves. Only has 2 Graves right now with that Rogue emblem, is instead going to look for the 3-cost Rogues and push levels.
Yeah, this is like, I think, a pretty unique spot with the Rogues as well. Like, I tried to put this one into effect a lot, but honestly, it's kind of hard to get the Rogue spatula. It's been the toughest thing about me trying to learn this line at all is, like, you can put it on any number of things, and it's pretty effective on Mordekaiser, because Mordekaiser backline's pretty scary. And then because it utilizes the Noxus, it just turns into, like, a completely different line. Whereas, like, the Graves is trying to put the pressure on your opponents and kind of rush them down, where the Noxus Mordekaiser line is trying to just be, like, typically overwhelming, where it's, like, the resources and having them in the time to put together the team is really, I think, the tough part of the spot that David Ace is in. So a very unique line that, if you're not experienced with it, don't try to go in. It's kind of tough to put together your first couple times. Because what happens when, you know, everything's kind of falling apart and, you know, you're kind of cobbling it together, you go 8th a lot. That's what's my, you know, first, I'd say 6 games of trying to do that composition.
Well, and on your screen is an example of everything coming together. T-Lides, 100 HP, found Mordekaiser, found Jarvan at 7 without really rolling much gold at all, it looks like here. 42 gold, level 7, has both of these major units that he needs for the composition. 7 Demacia, 4 Slayer online, still 100 HP. This board still looks strong enough to win rounds. I mean, T-Lides is looking like he is going to walk into the top 16 with this one. Feels very tough for him to look for that bot 4 from here, but hey, could still get incredibly unlucky. Just a really solid spot, strong economy, and already hitting the pieces that he needs to start building into a very powerful board. Whereas on the other side, Prestivan, still level 6, does have 50 gold, but he has dropped very low as he takes a massive hit from T-Lides, and he really has to bring this back.
Yeah, I mean, T-Lides' spot was like, you know, a guy walks in the bar and starts hitting on your partner. What do? You know, it's like, like this guy walked in, oh, crap. Get me out of this scenario. I don't want to be part of it. But yeah, Prestivan needs something big to happen here. This is 18 points. We're talking, what is this, like top 3 minimum?
Yeah, it needs to be third. Third puts him at 24, which might just be tie breaks, right? It might not even be in. So kind of looking at that top 2. Third is maybe enough.
Oh, you know what the problem is? Maybe that picture in the bottom right, he's been playing on his phone all day.
Wait, look at these double Nasus. Okay, Nasus upgrade. Nasus 2, Bruiser Demacia, Nasus 2. I'm down. This is at least good for stage 4, right? This is a very good tank for now. He needs to find damage, though. He's just got no damage on this board whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is more of like a Shurima line than it is of a Demacia line right now, it feels like, where I'm really not sure what to make of that at the moment. I'm kind of curious, like, if he has the items to even take like a Shurima line here. Like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, dang, the Azir Demacia feels like it's easy to fit in here. That's like what my feeling is like, but, you know, we still do have +1 Demacia, and our items are just kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say janky, but they're kind of janky.
Yeah, I mean, he really does need to find Azir. I feel like he can cobble something together for Azir with what he has, but this is just way too many swords, and runs into David, who found 2-star Mordekaiser Rogue. I mean, you were talking about, hey, not having the pieces, it's not falling together. Well, it looks like it did for David. I mean, he's still 76 HP. He hit the 2-star Mord on 7.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, this is looking like a bleed out from Prestivan. He rolled so much gold, he didn't find anything.
What do you do?
I don't see a line out. I mean, you need damage. It has to be... It feels like it wants to be Mord. It wants to be Azir. I mean, is it Fiora 2? I mean, there it is. There's a lot of swords. Is Fiora 2 the out? It doesn't feel like it.
I'm worried. Cass, I'm worried. I don't think it's Fiora 2, but, you know, I could be yapping. But it feels to me like it's not Fiora 2.
But, like, what is the other option is the hard part here, right?
Well,
because you've got all these swords and you have no other upgraded units.
That's what I'm worried about.
It's like you have to play around the Fiora, but it's on 5 Demacia. We were talking about, 9 Demacia for Fiora feels great because the resistances make it so even though she's getting focused during the Blade Waltz, it doesn't matter, but only 5. I mean, maybe 7 would be enough for now. Deathblade gets slammed. I mean, it might be good enough for stage 4, but that's not enough to get you to top 3.
Okay. The out here. Oh, crap. There's so many players going Demacia, though. Oh, crap. What is the out?
I mean,
I was going to say the out is Fiora 3, but,
right?
it's like there's so many players who want Fiora because of the Demacia spatulas right now. Like, it seems you can't even put together Fiora 3.
He's too low, not enough gold to 3-star 4 cost. It's just not going to happen, right? Like, level 8 is the dream for Prestivan at this point. And that's even feeling like like I said, a dream, right? It doesn't feel easy for Prestivan to get there. And I mean, let's talk about another one of our bubble players. Well, I mean, Prestivan should be stable for stage 4. Solus has just found a win. Solus has put together a Shen 2. Still playing, mixings of an Ionia Vanquisher board, but he's got a Noxus spat on this Jhin. It looks like Noxus has become the throwaway, and 6 Ionia 4 Vanquisher is the board for Solus. He needs 4 or 5 points here. He's got to look for that top 4.
Oh, this is weird. Yeah, he's just saying, you know what, I got 1 spat. Honestly, might be the right thing to do, but Solus is on the chopping block for this one. 20 points. You're still looking for like a 5th or better in this spot. We've been talking all day about like small little finishes and performance in the face of bad luck. This is like exactly what one of those spots is, where you take a look at all your performances throughout the day, and let's use Solus as an example. For instance, he went first place in his last game. Brilliant, right? But he's had before that, his games. Wow, that was
every win. Sorry, is so big for Prestivan, right?
It really is. Solus's performance.
So
he had a 6th place, then he had a 5th place, and then he has 6th place, then he has 7th place. If you bump those all up by 1, that's 1 top 4 finish. But that's enough to put him into day 2. All of the rest of his finishes after that are still bot 4, but that would be enough to put him into day number 2. That's how big every single one of those spots can be, and why your placement's it's the world of a difference in every single one of these lobbies. Just because you're in a bad spot doesn't mean give up. It means you keep pushing. Now, in this game, you do have to shoot for the stars. But, what does that mean? It's going to be different for everybody else. The one I'm really worried about is Prestivan in this one. But Solus, this position looks kind of fine for me right now to make it to a top 4. But it's still pretty tough. His life isn't there. His resources are low. It's still not an easy game.
Yeah, I mean, Vanilla as well was one of our players on the bull that needed a top 2. And Vanilla spot certainly not feeling good for a top 2. 22 HP, no gold, level 7, right? On a 5 loss streak. And it looks like they spent all the gold and then just took another loss. So I'm curious if Vanilla has found enough upgrades. The only player on the bubble going into this game that feels safe is T-Lides at this point. 94 HP with those double Demacia tomes early on.
Yeah, this spot's looking pretty rough. Usually when you take this Pandora's line, the Neela line is totally fine. You do need a 2-star Neela, but you need a lot of RFCs as well. The Radiant item that you get from the Pandoras can be one of the things that you continue to roll, but if it's a good enough front line like the Stone Plate here, I think that's acceptable. I'm looking at these items and I'm like, did these all just show up late? Did he just miss all of his items? Like, has he just been unlucky and he's not hitting the bows at all? Like, it could just be a culmination of all of those things as well, which is why the placement's looking so bad.
Yeah, I mean, with no gold, that doesn't feel salvageable. And, Prestivan also just took another loss, right? 2 of our players that needed the biggest finishes are looking to take the bottom 2 placements in this game. And Solus being that next one on the chopping block, right? If he doesn't hit the Xayah 2, he's going to get in some serious trouble. Only 30 HP to work with. No bows.
Yes. It's not even like that Solus... I'm sorry, that the performance there is getting better for Solus as well. Like, the players that are losing this lobby, the players are already below him. You know, he kind of just needs to hover right where he is. You know, it's fine that way, but he's not getting necessarily a benefit by somebody placing really low and him being able to pass them either. Vanilla here, this is yeah, looking like a pickup for this one. It's like, you know, you just get stuck on this edge because of positioning, and pretty easy win for that one. So Milk's still on 6, hunting down some economy to try to get the team going again. It's a pretty tough spot for him to be in. Replay spot is looking pretty okay. Prestiven's spot, however.
Prestiven on 5. Warlord's Palace. Can he find anything that gives him an out here? That's a ton of gold. Does gold do it? No, he's still rolling. What could he find? What gives him an out? Still digging.
I don't know what the pool of items is on this. Like, you know, how do they come up? How many people have researched and memorized what Warlord's Palace combinations offer?
Oh, he just grabs a couple of items. Feels like that was a lot of gold spent for maybe a middling result here.
Also important to note, this is a little tiny thing, but if you're looking for it, don't spend your gold until this round has ended. Because what happens is, you roll over your gold. Little econ trade. Prestiven, though, he needs a miracle here. I don't know what the miracle is, but this is do or die.
30 gold in the dream right now. What can he find? Found a Jarvan.
Are you adjusting for the Ionia there?
Quinn 2. 7 Demacia. Is this enough? Is this enough to hold on for a top 3? I mean, it feels like there's just no way. As we see him go up against Milk. Milk did just lose to Vanilla. This should be an easier fight overall. You can see the back line does get gone on, but Fiora should be able to handle this easily. Prestiven at least going to live one more, but how long can a Fiora hold out? I mean, she's kind of been a joke of the forecasts on this patch.
Demacia definitely changes a lot of that. I mean, you get one of her best in-slot items with the Sterex, and he did just get a Quinn itemized. So that's exactly what he was looking for, was to itemize the backline Quinn. Start to actually benefit from the Demacia item being there.
And that's Vanilla going down, the first victim. T-Lides going to eliminate Vanilla here on day 1. Vanilla had such a phenomenal set overall. Set 9, huge breakout performance. Vanilla was someone that we were so excited about through multiple tournaments over the course of this entire Runeterra Reforged experience, and still coming in to the regional and getting so close to making it to that top 16. Just can't quite get over the finish line, but I think Vanilla should be very proud of their performance over the course of this set.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that Vanilla should be proud of their performance in this one. It's really not much to say about it. The regionals is still, again, theoretically top 24 in North America. It's just brutal. Someone's got to get eliminated. Unfortunately, it's Vanilla this time. Prestiven looking to hang on. Rogue Mordekaiser, absolutely brutal. Very tough to kill. Fioracast!
No, but can she get one more? No, Prestiven. Wow. Prestiven the next to fall. Both Prestiven and Vanilla eliminated soulless on 1 life. T-Lides might be the only bubble player from this lobby that can sneak his way in.
Wow. The year of Prestiven has come to an end technically on this set. I guess, you know, we're still going to be in this year for set 10. But the point is, it's set 10. That's where Prestiven's going to win Worlds. I'm sorry that it's coming to an end here. It's just, my God, Prestiven has improved so much in such a short round of time. And honestly, I'm so happy to see how strong he is. And it's such a privilege to be able to see it come together in tournaments. And again, just sad it's ending here on this first day. You know, it's got to be 8 players. Prestiven's one of them.
Yeah, looking forward to set 10 world champion Prestiven, though. I am excited for it. Very excited for the future. Soulless trying to hold on against Replay. Cobbled together a very good front line with this Shen, but it is down already. It is just Zaya left, and she's not going to be able to do it. And there we go. T-Lides, the only player from that bottom half that has been able to find what he needed to make it towards the top half of this tournament, make it towards the top 16.
I mean, what can you not say about Soulless at this point? Feels like he's been a part of every single tournament ever.
Yeah. One of our players that's been here
see you again next
the beginning.
regionals.
Yeah. See you next regionals.
It's like he's just always there. It's crazy.
All right, and now, I mean, congratulations. rest of these players should be making it on. T-Lides, I mean, at this point, probably cannot bot 4, so I think it's feeling good for T-Lides. Even pushing to level 9 here. There's going to be
hang on. You spent a lot of gold to get to level 9 just now.
Milk hitting another 3-star on the side. Able to find the Echo 3. It looks like has Katarina 3. Graves 3. 1 away from Jinx. Milk's finding everything, but it might still be a 5th. We'll see. I mean, that was a big hit, right, to find that Echo. Maybe it's enough to win, but if he runs into T-Lides, I don't know if it's doing anything.
It's like, this is how the team for Milk is supposed to go, is like you sit on 6 with Robotic Arm, and you just 3-star everything. Like, this is actually like a pretty strong understanding of the line, and this one took me quite a while to figure out, was that you only do this if you have Robotic Arm. He's just getting absolutely squashed, and the Milk is spoiled in this one.
Ooh.
It's going out in 5th, but that's enough points to make it through to day number 2, and that's what you're looking at for this point.
Yeah, it is important, you know, of course, in this tournament, the last slot going to Worlds is based on AVP over the course, so even though these players have a ton of points already and they're all good, you still need to fight tooth and nail for every single placement, because you never know what situation you'll run into at the end of the day. And if AVP's the way you squeeze in, you know, you're going to be thinking about what you did on day 1, what you did on day 2, outside of just qualifying.
Average placement is probably the most important statistic in TFT overall, so I'm glad to see that that's going to be one of the major things that comes into this one. So far, though, thank you, Natures, for the updates that he's providing in real time. The players have bottomed out of this lobby where the players of points coming into this lobby as well.
All right, there we go. DQA, the next victim for T-Lides. I mean, this is just going to be a walk to first, I think, for the 9 Demacia. We'll have to consider, I mean, I was thinking about the multicasters, but it looks like David Ace just murdered the multicasters. So there's this Noxus Rogue. I mean, it is still quite good, but I think the resistances from Demacia make it very hard for this composition to actually find a win. We'll see the matchup, right? We haven't seen this matchup yet, but my theory is that 9 Demacia is going to run over this.
Mordekaiser Noxus Strategist versus 9 Demacia yet?
Yeah, you know,
this is a common line in ladder play.
Can't tell you that I have, but what I can tell you is I expect that the massive resistances of Demacia will overcome the might of Noxus in this one.
It is very difficult to overcome 150 resistances to every unit and additional Radiant items. Like, the power that 9 Demacia provides is so high because you can't make a Demacia spatula. You have to find them. And so while the Earth Legend allows you to find them at a more rapid pace, this is like technically like a game exploit that players have found. It's like they have found a strategy that circumnavigates the rules and allows you to do something that you're typically not allowed to do. That's called cleverness. Now, the problem is that it's existed on this patch for so long that everybody knows how to do it. So that's why you're seeing it so often. But right now,
one easy hack to first place all your lobbies.
Click here to see the video. And it's like, this is why it's so dominant, is because it's so powerful with how much MR and armor you get. The way that you get past this is, I don't even know how many factors in a row that you need to have to overcome this. It's like you have to 3-star things that you're not supposed to, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, Mord 3 might be able to do it just because he hits so hard, you know? Like, I think he might just be able to punch through. But, you know, even then...
yeah, I mean, 9 Demacia is kind of slow, so...
Yeah.
But, you know, we're 6 Mordekaisers away from that, so...
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like a real thing here, right? I mean, 3 away from the Azir, but actually, I'm honestly not convinced that the 3-star Azir actually wins this. I think the Mord... I know, like, the stats on Mord might not be incredible, but I think in this matchup, having the Mordekaiser, he's got a healing item on him as well, and, like, he'll jump to the back line. And I think that just that immediate massive amount of damage he does is probably the best 3-star that's, like, available on this board currently for David. And, yeah, I mean, needing 6 more, just not going to happen. David just going to keep taking big hit after big hit. T-Lides found those 2 Demacia emblems early on and capitalized when he needed it most. Finds a big win here. It's just going to be one more fight, one more tap on David Ace, and that'll do it.
Yeah, it's really hard to figure out anything that's here. Like, I think you're succumbed to second at this point. Like maybe you could just YOLO and like take the like. I don't even know if the chance is as good as 1 in a million. I'm trying to think of like, can you 3-star a Scion randomly? Like
probably not.
And I'm not joking. Like I mean, his chance to win here is like probably less than 1 in a million at this point. Like he just does not have the unit power to get it done.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
what can you do to change that? And is it going to happen? Probably not. But you know, maybe you could still go for it. That's really the thoughts coming into my head.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think there's enough gold on this board if you sold the whole thing to find a Scion 3 on level 8.
Not on average, no.
I just don't know if that's ever going to happen here. And T-Lides finds it. Big congrats to T-Lides. Really well done. Getting the points needed. Make it forward to that day 2. Definitely a very, very intense scenario for him to be in that spot.
What a way to finish, too. Just watching the KO animation come through. David Ace is just sitting there smiling, taking it, because he's like, you know what? I did great today. And he should celebrate that success, because when you just, again, looking at like David Ace in Toronto, Tokyo, Casanova, they're kind of crushing it.
Yeah, I mean, LCQ and Regionals on the same patch. They were both so dominant in LCQ. The big question for us was, hey, will they be able to replicate this against the, you know, inarguably much stronger field of Regionals versus LCQ? And so far the answer has been yes. They just understand this patch very well. They're really good on it with all this time they've been able to spend, you know, the tournaments they've been playing on it. They're just continuing to be very solid players, and that's really great. I mean, that just shows how stacked the Regionals is that our LCQ players that made it in are also playing at the top level. They're pushing everyone else in these lobbies, and you know, both of them making it to day number 2 is a huge achievement.
I remember looking at the LCQ player list too and just saying, like, there's still people outside of this list that I feel like deserve to also be here, but they're not, because it's just been such a tough competition all around. But let's take a look at the overall standings, because Admirable, well, yes, we sadly have to send 8 players home. Let's celebrate the 16 that make it forward, and that's a high cutoff. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Robin not making it, Goop's not making it, Precedent not making it. Really sucks to see. You know, see you guys next set. It's going to be a big one. Wan Iverson, though, holy smokes. Wow. 38 points. And look at this is a 2-point gap from 16th to 8th. I'm sorry, 16th to 17th. Like, that's very unusual to see that. We usually see tiebreakers coming in pick. We see a 1-point change. 2-point change is pretty unusual, I'd say.
That's kind of unheard of. I feel like we're getting a lot of those new scenarios every event. It's like, wow, we have a high cutoff of like 28, but you know, here's this ginormous gap between 1st and 16th, and it just always so many firsts for TFT, and you love to be able to see that, because it just means that the competition is better and better. But Casanova, I feel like there's so many names on this list we also need to celebrate a little bit more. Like K3 Soju gets a chance to see another day. Milk also just doing a phenomenal job. Deepay was coming into this one feeling very unprepared or just like unconfident in this meta, and it's really great to see just the players that we have moving forward.
Yeah, I also want to call out Philip, right? I got the chance to interview him, right? This is the first set that he's actually done well in. He did compete in Monsters Attack, but he struggled quite a bit. And coming into Runeterra Reforged, he's had quite a few very good performances, and this is his first regional. And Philip has made it to day 2 of his very first regional. I mean, that's incredibly impressive. He's got, I think, a really bright future in TFT. I think Philip has consistently impressed a lot of players. He was doing well in the in-houses. He did well in the mock tournament. Yep. And we talked about Philip early in the day. He took those 2 8th places. He was on the back foot, right? He went 2nd, 8th, 8th, and he brought it all the way back to score 25 points on the day and make it in.
Yeah, strong average placement throughout the course of this set as well. 4.11 coming into this tournament with it. So that's a huge one. That's listed on that one. Deepay as well. Deepay, I feel like, has been having some like personal struggles along the same way, where it's like what should I do? Am I good enough? Do I need to do this? X, Y, Z. Like a little bit of doubt in there, despite the fact that I think that his mentality is one of the strong suits that he has. Like he just knows how to thrive in the face of that adversity right now. So seeing him make it to this cutoff right here, step number 1 complete for Deepay. So looking forward to seeing how that can launch him forward on that mindset difference there too.
But after such a great day of competition, there is only one player that's standing above the rest right now, and that is Wan Iverson. Congratulations! We got a chance to talk to you at the very beginning of the day. Were you expecting this? Like, how were you feeling even just like coming into the first day?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting this at all. I was like really down on myself recently because I felt like I hadn't been playing that well, and yeah, maybe you don't need to play well if you just high roll. That's what I figured out.
When we were talking at the top, you said, okay, well, I'm gonna go Earth, and I'm gonna kind of lock it in, see how many vertical compositions I can really go for. Do you feel like that had anything to do with the high roll that you say you experienced today?
Yeah, so weirdly, like, you would think that the Earth WinCon tends to be, like, hitting a lot of, like, 9 traits and stuff like that, but basically all the games I won were like, 3-star 4 costs. And I actually ended up with a lot of, like, silver augments, like, on 2-1, so, like, you don't really want to click branching out too much as an Earth player. So I was kind of just playing, like, a standard game of TFT, and then I rolled my way into, like, a 3-star or something.
We saw that, Kaisa, right, Cass?
Yeah, well, so it's kind of like a two-parter question, because the first one's pretty easy. Because I saw the Kaisa clip, and then, you know, we cast one of the other games where you did 3-star or 4 cost. How many did you actually get today? Was it just the 2 or more? And then on top of that, you're pretty good at capping boards historically. You've been really solid at it. Do you feel like capping at level 8 in this patch has been better, or do you still think like level 9 because of Earth is generally still what you're looking for, and you just kind of happened into these spots?
Yeah, so I think I actually hit 3 today. It was like Xayah in the first game, and then like Nasus in, Xayah in the second game, Nasus in the third game, Kaisa in the fourth game, and then I almost hit Nasus in the sixth game as well. So yeah, just very lucky. In terms of like capping boards, yeah, I think you're like absolutely right. Like rolling for 3 stars on like 3-star 4 costs on level 8 feels like much more viable before, because the legendaries don't really feel as good to like cap around, like Heimerdinger or Rise. They don't really feel like they do as much for your board anymore. And also just because like so many people are playing like multicasters, you're usually not as contested for your like 4 costs, so I feel like that enables it a little bit more. So yeah, I feel like that's a much more common way of capping your board, like on this patch specifically.
The only quick counterpoint I want to make to that is that a 3-star Kaisa is like actually kind of just normal. Like nobody buys Kaisa, so I think you're kind of expected to hit that one on 4 too, to be honest. But the next question I wanted to ask is about your ladder performances and your performances in tournaments so far. I'd say that coming into this event, your tournament performances, I don't think were really reflecting how strong of a player that you are. So my question is, what do you feel the major difference between ladder play and tournament play is for you?
That is a good question. I actually think like I feel like the answer that you might expect is like nerves are a lot higher during tournament, but I feel like since I've actually played in a lot of tournaments, I don't really get that nervous during tournament anymore, and I feel like my play is not the difference. I think the one main difference would just be like sample size. Like I feel like over ladder, I get to play like hundreds of games, and just like even if I low roll a few, I feel like I can like express my skill over like a very large sample size. But in tournament, just only having 6 games to like come up with something, like sometimes if you low roll a few of those games, you can like end up getting eliminated on the day. And I feel like I have been like day 3'd from some tournaments, but I don't think I've ever really been like convincingly day 3'd. So I mean, I'm sure there was like mistakes that I made and like ways to get placements, but yeah, maybe like if those games were like a bit more high roll, like my tournament results would look more impressive because I would like barely make the next day and then have a chance to do something with that.
So Wei-Jin, I wanted to dig a little bit more because yesterday I was watching the like mock tournament, and you were part of the co-stream kind of commentating on some of the stuff, and you mentioned a couple times that you just weren't feeling that confident, like you were that good right now compared to a lot of the field, and that the patch hadn't really clicked with you. But today, of course, you had a lot of success. Yes, there was high rolling, right? Like you don't hit that many 3-star 4 costs and say you low rolled the day, but did you still feel like your plans came together better? Because overall, your placements were just solid across the board. Yes, we saw the high rolls, but in general, you still scored 38 points on the day. You feel like maybe your plans that you felt like maybe weren't the best meta read, or you didn't think you were executing well enough, did they come together better today than you were expecting? And was there anything that you thought you were bad at that maybe you just like did a lot better today?
Yeah, so like my scrim results, like I was very disappointed in them, but looking back on it, I think they were like unironically like learning losses. Like when you like click like Nox's Crest, for example, off your tome on 2-1, like this many times, and you're just bot 4 every single time, like at some point you just realize like you have to stop taking like Nox's Crest on 2-1 or like something like that. So that was like a big like learning through scrims. And I think there was like a lot of other things like that, just like knowing what to avoid. And like even if there's something that I don't think is the best, just knowing how to like turn it into a 5th with that like extra experience. So yeah, I think just like learning losses of the scrims actually like helped me out a lot.
So kind of emphasizing on that point, the difference between a new patch and an older patch. Like, this is one of the oldest patches I feel like we've had for like, a major tournament, like, ever. Do you think you performed stronger in comparison to the field on a newer patch or on a patch like this one?
I actually think, like, on average, just like a new patch where like people aren't very experienced will be like beneficial to me, because I actually think I have like somewhat of a practice disadvantage over the field. There's like, I would say like maybe like half of these players are like full time. They're playing like 10 hours a day. Meanwhile, like I'm a student and like basically like I just go to school and then like I come home and then I'm like super tired and then I'll like play some scrims and like maybe it's not the best practice. So I feel like a longer patch, like everyone kind of like maybe like passes me with practice. But like on a newer patch, I would have like some advantage because everyone is in like the same boat of not having too much practice.
Well, definitely don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because, as you said, you want to take one hurdle at a time, but maybe that bodes really well, taking a look at the fact that the championship is going to be on a different patch than this one. But, Weijin, you know, just congratulations again. We wanted to give you some space here to, like, shout out, like, your study group, anybody that's supporting you, and, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, I'll just say like thank you to everyone who helped me prepare. So that's like mostly like Toronto, Tokyo, I'm Jack, Philip, also Skills, and also Darthnub. And we've been like playing in call a lot. And to be honest, I thought like we all suck coming into this tournament and we were like all gonna get day one, but I feel like we overall ended up doing really well as a group today, which I'm very happy about. So thanks to them. And also I always have to say shout out to my parents. Like they always support me during these tournaments, they always watch. And they always make me dinner after I'm done, which is very nice. So yeah, I have to say thank you to them.
Well, congratulations, Wan Iverson. Best of luck tomorrow, and please go enjoy your dinner.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I love that our producer in the back is like, dinner buff goes crazy.
It's like, we all suck. We're gonna go dead last. We're seeing all the mistakes that we're making. What on earth? Like you have like a 30% win rate, man. You're not going dead last, okay? Like get real. That he's too humble. That's what it is.
Scrim results are fake, Admirable. I mean, it actually is a thing. Like I don't know, playing competitively for so long, I know that when you lose, you do learn a lot. And if you're a player who can actionably learn from your losses instead of getting upset about it or tilting or anything like that, you've got a bright future in competitive gaming. And I think, you know, we already knew that with Weijin, but it does make sense that, hey, look, he was struggling. He maybe was losing a little confidence, but he was absorbing a lot of information from those. And now he looks scary today. Yes, this was a pretty high roll day overall. But as I was saying in that interview with him, there were, you know, the other placements, the games that were not those high roll games. They still look good. They still look really solid.
A big shout out to Toronto, Tokyo. Oh, guess who's second in points? 1 point behind Wan Iverson. I'm just saying, they need to be more arrogant. You know, that's the problem here. People aren't as arrogant as they used to be. You know, I want to see that pride coming out of people.
They're too nice. And we've seen this a few times, though, that if you prepare, sometimes that study group or that preparation group does go hold hands in first, second, and third. And they are able to make it to those next days. So it looked like all that prep paid off. Wan Iverson even said that he was looking at David Ace's Earth pick as like the call for this meta. Looks like he's not alone in that based on how many other players ended up choosing Earth as their legend, but he just ended up doing it a little bit better today. But we still have 2 more days of competition. We only have 16 players left, where Wan Iverson is one of them. But looking forward to tomorrow, there's really so much to look forward to, Admirable.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest one is that the cutoff is changing as well. So we cut off 1/3 of the field. We're cutting off half of the field tomorrow. That is a major difference. And at the same time, average placement battles start to take place. So after day 2, I feel like is, you know, towards the end of day 2, I think is where that can really start to come in. And there are some little tiny things in day 3 that could come into effect, but I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Half the field gets cut off tomorrow instead. That's a big change. Expect some different playstyles.
I mean, I'm just looking forward to it. I just want to see who we're gonna send. I mean, tomorrow we've got, you know, how much is this gonna flip? We've got 2 study groups that are really battling right now. It's Weijin in the group he just named, right? Toronto, Tokyo, with him up at the top of the tables, but also Milk, Soju, and Setsuko still in this top 16. All 3 having very good performances on the day. I'm looking forward to see kind of the clash of these 2 study groups going at it.
Can't wait to find out, and we hope you'll be there tomorrow as well, because the action is going to continue at 1 p.m. Pacific or 4 p.m. Eastern, so we hope to see you there for day number 2 of the Runeterra Reforged NA Regional Finals.